Let's go. Good day, everyone. Let's get this beautiful day correct. Let's start with beautiful, productive energy. That's how we do the damn thing. How are we doing today? Hopefully, everybody is enjoying themselves. Hopefully, you had an enjoyable barbecue yesterday because it was beautiful and gorgeous outside. What's up, Taylor Bell? Ski, ski. Oh, ski, 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 ski. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody that enjoyed themselves yesterday. Hopefully, I gave you enough time to wake up. So I know a lot of people was up late because they had to go to work today. Yeah, I was out drinking, partying, smoking, and drinking. But hopefully now you're awake. And now we are going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to have some great conversation. Hopefully you brush your teeth already. But my name is Sharon Bracey, and we are the Solution-Based Group. And every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric. And today is no different. And today we are going to discuss these men on these YouTube spaces trying to justify men's behaving badly. It's insane. It's sickening. It's disgusting. Ugh. It's delicious. Let me drink some of this water. No water is really good for you. Or as Aaron say, some carrot juice. Let me get my carrot juice on. Put some cucumber water in there. Hopefully nobody's behaving badly this weekend. Hopefully y'all all in good spirits this weekend. Hopefully you had a good time and all you ups and downs was in between your bed sheets. That would be awesome. Man. Yesterday I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the beautiful weather. We was walking around New York City. We was in Alphabet City. We was all over the place yesterday. We went inside some secret places. Y'all let me know if y'all want me to because I did take some video. I went to this a supermarket. But the ill thing about the supermarket, you go inside this little supermarket in New York City, you walk to the back and you see this strange dressed lady, and you go to her, you say, "Hey, I got a you tell her a certain thing, and then she opens up this secret door, and behind the supermarket is a secret bar. Absolutely awesome. Had an amazing time. It was good. What up, Royce M? I enjoyed myself. Y'all let me know if y'all want to know about these secret places in NYC. I'll definitely let you know. You can go take your lady there if you're in New York City, and she'll think that you're cool. So how you know about this series? About who you brought here before? And I had a couple of ladies. They had their baby. They say, "What? Can I bring my baby there?" No, ma'am. That's why it's a secret. We tired of y'all people bringing y'all children every goddamn way, messing up a good old grown folks' time. That's why we got to have this secret bar inside the supermarket behind the goddamn Tostitos. What up, Smitty? Sean Antonio, you know about a couple of spots. Yes, Beauty and Excess. That's also a spot that is it ain't really a secret though. That one people kind of know. People pretty much know about Beauty and Essex. Yes, it is a pawn shop. You go inside the pawn shop, and there's a door right at the back of the pawn shop. It is a beautiful, elegant, very upscale bar behind this pawn shop. Yes, that was back in the days, though. It was a secret. Nowadays, everybody kind of know about it. Yeah, but Beauty and Essex, yeah, it's just very similar to that, Sean. No bullshit. It's just very similar. But this one is even more secretive. It's real dark in there. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knows about it. I mean, people that have been going to the supermarket for years, those didn't know that this place has a secret bar in it. It was fun. It was funny too. Yeah, I got you, Royce. Smitty said he went fishing with his daughter on the paddle boats. Man, that is awesome. I was thinking about going kayaking, but it's just that I don't know about this. Man, I do not like New York City water. Just in case that boat flip over, I don't want to come out with a third arm, Smitty. New Jersey water, it got all these goddamn dead people from all the damn unalive people from, the mafia. All those people was, I don't know. I just, It's something about New York and New Jersey water. I can't do it. When I want to go to the water, I go down to Miami. At least I could see the goddamn the floor in Miami. It might not be as clean, but it looks cleaner because I can see the goddamn seafloor. And the beach, you know, the sand is sand in Miami. Over here in New York, it's a whole bunch of stuff. And it ain't just sand in those goddamn water. Yeah, but we had a great time. My wife didn't know nothing about it. It's one of the secret places I go to. You just hide out. What up, William? Anybody going to any barbecues today? Everybody should have went to. If you grown now, I'm at the age where, you know, back in when I was young into the construction, everybody went to a barbecue today and then still came home, still went to work drunk on Tuesday. But really, you're supposed to went to a barbecue last night, got drunk so this way you could wake up late today. But when you were young, you do it the other way around. You actually go to a barbecue today, or you go to the day party or something like that today is going to be the popping day. It's crazy. But yeah, I wanted to have the conversation about all this goddamn men justifying other men behaving badly. Just like fucking DJ Academics, he over here at 10, because you know I like to get right into the show. I don't like to waste nobody's time. Like DJ Academics is over here talking how Puff could get away with it socially because he said he ain't going to jail. He said, but how Puff could get away with it socially. And I thought that was kind of disturbing. Like, why do men want to protect men acting badly so much? I mean, it is kind of strange that he also have a case like that himself. So, you know, he got some strange kind of case going on himself. So maybe he just feel like he's protecting himself by protecting Puff. Because he like, if I'm less than Puff and the Puff go down, I'm definitely going down. So maybe that's what it is. However, but these men protecting men is crazy because he was just recently on a podcast, I believe, with Lamar Odom. And nobody batted an eyelash as this man is saying all of these egregious things and saying how Puff can get away with it, which is insane to me. I don't understand it. And I don't think they realize the things that they are creating when they try to give men excuses on how to move badly and how they try to justify these men on moving badly. I don't think these men really understand what are you telling these other young men? This is why a lot of young men feel like they could just go outside and do whatever the fuck they want to do because there's no consequence, because there's going to be somebody that's going to be on their side, whether they're doing the right things or the wrong things. And it's about time that we all get together and say, hey, wrong is fucking wrong. It doesn't matter what side of the gender it is. But for some reason, the men have a serious effing problem. That they just keep on doing the same thing over and over and justifying it every single day. Like the shit that Academics said was ridiculous. He said all he has to do is come out as gay, bisexual, or say that he was touched as a young kid, and that's why that's giving him the excuse to why Puff is acting the way how he acts. Like, was it R. Kelly? Wasn't he touched when he was young? I don't give him no excuse. His ass still went to jail. So just because somebody got something happened to them when they was younger, it doesn't excuse a 50-year-old person and better, a 40-year-old person, a 30-year-old person. It does not excuse them. Just because something happened to when you was young, it doesn't give you the excuse to go ahead then and inflict that kind of pain on other people because you survive it, so you figure you could do it to somebody else so they could survive it. Are you insane? That's crazy to me. And it's crazy that people are entertaining it and not saying nothing about it. We don't got no black guys. There's nothing. That even the men that was on the panel with him, they didn't say nothing. How can you excuse that? How can you say because he was touched, therefore it's okay for him to touch? Oh, because he's bisexual or because he's gay and he was hiding on. No, ain't no excuse for doing something wrong to somebody else. This is insane. This is a grown man. Ain't no excuse. I don't give a fuck how many times he got beat up in his life. It doesn't give him an excuse to go outside and hit somebody in the goddamn face and drag him on the floor, then drag him back to the hotel room. Ain't no saving that. God damn it. Ain't no saving that. Listen, I understand we don't want to really like cancel people and all these things, but hey, listen. Hey, listen, whatever happened to Big and Tupac, I'm just saying, if it happened to him, I ain't gonna bat not one tear. I ain't gonna buy the eyelash. I'm not even gonna be upset. I understand this man got plenty of children, and he put a lot of money in different people's pockets. However, I'm not gonna give this man an excuse. Nah. I'm not gonna give him an excuse that Cassie knew that he was gonna be violent towards her for the next 10 years of her life just because she had because when she was 19, she was tricked into the life and say, hey, you call me, I'm gonna make you rich and famous, and you'll never got worried about money, blah, blah, da, 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 da. He sold her the fucking dream. What up, Sexy Red? He sold her the dream, and then now when she got knee deep in the dream, I got videotape, and he's scared that he used his power to keep her there for that long. It's crazy. And then people just giving this man excuses. Oh, she knew what she was getting. Shut your man. These men that's out there talking about Cassie knew. What up, Ice Tay? I say these men that's out here saying that Cassie knew what she was getting into is fucking crazy. And we see you now. But that's the beauty of having these conversations. We see you. We know what type of man you are. We know what type of man to keep our daughters away from. Thank you for exposing yourself. We appreciate you because we need more honesty out here in this world. And we need men and women both to be honest. Right now, we're focusing on the men. However, we need both sides to be honest. We need to know who you are. Thank you, Miss. Not for everyone. I appreciate you. I agree with you. Thank you. He's responsible for a lot of people's lives being ended. Absolutely. It's crazy when you really think about how many people started the business with him that ain't here today. All the co-founders are no longer alive. Says a lot. It says a lot. But not only that, we got to be very careful. Because when we give in people like him, when we give people like Diddy some kind of justification for his bad behavior, it trickles all the way down into the goddamn projects. What up, Aaron O? It trickles, Aaron O. It trickles when we give people like P. Diddy and justification for acting so badly, Aaron O. We bring it all the way down to the project level. And these men feel like they could do whatever because all these women, they just want one thing. They just want your bread. They all hoes. They all this. They all that. And so now what it does, it trickles all the way down to the low-level human beings, right? I'm a low-level human being. I'm not putting myself up high. I'm a regular human being. So now when we are regular walking down the street, our young ladies can't even tell a young man, no, I do not want your sexual advances. She might get shot. That's how extreme it goes. Because we keep justifying men behaving badly. These men don't even realize how it trickles down to women. They cannot even tell a man no. She could be going at a party, minding her business, hanging out with her homegirls, and then some dude want to come up to her and say, hey, whatever he's going to say, make some sexual advances towards her. And because she says no, well, she says it nicely or aggressively, her ass could get shot, killed. I bet you there's some man out there like, nah, Sharon, you a little too extreme. But I got plenty of daughters, so for me, I understand the writings on the wall. I understand how far it could go and where it is going and how these men are acting in these goddamn world. These men that keep acting like these men that's out there are saying, they are not saying. There's something really wrong with them, especially when they got these men that go on these shows and they listen and watch male supremacist content. They get this confirmation bias in their head, and then they start walking around the street believing that they fucking Puff Daddy on their level, whatever level that is. So they think they could just go around and say whatever they want to a woman, and she say no, he could take it. If she doesn't allow him to take it, he's going to shoot her. I know a lot of y'all be like, Sharon, that is too extreme. Okay. Y'all want me to pull out the proof? Do y'all want me to pull out the proof? How about this? In Crown Heights, Brooklyn, a man was sentenced to 15 years in prison after gunning down a 17-year-old girl who rejected his romantic advances. At a party. This is in 2022. This is 2 years ago. At the time, the man was 22 years old, so he was already trying to holler at a younger girl in the first place. That was number one. That was an issue. But guess what? Diddy was hollering at a girl that was younger than him at the time. Because Cassie was only 19. And he was 30-something years old. Nobody want to bat an eyelash. It's okay. But guess what? This behavior starts very young. It trickles fucking down to the people that we can't see as well. This is the problem I have with it. Stop justifying men like Diddy because you justify some fucking degenerate walking down the street every fucking day. And it's horrible. So this young lady, 17 years old, a 22-year-old dude is trying to holler at her at some party in the projects, I guess, in Crown Heights. And so the man, the good thing about it, the man was convicted. He only got 15 years. To me, that's only. To me, he should have got 25. He should have got life. He should have got life. The man was convicted of second-degree manslaughter and 2 accounts of second-degree criminal possession of a weapon. That's what he got convicted of. And hopefully he get whatever he's going to get while he's in jail. He was 22, so he approached the 17-year-old at a party in East New York. The teenager turned him down, and the rejection enraged this man so freaking much that he pulled out a loaded pistol, pointed it at the victim, pulled the trigger, shot her in the chest, and fled the scene, leaving her to bleed out. That's what happened. And for some reason, y'all don't think all this shit correlates with each other. You don't think this shit would be confirmation bias and people look at themselves as they are that, but just on their level of thinking. We got the local drug dealer that he sells a fucking ounce. He think that he is fucking Nino Brown because he watched the movie. He feel like on his level, he's Nino Brown. And homeboy, he felt like he was fucking Puff Daddy on his retarded level. Now, mind you, this little girl, at the time, she graduated high school early and she was already attending college of that year. Mind you, this young lady graduated high school early and was about to attend college that year. And then they got this degenerate man wearing some goddamn night tech outfit. He done shot her, act like he also faked the scene. He shot her in the chest at this party with his other men that gave him an excuse, put her in the elevator, brought her downstairs into the lobby, and left her in the lobby for the police to do their investigation to take it away from him. Mind you, on that night, all of the people that was involved in it, he was one of the people that actually gave a statement in the initial statement. So the police actually was in contact with this man. They was all downstairs and they all was in questioning. They let him go that day. Later on, by the grace of God, it was a detective that he did some more due diligence, and then he found out what really happened. And so now we 2 years later, and that man got 15 years. I don't think it's enough. Don't you think he deserved more than 15 years for taking a young lady's life that graduated school early, is going to college, and you about to be a degenerate bum? However, we give these young men excuses every fucking day when we try to justify anything. Anybody that's trying to justify she shouldn't have been there, she should have had this on, she shouldn't have been talking to him, she shouldn't have did this, she. You are all part of this problem. Every last one of you are a part of this fucking problem. So we got to start discussing the gender dynamics and the stereotypes, examining men's behavior. It allows us to explore prevailing gender norms and stereotypes by acknowledging these patterns. We can challenge harmful expectations and promote healthier interactions between the genders. This is why I want to have these conversations. It has a social impact. So men's actions ripple through society, whether it's workplace harassment, domestic violence, or harmful online behaviors. Understand the impact help us create safer spaces for everyone. We need to have personal responsibility. By discussing men's behavior, we encourage self-reflection and accountability. Men can actively choose to break harmful cycles to and contribute positively. It's just simple as that. This is why we got to discuss these things. We got to get men to start having better self-reflection. Can masculinity be toxic? I don't know. But we need to explore how society expectations of masculinity can lead to harmful behaviors, such as suppressing emotions, aggression, and dominance. Violence and aggression. I just discussed it. Instance of physical violence. I just discussed it. Verbal abuse. We see it very often. Intimidation. We see this so often by the men. All day, every fucking day. Sexual misconduct. Puff Daddy. We got to start addressing these issues like sexual harassment, assault, and consent violations. It cannot just be my channel. We need more people speaking out about it. That's why I was kind of upset that we didn't allow Otis to fully express himself, because he understands that there's a lot of young men that's going to be in the same mentality as him. Oh, my goodness. It's fucking ridiculous. You're absolutely right, Kim. You're absolutely right. Can you drink some damn? Let me get my Aaron on. Drink some more goddamn. I'm going to open up the panel shortly. What's up, Robin M? And the shit is bleeding out into other places as well. Even goddamn, it doesn't matter what race. That's why I'm not honing in on what race these people are. Because we also got a TikToker as well. He's about to take his ass to jail. His dumb ass is about to go to jail as well. Because why? He's young as well. I believe he's it got this TikToker. His name is Ali Albolban. I'll mess up his name, but he's like Turkish or Iraqi or he's something like that, of those Indian descent, that the light skinned versions of him. What's up, Robin? What up, Eugene? So we got this young man. I believe this man, he's on trial because of deleting his 28-year-old wife, and not only his wife, but also the mother of his child, allegedly over because she wanted to break up with him. She was done with him. She said, I don't want to deal with your drug abuses no more, because he was highly on drugs and he's being abusive throughout his drugs. He was always verbally abusing her and all this thing. Then she got tired of it. So she started. So they have a separation. And so what did this man do? He went out there and he got access to his daughter's iPad. What's up? It's me, Dr. G. He took his daughter's iPad. And so he was spying on the mother within the household while he wasn't there anymore, because they had a split. They broke up. Yes, he said had the keys to the house and things like that, clearly, which is She should have got the locks changed. But he was spying on the mother with his daughter's iPad. So he would call it, leave it on, and this way he could hear the conversation that she was having within the house. So him knowing the conversations within the house, he noticed that she was having a conversation with her now new boyfriend. They was conversing, and he said he's coming over. So while homeboy is coming over, guess who else is coming to dinner? Yes, the husband, because they was estranged. They were separated, but they were still married. Even though she said she don't want nothing to do with him anymore because she's tired of his drugness. She's tired of him always abusing her verbally, and he's tired of him putting hands on her. So he comes over, he sneaks over to the goddamn house because he know that they both going to be there at the same time. This man also, they found out that he was Google searching how to get rid of bodies, what kind of trash cans to have. So all of this was premeditated. He knew exactly what he was going over there to do. So when they go in there, open up the door, boom, 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 walks to the door. Oh, this is what you're doing. You're cheating on me. This is what he said. This is how he tried to justify his behavior. And other men got behind him and said, hey, I understand. If I was to walk inside my apartment and I see my fucking wife, the mother of my child, sitting there on the couch cuddled up with the new dude, I would lose my mind too. Because that's how he tried to paint it, because he know men will attempt to justify bad behavior. So he used that as his excuse. He was trying to use that as his confirmation bias. He tried to use that men being sympathetic to them walking inside their apartment with their wife cuddled up with some other man. So he shot both of them dead. Shot her in the head, shot homeboy 3 times. And what he tried to get away with, he tried to say, hey, officer, mind you, he went after he did that. Mind you, after he did that, he went to go pick up his daughter from school. And what he told his daughter, he said, hey, daddy done hurt mommy. That's what he told his daughter. He did drive himself to the precinct, and he confessed to all these things. He called his mama, told everybody what he did. And he said he tried to justify it because he walked through that door and seen them too, and he was just in such a psychotic outrage because he was disgusted to see his wife that he loved so much with another man cuddled up on the couch. But when we peel back the onions and we turn this bitch into a cry fest, we go to find out that on his Google account, he's been searching how to get rid of bodies, what kind of trash can, what kind of acid, how we put these chemicals together to get rid of bodies. So this man was planning for this for a long time. He was planning for it. He knew what he was going to do that day. He knew exactly what he was going to do. And he was surprised. He tried to even use the excuse, which I heard before. He said, it was like I was a passenger in my own body. I didn't know what was going on. It was like I was watching a movie, watching myself do these crazy things because I was such an enraged. It wasn't me there. Liar. You try to get it justified, but no, we know the truth. It's a lot of these men behaving bad. There's a lot of these men on drugs. There's a lot of these men verbally abusing. There's a lot of them physically abusing. That's why the other day when we was having this conversation on how you improved yourself, and now we know why you're not going to put your hands on your wife again, was a very important conversation the other day with the real Pookie. And how he said he went to his classes. He put in the self-reflection. He put in the work. He didn't just say, I'm sorry. He actually changed his behavior is what we are looking for. You need to change something. And these men out here that's justifying other men is something need to change within you as well. You need some self-reflection. Alpha Mega says, 1 hour ago, woman killed, infant injured in early morning shooting in Dallas Worth, Texas. Yikes, scary. We got to understand that, yes, we understand, women do understand that when we have we have the conversations here, and 1 out of 4 women are going to get something's going to happen to them. We do understand, then the men are going to try to justify it. Well, it ain't all men. Well, we know it ain't just fucking one man designed as the Flash that could run around the world is just going around slapping asses because he's so goddamn fast. So we know it's more than one fucking man doing the fucking horrible, egregious shit. Stop trying to justify it by saying, oh, well, it's not all of us, but it's one of every 4 women that get something happen to them. We do understand that most women, as we look at the stats, they need to fucking stay away from men. They can't even turn down a man and say, hey, I'm not interested in you. She might get shot. Just by saying, no, I'm not interested. We know if this fucking woman from the TikToker, if she would have never married this fucking degenerate drug abuser, she'll be alive today. But what he did, he tried to use male sympathy and empathy to say, hey, it was justifiable. That's why he did what he did. Because I walked through the door and I see my wife with another man and I lost it. Bullshit. You're a fucking liar, sir. You are a liar, sir. It's kind of crazy. It's insane personally to me. Maybe because I got daughters and sons, so therefore I look at it different. So I do not want my son thinking that he need to justify any man for being badly. Just because maybe you did. I don't know what's the correlation with that. Let me see. Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm off. I'm not sure. Maybe y'all can let me know. Am I off? Am I misreading this whole thing? Is it not a bigger situation? Do we not need to hit? We need to hit the like button. Thank you. Appreciate you. Please hit the like button. Please hit the share button. We do understand, don't we? Let me welcome somebody into the show. Awesome mind. Love him. I didn't get to speak to him in a long time. Welcome to the show. Aaron O, GBG, Lieutenant General. Good day, sir. How you feeling?
I don't get the applause or the little. Damn, it must be only morning time on the East Coast. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you. What is your thoughts? Why are these men out here just trying to justify men being badly so much?
Well, I think the studies kind of show that older men in particular kind of see themselves in younger men in particular. So the things at which they experience, they go, man, if I had some guidance when I was younger, I probably wouldn't have done that, is what makes them a little more understanding of situations. I'm with you. There shouldn't be much, because with the academics thing, I thought that was I don't think he was wrong in what he was saying. I don't think he should have been sanded, though, if that makes sense.
No, that does not make sense.
That don't make sense. So, okay, so when he said if you come out and say that you in the LAACIENT community,
right,
that won't give him some like understanding or some support, it will. Like, he's not wrong for that.
I disagree 100%. And the reason why I disagree 100%, before I bring this next person up, the reason why I disagree 100%, because guess what? Transgender people that go out and do what Diddy did, they ass go to jail too.
No, but no. See, we
because he said, they don't care about none of that once that happened.
No, see, you add in a different context. I haven't heard any man in particular defend the video. I haven't heard nobody come out and be like, yo, I mean, stuff happens. I haven't heard that on the video.
Damn, I wish we had more Memorial Days so you could have heard these men giving Puff Daddy on my channel excuses of why he said poop, 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 pow, field goals and everything. They gave that man plenty of excuses. I was just like, this is insane to me.
Crazy.
But
not on the video. definitely not on the video.
I don't
believe that for a second. There's no.
Yo, Aaron, you'll be shocked and surprised that these men was asking, well, maybe she stole his watch and cocaine and he was drugs and she had a videotape in his purse and he was trying to retrieve valuable information that could get him locked up forever. And maybe that's why he did what he did. What?
Now my ability to compartmentalize would say they're saying that that's why he ran out, but you didn't have to do what he did in order to snatch that back from her, so that's not an excuse. He could have just said, "Give me that," and walked away.
Then why did he drag her back into the room?
Yeah,
they was insane. They was windmilling like a motherfucker. But luckily, we did have somebody here to whoop their ass. And what happened was this right here.
Happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day. What's going on, PhD? How you doing?
Wonderful. How are you, sir?
Life is wonderful. Sharon's trying to get me in trouble. So, I just want to make sure that you're looking out for me because Sharon know what he's doing. He think he's slick.
I don't know. I think it was you who started Misogynistic Sunday. So just don't bring that into Misogynistic Monday, sir.
Listen, they always blame me for everything. I don't even show up most Sundays, I gotta you gotta poke the bear sometimes. That's crazy though, Sharon. If they was really defending those actions on that video, I'll be in pretty big shock, honestly. But I think Bomb Cherry said she was stealing from him though, or attempting to. That's still not justification. And what makes it even worse is he could have let her steal. Like it's interesting, right? He could have said, "Go ahead and take it in." We got your own footage. He could have done many different things that people that don't put their hands on women would have possibly done. And realistically, he could have just snatched it back. She couldn't overpower him, so he did what he wanted to do. He wanted to put a level of fear in her, and that was not the first time. You don't just go, "Oh, let me try this random new strategy when I'm upset," and grabbing somebody and yanking them down. And that's not new actions. Everybody can tell when somebody don't know how to fight, and we can tell when somebody been in a fight before. So he ain't gonna be able to get out of this. I don't know if definitively if he's done because he got money. But he's done with endorsements and things like that for sure. But he got money, so he's going to be able to continue to do some things that his previous life allowed him to do. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Bomb Cherry. She said the men were saying that she stole something. Yeah, that's crazy if they was trying to say. I can understand, though, like, why is he chasing after her, trying to find the logical response? Because your initial thoughts is make it make sense because you think it's so wrong. But I don't care what the heck she was. I mean, unless what she was taking was the most damning evidence we ever seen in the history of, his parties. And she like, I got the footage and I'm out of here. And if that was the case, well,
still, once he got the bag back,
we understand why he would want to keep that hidden forever. If this is just the tip of the iceberg, we understand why he would want to keep that hidden forever. I just don't think he needed to do that action to take it back from her. I mean, she was walking. People that still have an elaborate plan, typically, oh, you in the shower? I'm about to run down the stair. Who goes and waits for the elevator? Now, some places don't have stair access. I get that. But, so people love to speculate. It is the internet. We're not in these people's lives. We don't know. But he was wrong, and he never said that she did something. She tried to steal from him. He just said he was wrong, and he was at the lowest point of his life, which is cap. And he a fraud. It's over for frauds, but 6ix9ine still rapping. So,
yeah, I did wonder about the elevator thing. I was like, "Girl, hit the stairs," but and catch it on 3 floors down. But yeah. Well, so the thing is, a lot of men were not even looking for the logical explanation, right? It was just something to explain it away, or make Cassie not be a victim, right? So there's a video I saw, well, a short I saw yesterday, where the guy, who was he talking to? What's that guy? He's a comedian, and he said something about like, you don't love the child unless you love the mama, or something like that. What's that? He always saying something. Corey Holcomb. And it actually wasn't even him saying it. It was the guy on the, I guess, radio station interviewing him. But he was saying, oh, well, she's not a victim because she knew who he was, because she would go over and help him torture Kim Porter and, blah, 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 blah. Right. And so kind of putting the onus on her, when it's like, okay, well, if he was abusing Kim Porter and he was abusing her, then the nigga is an abuser. Right. And so I think that a lot of time, I think Black male culture is one of degeneracy. And so I think a lot of times these men try to look for ways to excuse it, or like act like it's not a big deal because it's so normal to them.
So and that's why I wanted to have this whole justifying thing. I think what happened with Puff, that it trickled down all the way into the projects. Because that's why this young lady that was 17 years old, she turned down this fucking man. He was walking around thinking that he was fucking Diddy of the projects. And then that's why he took out the gun in the party and shot this young girl in the goddamn chest, because he think that he is the Diddy of East New York. What is your thoughts, Aaron?
Yeah.
I fucked up in 2024.
Yo.
They done got my brother. They done got him.
You know what?
Damn.
Matthew Pearson with the 20 ball. Drop Aaron O. I finally got his ass. All right. The dating pool roast reactions. Salute.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe they finally got my dog. I'm saying this is so Steve. So he got a few minutes. Y'all know what y'all gotta do. Y'all gotta bring him back. Salute to Aaron O. I'm sure one of the GBG people going to get him back. God damn it. Or they gonna just be proud that somebody finally got Aaron. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. Matthew said he was waiting a long time for this. But P.A.Z., what is your thoughts on how I try to frame it? I believe that this man, hopefully my guy Aaron, he's not going to go anywhere because he knows somebody got his back. And so this young man that was in East New York, he also, because of the justification of Puffy getting away with shooting somebody in the club when he was younger, and he put it on Sean. He also, he got away with beating up on Kim Porter, gave him excuses of getting his thing sucked by men and all these things. It trickled down to this young man in East New York thinking that he was the Puffy of East New York, and he thought he was going to get away with it. He actually shot her inside of a house in a house party, took her body outside, put her in the elevator, and dropped her at the lobby, and then called police.
Wow. But honestly, I don't think that has anything to do with Puffy and his situation. That's been a very common occurrence. Black men for many years, not handling rejection in a way that normal people would, right? And so we've seen several instances where the man might beat the woman up, or it was two girls that were attacked a couple months ago in New York, and the guy, they were twins. The guy deleted one of them. I think he stabbed them. He had a kitchen knife. Yeah, he stabbed them.
Absolutely.
And so this isn't an uncommon thing. I think Black males just, it's part of their culture. They really have a culture of degeneracy, and so that's just all a part of it.
That is insane. Welcome to the show, Mahogany Roots. Good day, beautiful. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing okay. I want to say good morning, everybody. Happy Memorial Day. I'm getting dressed myself, but I just wanted to add. I think everybody said it, but I listened around to a lot of spaces, And I was trying to figure out where that she stole something thing came from. And I heard one of the gentlemen on one of these panels say, oh, well, she had a bag. Let me just say this. We saw her leave the room with no shoes. So has it ever occurred to these men that maybe the bag had her shoes and her stuff? What woman goes to a hotel without makeup, without clothing, without bathing suit to change in? You dumb X. Like, come on. It's so that somebody jumped up there and said, oh, well, she had a bag. It was probably her stuff. Idiot. That's all I have to say. I enjoy your show, always do, and I'll be over here more joining the panel because I love what you got going on over here.
I appreciate that. So what is your thoughts before you go? What is your thoughts, if you can, what's your thoughts on black male rejection, that they gotta they react to rejection in a violent way?
Well, I must just say this. I'm not Mamian or anything like that, but I don't think it's just black men that do that. I think it's some men. I think it's a particular type of man that do that. Because I've had men that will give me a compliment and they take it quite well when I say I'm not available. And then I've had men, you funky bitch, you black bitch, who the hell, you ain't that fine any goddamn way. I was trying to make your day. So it really depends.
It was trying to make your day.
Oh, these fools. Not realizing like I might be 10 years, 15 years older than them, and I'm just not interested. Whatever the case may be. But that is men. There's different types of men out here, and I feel like men that lash out on women are fragile. Like their masculinity is fragile, so they always have to do extra to prove I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. So they don't know how to react when we all, as adults, we all have to take rejection. We don't always get maybe the job we want. We might not, like, maybe we applied to a college, maybe we didn't get accepted. We don't go whining about it, right? We jump at
So Mahogany, have you ever seen, I don't want to turn this into a race thing, have you ever been approached by a white boy and he was like, hey, what's up, beautiful black goddess? And you was like, no, I'm not interested. He's like, shut your funky ass up. I should have put those whips and chains on your ass.
White men approach, and that's another like lie that's been circulating this space for years, that men of other races are not interested in women of color. That's a lie. But they are different. They approach differently than black men do. They're a lot more.
But my question is, when you reject them,
mm-hmm.
do they react angrily?
No. Right. No, I mean, but then again, most black men don't react angrily. It's a certain type of man that does that. Mm-hmm. Because maybe you could talk to a white woman and maybe she might have a different experience, because I'm gonna be honest with you, not that many men of different races come approach me. I carry myself with a certain, I dress very Afrocentric. I'm very Afrocentric in everything from my jewelry. So it's rare that I get approached by different types of men from the jump because they already kind of are peeping something from me. Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the show, HQ. Go ahead, Supreme Goddess. I see you got some thoughts. What's your thoughts?
Well, so again, black men are socialized very differently than other groups of men. And because of their social status, right? Women are the primary means by which they are able to exercise their manhood and masculinity, right? So they not, running shit in society, right? Economically, they not running shit. In terms of achievement, scientific endeavor, they ain't running shit. And so the one aspect of life where black men can exercise their manhood and masculinity is through women. And so that type of rejection, I feel like, hits them harder because that's the one avenue they have available to them. And so as a woman, when you take that away from them, and we all know that they are more prone to unprovoked or minimally provoked violence, right? And so that's not to say that other men aren't violent, but we know black men, they was the ones who, if somebody stepped on their damn shoe, they'll put them in the ground, right?
Damn.
And so again, black men are different. We can't sit here and try to act like they, like all the other men, because they're not.
HQ, what is your thoughts? Have the white man ever called you a funky old bitch just because you said, no, I'm not interested?
Well, no, I've never had that happen. But I mean, I've heard of that kind of thing happening. I've never had it happen in my life. I mean,
so no man ever did that to you?
No, I've never really I've never really gotten rejected. I don't know. I've just
I'm saying you never rejected a man and he reacted.
Oh yeah, but I'm very when I reject a person, I'm very polite with it. I say, if they say, "Hey, woman, I want to talk to you," whatever, I normally stay. I've always had this in my mind, even when I was younger, to be very polite. Why? Because my look or whatever is not something that I take for granted.
So HQ, so you saying you walking down the street and somebody like, God damn, Slim Thick, you looking good today. And you should smile more often.
Yeah, and I say,
you're not interested in me at all.
Thank you very much, but I have a husband or a boyfriend, but I'm, flattered that you think I'm attractive enough for you to talk.
Where you going? Can I walk you to your subway?
No, thank you very much.
I mean, why not? I mean, you seem like a nice person. I'm a nice man. Why I can't just walk you to the subway? I don't want nothing from you.
I'd say, well, that's very disrespectful for my husband, and you wouldn't want me to disrespect any kind of brother.
So you saying that your husband don't want you to have friends? I'm just a friend.
Yeah, but I have enough friends. Thank you.
But what's wrong with another one? Because you never know what I could do for you and what I could provide for you.
I am very, and I've had that, that long approach. I've had that. But, I've always been polite. I've been polite because I don't want to get violence against me.
I heard your politeness slowly creeping away.
But I don't want to get deleted, or I don't want to get, hit in the head. And you never know how people's reaction is, because the ego is always there.
Right.
I noticed that the brothers always have that ego at the forefront, and you always have to watch yourself with the way you speak. Sometimes I never understand how these gentlemen on the panel continue to say that women have such mouths. You know what I'm saying? All the time, because I'm always afraid that I would get deleted. So I would always tailor myself because of that, right? But it's all ego. It has to be all ego. There's no reason for you to delete another human being because they reject you. That's just the extreme. That means you can't control yourself. That means you have no kind of power over your emotion. And then men say, well, women are emotional. No, I think men are more emotional. I think we're more calculated. We get ours out in a minute. Men plot, men be devious, men go all the way from 1 to 100 in an instant. Whereas women really
saying that. So you saying that it is men, after they get rejected, they get kicked out the house, they go and Google search how to dispose the body, what kind of garbage, what kind of trash can to put them in, what chemicals they could buy at the local Home Depot that's gonna dissolve skin, bones, and hair.
I think they go straight off the rails. You know how sometimes the emotion stays, within a certain frame. I think with men, it goes really off the rails if they don't have, if they're not used to, how do I say it? If they do not know how to control themselves or their emotions throughout life, I think they're more than likely able to go off the rails with a rejection from a woman. Because why are you here on the planet? I always tell men, why are you here on this planet? You're on this planet basically for women.
Okay,
what would be your purpose on this planet if you're not here for women?
Ooh, HQ, you might be in trouble, so I'm just going to let you be careful right now, because
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
I think that's man's primary purpose.
He is back. Welcome back to the show. You are out of punishment. Good day, Aaron O. I know Aaron O got some things to say to HQ.
I don't know why y'all keep coming up here lying. And we can't. Women got filthy, disgusting, dirty mouths and some of the worst mouths we've ever heard in the history of the world. To sit here and act like you're shocked to hear that how we are expressing how women conduct themselves when we all know we can find a video of a 5'1" chick screaming, yelling at a 6'4" male. Screaming and probably trying to swing at him.
I've never seen this.
And running up on him. Come on, this is because stop all the lies.
I've never seen it happen. At least on my panel, I've never seen no lady ever talk down.
You in New York City.
Those are anomalies. Those are anomalies. That's it.
Anomaly.
Those women,
one of every 3 women in New York City.
Because those women got the best ratchet roasting personality. Just because they're good at it and you guys don't like it doesn't mean it represents all the women. They represent all of us. So when we need roasters and people like that, we go to New York.
So those women do exist, and they exist in probably the most populated city in all of America. So you just acknowledge the majority, huh?
Yes, but the rest of us, but it's 50 states.
No,
50 states.
No,
so it only happened in that one state. It only happened in one state, and 49 states. That means it ain't the most.
Listen, all I know is I speak to Aaron. I speak to Venus all the time, and she is a very lovely lady. I never heard her raise her voice towards
New York
me.
Right now, the story is about a man from New York. So I mean, that's the place where all of the women are there that would respond or say these things to get those men in those angered positions. So are you saying women don't have the ability to irritate and anger men with their mouths?
Yes, by simply saying no, I'm not interested is all they need to say.
So that's not what they say.
Well, they just say they politely say
no,
sir. I love your Night Tech outfit, and I understand that you got alcohol and weed on your breath. I think that is lovely. However, at this moment in time, I am not interested because I am studying in my school, and I am not interested to you. So I'm gonna just keep going about my way and Millie rock on any block. That's what happens.
Oh, so they're in school now. Okay, so you telling me that the women go, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just not interested. That's what you think is going on. So when the men tell you, man, she was like, your shoes dirty anyway. You ain't even fly. Like, don't step to me. Like, you saying that stuff men don't experience. That's cat.
Okay. Why are you trying to talk to somebody if your shoes dirty? Clean your damn.
I'll answer that question. Because the white girls that I know don't never care what your shoes look like. It's the black women that talk about
then take it over there, bro.
Hey, listen, just like I heard y'all say, y'all taking it over to the white man that ain't approaching and ain't talking either. You're absolutely right. I support it.
Oh, you see that shot? Did y'all see that shot?
You see the shot of black women? It doesn't matter how a black woman, I'm gonna say, rejects them, right? So she could wild out and say what you said, get your dirty shoe ass out of here, nigga. Or she could be minding her business in the gas station trying to buy her bottle of wine after work and politely decline their offer to purchase the wine for her, and then they'll go outside and wait for her to come out the gas station and attack her and try to bite her eye out her fucking socket. So stop it. You niggas are niggas. And
wait.
I'm about to bring somebody that is from the ghetto, and they are going to explain to us how it actually goes down, verbatim, how it goes in the projects. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Good morning.
Yo, peace and love, man. First of all, I like to take my shoes off when I walk into the door. So peace and love to the beautiful queen, the supreme goddess, PH diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, HQ. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat. Anya Bracy, that's BG First Lady, Dakima Renee, Robin M, Shiesty Bum, DB, Maya Reed, Zero Tolerance, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, The Verbal Assassin, Berry White, Sherry Berry, Erica, Ayana, Aries, Talking to Kim Folks, Miss Not For Everyone, Sexy Red TV, Brownie, all the queens, Kim, all the queens, man. I don't want to forget none of the queens. You know, every time I come up here, I'm going to make it my business to lift y'all up, to give y'all flowers that y'all deserve, that these rim brothers, no good suckers, don't want to give y'all. And I'm going to always show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the queens, the ladies, the women out here, man. So as far as the topic, this is what it is, cuzzo. You got a situation where a lot of these men, and you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the red pill men, the incel men, the manosphere men, these rim brothers, these no good suckers. A lot of these dudes, what we found out, they're suffering from what's called rejection anxiety, right? And that is why they gravitated to YouTube to get around like-minded individuals who suffer from this same disease, rejection anxiety, in order to form a trauma bonding network. These degenerate men are getting together and they built the foundation on hatred towards the female species, right? So whenever they're out, whenever they're in society, if they go to speak to a woman and holler at a woman, and if a woman isn't willing to speak to them back or acquiesce to their demands, the very first thing they think to do is to disrespect and to denigrate, to call a woman out her name, or to make themselves seem more superior by exuding their physical presence and superiority over the woman, because they don't feel like a woman deserves to have a voice. They don't feel like a woman deserves to be able to have autonomy over her own body and over her own choices, right? These are the weak type of men who feel like they word is superior, they word goes, and if they call out a woman, she better respond to them in a proper way. And if she don't, she's going to learn some harsh consequences. You see, we got to understand the men that we're talking about, Aaron O. And the problem that I have is this, right? Because not only are the Rim Brothers the issue, but now we're having these Rim Brothers sympathizer guys, right? For some reason, you got a lot of men who are now sympathizing with the Rim Brothers because their own misogyny is trumping their morality. So they feel like since women should not be able to have an opinion, should not be able to criticize men in any way, women should know their place, which is in the kitchen, barefoot, or raising kids. When it comes to these conversations, they don't like to hear the criticism from a woman to a man, even if that criticism is valid. So these men have become protectors of these Rim Brothers, sympathizing and empathizing with the plight of the Rim Brothers, instead of standing up saying, you know what? We need to call these suckers out. We need to protect the woman. We need to defend the woman. We need to lift the woman up and let them know, yeah, we got your back. Because real men take on real leadership. And a real leader understands that the heavier burdens has to fall on a man. So when these Rim Brothers, these no good suckers, they always asking me, Brownsville, why don't you hold the woman accountable? Well, the reason why I choose to hold the men accountable, because I thought we was living in a society where men have chosen to step up and be leaders, right? So if we're going to be leaders, we have to start by correcting the leadership. You don't go from the bottom up, you go from the top down. But a lot of these men, they hate accountability, they hate responsibility, and all they want to do is shift that responsibility onto the woman because they don't want to be corrected. They don't want self-reflection. These are the issues that I'm dealing with, And these are the issues that I'm always going to speak out against. This remedial rhetoric, flawed ideology of these Rim brothers and of these Rim brother sympathizers. And my question to Aaron O is, I'm hoping he doesn't fit in one of those boxes. Peace and love to the kings as well. Peace and love to everybody. I hope everybody's having a happy Memorial Day as we show love to all of our military service members who are active and who have fallen on the sword to protect you and I, and all of the veterans who have put their lives on the line to protect this country. Peace and love to all of them. Peace and love.
Wow. I'm gonna try to keep the peace. I'm trying to keep the peace.
This is not a very peaceful place. It's okay.
See, my issue with the men that are the men that want to call out the men that are not being the men is that they're the ones giving women false hope, not the men who go online that if they do have a dislike for women and they say, I don't want to be around them, and they go make their own community, which they have the absolute right to do, and congregate over there and talk about how they just dislike women or whatever the case is. Good for them. They can do whatever they want to do with their life as long as they're not causing any actual harm to anybody else. They go ahead and do that. But the men, the Derek Jackson's sympathizers that come on these internet streets and claim they are the realest, and they hold men accountable, what they do is they project an image or even their own anecdotal life and tell women, hey, you should be dealing with guys that conduct themselves like me. However, those men just say what women want to hear. They don't actually give those women the men that they're speaking about. They just tell them, I'm that person. Yeah, so get with a guy like me or something and you be all right. Well, so if y'all care about women so much, go show these women where these men are and get them together. Otherwise, y'all just coming up here projecting the image that y'all are doing things right and y'all are the real leaders. And my estimation is y'all giving these false premises to women about a life that they don't have access to, or to the men that they don't have access to. We don't necessarily want to hear from the men that ain't going to go do these things for those women. If y'all ain't going to go do them, what's the point? Just to tell other men that they should be doing them? Good luck if you're saying those men are not going to do it.
How you know women don't have access to that kind of life?
Simple answer. Women have said they don't have the access to those men. They said, where are these men at? I don't know where they are. There are no good men left. These are, and we can find countless references to a multitude of women.
Because it's the overabundance of bookies. That's why.
Well, you just said the answer yourself. So why you ain't refuting what I'm saying? You're agreeing. Whether you
There's
like
an overabundance of bookies. So how do we get rid of the overabundance of bookies and find a good man?
It's a very, very simple. Don't get a man. Be by yourself.
What? So because I believe PhD, but she coined that if she throws a rock in a crowd, she's gonna hit a goddamn Pookie. Is that right, Supreme Goddess?
Absolutely, a degenerate Pookie, whatever you want to call him.
And so that's the problem. So now when we are up on here, we are trying to speak to more men so they can realize the position that they're in, because so often that other men are justifying bad behaviors. They do not want to have no self-reflection and correct their mentality and the way how they think and the way how they move out in society. So now we have more men that is moving a certain way. They say, oh, I could actually move like that. And I have an example of somebody successfully moving that way with a decent woman, family, expensive, But the problem is, it's way too much on the other side, and that's just being degenerate, and they are proving that their way is better, so to speak. That's the real issue that we have. So once we get more men to self-reflect and they say, hey, I'm going to do the right things no matter how difficult it is. I'm not going to take the easy route, because me taking the easy route is just going to set myself up for a harsher life later on when I'm 50 years old.
Right. I got a question. If women if men married their first baby mama, do you think do you think we would have more marriages in our Black community?
Well, so the thing is, people act like marriage is like a panacea, right? And so, okay, let's say those men did marry their first baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
If they married to this woman and still going out and creating other baby mamas, then there's a problem there, right?
Well, see, that's my whole point. My whole point is the degeneracy is early on, and then these men make all of these babies. Women would be faithful partners, and they would do the right thing if the first man who got her pregnant would be willing to marry her and be faithful. But since these young men at a young age don't want to ever settle down, he ends up running around like a bull, getting all of these women pregnant, and then that's how we get the baby mama culture. It's all the man's fault.
Well, so the thing is, again, he can get married, but if he want to run around, then he's still going to be doing that. So marriage isn't going to solve that problem, right?
Right, because we got to
So
solve the character problem. Not
right.
We got to solve. That's the problem that we got. That's what me and Brownsville is attempting to do, and we have people that stand in the way of getting these young men straight. But before we go ahead,
About to be a situation.
before they get too piled up, go ahead, Diva.
All right, the super mayor, laugh out loud, stop pandering. If y'all going to talk about other groups, ask other groups or find a clip on it. Your mama and daddy black, hashtag Django shit. All right. AL, their mothers don't teach their sons how to manage their emotions. I blame the mama.
Damn.
The super mayor, men and women are different and they respond to rejection differently. When women get rejected, they come online and create things like the beef sector. Men are bad when are just more indirect. What? Okay, child. Matthew Pearson, Sharon, don't panel hop because I'm dropping you, ninja. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era on vacay. I'm just here to cyberstalk Aaron O. The super mayor, Darrell Long, you're not helping the men. Women have to make a 3-year escape plan to get away from you. Hashtag blink twice if you need help.
Damn.
Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Drop Aaron O for not keeping it 100. Put on the orange hoodie and let's go. He wearing the hoodie. The super mayor, y'all were fooled by Darrell. That's the problem. A lot of y'all are easily fooled and mad because you can't tell the difference. Laugh out loud. Where are the Derek Jackson fans at now? Surprisingly, he still has fans, and quite a few of them. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Women will be faithful. Cap. Thoughts ain't loyal, yo.
My point in saying that scenario about women getting married is women did not initially become thoughts. They didn't, and I don't even understand why women would be considered thoughts, because men think they're thoughts because they have 1 or 2 children. But my whole point is they would be with that particular man continuously if he would have stayed around. But men don't want to stay around at that young age, so therefore she's out there swinging in the wind with a kid looking for another relationship. That's how women get out there and be single mothers.
No, so the thing is that like those men would absolutely stay in those baby mothers' lives. Is the problem is that the baby mother don't want to be cheated on all fucking day, and that's the reason why a lot of the women. That's the reason why a lot of women are the ones that filing for divorce, because a man doesn't mind staying in a bad relationship. He'll go out there, cheat, do whatever he want to do, and come home. As long as he got to cook food in the house, he don't give a fuck how bad that house is.
Well, the thing is,
That's crazy.
So in 2024, when we've seen this movie many, many times, right? I still just don't understand the Black women's willingness to meet a man, date a man, and very shortly thereafter become impregnated, let him impregnate her and want to like have children with this man, right? And so there's something with Black women too. Yes?
Right.
Because,
yes. I had that discussion on the panel. Remember, I came over here, Sharon, and I asked the question, why do these young girls keep getting pregnant And then I had who told me that they don't believe in birth control or something like that. That's why it's side effects to birth control. That's why a lot of women don't use birth control.
I can agree with that, but condoms don't have those side effects.
True,
And
true.
or either say, hey, nigga, get a vasectomy, right? I really think we need to be getting most of these men vasectomies. Let them store some of their semen and snip them, right?
God damn.
So they can make a very conscious decision about when they want to start having children. But yeah, I think there's culpability on both sides, and I do think that there's a lack of discernment on the part of Black women. And even when you tell them, hey, that ain't it, they got to learn the hard way.
Damn. That's crazy. And I also want to welcome to the show somebody that is from also East New York as well, to represent all of the soft-spoken women in Brooklyn. Welcome to the show, Venus.
I am not from East New York, but okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Yes, we can hear you very good.
I wanted to kind of touch on what PhD who was just talking about, because I do think there's culpability on the women as well, right? And I think it speaks to upbringing and culture. And there's a lot of things that Black girls don't have when they're growing up, right? If you grew up without a father, you don't have a real representation of how a man is supposed to treat a woman, right? Or if you grew up watching your mother kind of tolerate any and everything, you could process that as something that's normal, and then grow up and repeat the cycle, right? And then couple that with a society that tells you your beauty standard is the lowest, right? So there's a lot of things that condition the mind of Black girls up until they're adults that I think have an effect on how they behave in relationships, why the standards are so low, why they're also forgiven, because they're almost conditioned to.
You went out for a second. Anybody want to jump in while I'm not sure what happened, but
yeah. So Aaron O, he made a very important statement that I wanted to address.
I'm sorry, were you able to hear me?
You
went
cut out
at the end. You said they're not able to, and then you kind of went out.
Oh damn, I forgot. It'll come. Sorry, but my overall point was, Black girls are conditioned to kind of have low standards, low self-worth, and that's why they show up in their relationships the way they do.
Yeah.
And even the parents who are present, right? Some of them, I ain't gonna say no names, but we've seen there, even if a father is present, he isn't always vocal in building the self-esteem of a child, right? That even sometimes if they are there, or we could put it on the moms who think it's okay to talk down on their kids, not understanding that you're also affecting her self-esteem too. So there's just like a lot of problematic issues with the Black parents on both sides.
But just quickly, when you say, I'm sorry, PhD,
Go ahead.
I just want to quickly understand when you say low standards, what's the indication of low standards? What do you mean by
that? Allowing someone to disrespect you and cheat on you over and over and not walking away. Because the standard for this person to be in your life is so damn low. Just show me some attention and affection and you can stay here, because all of this other stuff that I should be leaving away from, I'm going to value some attention and affection over the fact that you're not a good partner, you're disrespectful, you put my health at risk, cheating on me, you do a ton of negative things, but the standard is, well, he shows me attention and he calls me his woman, so that's good enough for me. That's what I mean by low standards.
Yeah, but you think that's different from other women? Their standards are like, I'm leaving and they be leaving? Or are you saying this is a woman problem, not so much a Black community issue?
I think you could find a little bit of that in every culture, but I do think it's a lot more of it in the Black culture. And I could prove why. Why do we have some of the lowest marital rates we've ever seen? Because people don't require you to have to marry me. That's why. I'll pop out 4 kids by 4 different dudes and don't require no wedding ring. That's why. So that's what's going on. We all can see it. So like if we look at even the marital stats, we can tell the requirements of Black women is compared to the birth rates and the baby daddies and all that, the requirements are low. You could do anything. You know somebody for 2 months and now he got you pregnant. What the fuck is that?
So, but you don't think that's a consequence of free actions, free decisions? Like, for example, a woman could marry every single guy she sleeps with. If that's her requirement, yo, we sleeping together, we get married first. All right, I'm getting divorced. You cheated. I'm going to get another guy. We getting married again. And then we can do this. She can do that continuously for the rest of her life if she does so choose to. We tend to walk around the fact that most women, after they get divorced, they say, I don't ever want to get married again. But they don't say, I don't ever want to have sex again. So it's that we start with a standard early. Women get away from their standard because of life experience, and then they go, oh, it's cool. And then most women who kind of understand women or have that girl code tie connection, they go, yeah, girl, I know what you're going through. You don't need to get married no more either. Just do what the men do. And then we have the cycle. But men don't necessarily do that. So I don't think women want to be prevented from making their own decisions and having their freedom of choice. They want to be able to pick the guy that they want to be with or not be with. When you're empowered, when you have choice, it comes with upside and downside in real consequence. There's no actual solution to this conversation. I done told y'all this a million times. These conversations will go on forever because they was doing this in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and it's going to continue to go on. There's no solution.
So you're like kind of talking about a woman at a different stage in her life, right? I was specifically talking to upbringing and what influences her decisions. You're talking to a woman who was already married and has a bad taste in her mouth and is like, oh, not doing that again. She's still not the woman who got 4 baby daddies, though. She's still not her. So it's still a difference. So what I'm speaking to is culturally, what goes on in the household, what young girls have modeled in front of them as a quote unquote healthy relationship, and then what they grow up and like kind of model themselves after.
Right. So there is this idea that relationships are supposed to be like tumultuous, right? You're supposed to have highs and lows. And a lot of Black women will say the boring guy, right? The man who gonna have you in a stable relationship where you're not experiencing all those highs and lows and all that tumultuousness. He's boring, right? But I think we kind of shifted away from the original conversation, which was about men. But I think like the common thread is how Black males and Black females are socialized, right? And so a lot of times, you know, I watch a channel on YouTube called Black Girl Unlost, and they do stories about Black women and girls who have been deleted, typically by a Negro, right? And a lot of times I'm looking at the television and I'm saying, baby, what in the world would even allow you to speak to this man, much less enter into a relationship with him, right? And so men with no job, you know, but she's studying to be a nurse practitioner, huh? Men with, you know, kids by multiple women, men with who done let somebody draw in their face. And so the standards really aren't like what Black women see as a viable man for a relationship is like very weird. It's very, I don't even understand how we've come to this point. But, you know, there needs to be an understanding that a lot of times all this stuff that you can see, he end up being the one. And the ones who, you know, look upstanding or whatever, they could end up being the one to harm you as well. And so, but at least bring your odds up, right? Improve your odds by cutting out all the riffraff that you can see. And then, you know, you can better focus on, okay, what is his character like? Although, again, you just never know because they'll wait till they 60 to start acting a fool. But I don't understand what how Black women like rationalize who will take on as a potential partner. It just doesn't make any sense. It's very confusing.
Damn.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And we were at here.
All right. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Watch your mouth, Darrell. Aaron never said he'd marry a child. I'm so sick of you ninjas saying this despicable shit about people you don't like. Stop lying on Aaron O's name. You just trying to start beef. Go home. Harambe drizzled dust, white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. How much to permanently ban Darrell for spreading slander and lies about Aaron O? Darrell is only here to cause confusion. Stay on topic, Darrell, or go home.
And it's 500 to ban anybody forever. Even though Aaron O told me not to do it. He said, don't ban nobody forever. We have a forever ban.
Okay. The super mayor, y'all want to stop men behaving badly. Stop supporting and coddling the worst of them. Everywhere you look, bad men are thriving with women's protection.
Ooh.
Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era with the 50 ball. Ignore Darrell Long. He's just here to siphon attention from black men who are trying to move the conversation forward. Hate from the chat. You won't accuse Aaron O in his face. Don't be a gossiping coward. Come with facts, you disingenuous shit stir. All right.
Yeah, Aaron, I know you had jumped off on mute. You wanted to say something before we had the super chat, so go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of lost my thought because I was trying to listen to what PH Diva was saying at the end towards of her statement. But I kind of forgot where we were at there. That's my bad. Nah, but don't ban anybody forever. Trust me, it is not a good idea.
You were saying that there are no solutions, and you've been told us that. And so I don't know. I don't really like when people take that perspective. Like, what do we do with that? When to me, that's a very defeated way to approach a situation. No solution. Like, I don't understand why people say stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's kind of
okay.
like giving up hope.
Yeah. Well, hope is for people that need it. So, I don't think there are going to be no solutions because I see life as a repetitive cycle with some nuance there. And these problems did not start at this particular day. It started a long time ago. We've had relationship issues forever. It will get minimized and then it will be maximized. It'll just continue to go through cycles. But I'm saying my awareness of what's going on in society is clear, especially if we're going to look at younger people, because most older people up at high ages are pretty much married. It's really the younger people that don't want nothing to do with it because their grandmother or grandfather said don't do it, whatever the case is. That's not going to change based upon the society that we currently live in, the access to laws that we didn't have access to prior to marriage, the slowly adjusting scale for you to get rights that only married people would have, and they're continue to shift that to go, well, you don't need to be married to do this now. You don't need to be, as long as that continues to shift, there will not be a need for it at the rate that it was needed for back then. It's just the truth. And with more information, more access, more data, we have seen these actions occur. And then to simplify it, young people want freedom. That's just the case. They want freedom. Oh, if you want to leave me, I don't want to have a judge have to tell us you can leave me or not. That is what they say. That's what they say. I don't want to have to go through a judge for if you don't want to be me. If you don't want to be with me, just leave. I want you to have that freedom to do it. And that's what they were saying.
And
but
so
if that's the case, then how are we seeing these acts of violence when the woman saying no thank you, right? If they're not really that committed to the idea of having relationships to begin with, and someone that they don't even have a relationship with, that they just think they might want to, maybe pursue one with, is saying opting out at the very beginning, then why are we seeing these acts of violence?
Like the one in Brooklyn. All she did was say, no, I do not want anything to do with your night tech self, sir. He still got shot in the chest. That extreme.
Well, it depends on how you see things. I believe one life is too many. We all can agree to that. But we also know in life there are things that are going to happen. From what I understand is this. Most women walk past thousands of men and have no conversation at all. No interaction. And then there might be 3 in which they have an interaction. And it may go on 3 negative interactions and they go on about their day and they have a conversation. I've been rejecting these men. They ain't good enough for me. They tell us stories all the time. Yeah, this guy tried to get at me. I didn't want that. I didn't want him. And then there are some cases where it doesn't go that way. But it's nowhere near the majority of experiences that people are having.
Right. But there's a spectrum, right? And so that's the extreme end of the spectrum. But, you know, there are times when you might say no thank you, and I think it might have been HQ who say, okay, the nigga might cuss you out. Right. And so that's not gonna make the news, but it certainly happens very frequently. Or, you know, he might just call you a bitch and keep going. Or, you know, he may come up and try to touch you, and when you snatch your hand away from him, he might push you, right? And so that's an act of aggression and violence, but it's not gonna make the news. And so I think women are having these experiences quite frequently, maybe not on the extreme end, but when we're just simply saying no thank you, you know, we certainly getting cussed out. You know, so much so till there are women making videos telling women, look, just give them your number, and when they call you, block them. Right? One lady say especially if she don't like the man, she makes sure to tell him, all right, make sure you call me, boo, make sure you text me, right, in order to preserve her safety. And so just because I agree, you know, most women aren't being harmed or, you know, deleted, but certainly getting cussed out or maybe even pushed or shoved or something to that effect. You know, one man slapped a woman in the face with a skateboard, right? And
Right.
so she's not dead, but I'm pretty sure it was very unpleasant to get slapped
They
in
get-
the face with a
They get
a
spit
skateboard.
on, right? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They get spit on, they get cursed at, they grab their hand, they grab their purse, they do something physical. It starts off as a verbal thing, and then it somehow escalates into a verbal thing. Not always as extreme as what happened in Brooklyn, twice in Brooklyn. So we cannot say it was an anomaly because it happened to a young girl that was a twin while she was there with her sister, and then now it happened again in Brooklyn. And again, all she did was reject the man, and now she got shot. So that's two women. So we cannot say it's just an anomaly towards what PhD was saying. This is not an anomaly. What's your thoughts, Aaron O?
I'm gonna have to disagree.
Fucked up in 2024. You sound
Damn, they done got my dog again.
All right, Beretta Scott Kang, drop Aaron Droopy Hound Dog Jaw. What? What? Okay, he has no idea what he is talking about. He has his mother's last name. He just talks and has no experience as a married man.
Damn.
The super mayor. Aaron is right. It won't get better because it's not about solutions. It's about pandering for views and subs. Young people are smart and watching us. But again, if he's right and these young people ain't even really concerned about having relationships to begin with, then these men shouldn't be upset and taking rejection so personally that they are, you know, harming women to any degree, right? So not cussing them out, calling them a bitch, spitting on them, and certainly not taking their life.
Yeah.
Can I ask
Yeah, the
something?
issue-
If he's right about young
Go ahead,
people,
Venus. Yeah, go ahead, Venus.
guys, then why, when I'm telling young girls to raise your standards, can you hear me?
Huh? We could be. It sounds like you are breaking up, but we got you.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
GBGville, bring him back. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era with the 50 ball. I would come up, but I only got smoke for the simp god. I don't want to derail the show. Y'all spitting hot facts. I don't want to be a degenerate like Darrell Long. Bring AO back, sucker.
Oh, so obviously he got credit too.
So can you hear now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Well, I was saying to Super Mayor, if that's true, right, that young people are watching, then why, if a woman is saying something like, hey, you need to raise your standard, right? We shouldn't follow that up with, well, I don't think there's gonna be any solutions here, right? I don't think that's the right message. Because just because you've accepted the current situation as a reality doesn't mean that that's going to be everyone's reality. People are allowed to change their minds and change the way they think. So I don't know. I'm just not a fan of that. There are no solutions. I don't like that.
I think you misinterpreting. Are you telling me relationship problems are going to go away?
relationship problems are going to go away? For some people, yes, they will. Yes, for some people, they will. Because
Okay.
once you change the way you think and the way you show up in relationships and what your requirements are, then yes, for you, they will. So I'm not like, you can't solve everyone's problem, but for the people who are willing to, they say,
Mhm.
change your mind, change your life, right? People who are willing to change their mind, yeah, you will change your life.
Okay, so
So I don't
can
agree
be
with
in
just not saying nothing. Like, nah.
well, that I did not say that. What I said is these problems are never going to go away. And what you're saying is you agree. You think for some people, or for even a decent amount of people, it may be adjusted over time, right? I talking about the cycle of it. We're going to birth new people, and then people are going to die off. So the married couple that was married for 50 years, and we clap our hands, oh, that's so amazing. They died. So now the young people come in, and now they not doing that. So we had it, we lost it. It's a cycle. And so, yes, it's never going away. And that's what I mean by relationship problems. We're going to always be going through this. That's why these conversations don't go away. We've discussed every single type of perspective on these conversations.
So here's the difference. So now we could improve the percentage of people having good relationship, long-lasting relationships without all the goddamn contention within a relationship. Like, for example, yesterday I celebrated 13 years of marriage, not counting what years we put on before the marriage. Just on the marriage side alone, we did 13 years. So, and I never had an argument.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I never had an argument with my woman. So we could change the percentage. So say if the percentage is at 49% divorce, maybe we could just move the needle up a little bit better to where it's at 60%, and now it's only 40% of people. So that's what the purpose for me having these conversations, to show that it is a way that you can navigate with a human being. As long as you're looking at character and you're looking past the physical, you also got to have values that's in line with each other. Not just because she looked good and her vagina feels good. That all vaginas are designed to do the same thing, damn near. One's going to feel better because you have a certain infatuation with that woman. So that's why this one has good pussy versus this one doesn't have good pussy. They all good.
Yeah, that don't refute what I said. You're just adding to what your reasons for what you're doing. What you're doing. You're not refuting what I said. Now, to go on to Venus, as far as the message, you need to elevate your standards and all that. Fine. I mean, I have no problem with it at all. You should know that. My question then becomes, you have role models, right? Because you guys say we need people to model these behaviors and teach people better. So who are these women's role models? Megan Thee Stallion? See, when we talk about the men that are so-called finding ways to make these behaviors okay, those same women are finding ways to support women that are doing the actions in which put them in a bad light, right or wrong. And that's the case. You should not be supporting no Megan Thee Stallion, no what's the other girl name?
Cardi B. Why we can't support Cardi B? She's a married woman. She doesn't cheat. She cooks and she cleans and she take care of those children. Why we cannot support a woman that is working her ass off, also have a great husband at home? Why not?
Okay. So you can support whoever you choose. So my point is they are supporting them. My question to you is, who are the women that you're saying are the mentors or the so-called leaders of other women to mirror their behaviors and to be like them? Because y'all saying these people need to exist for us to learn from growing up. And it said these young women don't have that model, or whatever the case is, growing up. And that's why they have these low expectations. So I'm saying, who are these women that you guys want to utilize the platform and say, be like them? Is it Megan Thee Stallion? Is it Cardi B? Are you saying yes?
So what I'm saying is that
I'm asking you, are you saying yes, sir?
No, I'm not saying yes to that.
I didn't think so.
The reason why I'm not saying yes to that is because those same women, they still chose degenerate ass men, and the men are still following these fucking men, like Jay-Z that got Beyonce, cheated on that beautiful woman, even though she's all about the family and supporting the family and building up their family. Fucking whatever his name is, Cardi B's husband, he also a degenerate fucking husband that is, he almost put his whole family in danger by continuously to cheat and put that in danger. So those women that are doing all the right things, they still want to getting a fucking man that is a fucking degenerate. So therefore, we need men to understand that stop being degenerates and respect the woman that's in her, especially when the woman is doing everything that is supposed to by being faithful to him and also bringing home the bag as well and elevating them as men, because when they got with that woman, they elevated their own careers as well. That is the issue. It's the men, not the women.
Yeah, my whole thought is
And can I answer,
there's billions of
please?
people. There's billions of people on this planet. Billions. I'm a firm believer of when you reach a certain age, you're supposed to seek out the way you want to behave, regardless of how you were brought up. You're supposed to seek out the behaviors that you want to exhibit. So if you're raised in a degenerate household and you know you don't want to be that way, seek out people and mentors that don't exhibit those behaviors. It is all on you when you reach a certain age in order to change your behavior. People don't change their behavior because they don't want to. So there's plenty of examples. Has nothing to do with Meg Thee Stallion. I love Meg Thee Stallion, but I would never have that behavior, right? So therefore, I can follow her. I can follow Coretta Scott King. I can follow Michelle Obama.
Michelle.
I know how to discern. So you need to learn how to discern. It has nothing to do with Meg Thee Stallion.
Viola Davis.
Right. You follow
Angela Bassett. Like those are all married women that are in high positions and they have great men. But go ahead, Venus. I know you wanted to jump in. Then Aaron O is going to finish getting cooked up. Go ahead, Venus. You there? Go ahead, Aaron.
HQ said it perfectly. You kind of know what I was going to say. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, we get you now. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think you're on a little bit of a delay. Go ahead.
Well, no, HQ kind of said it perfectly what I was going to say, because so I think HQ said it perfectly what I was going to say. I don't know why he went to the extremes, such as the mega.
Damn.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you breaking up. We tried to let it see if it's gonna get back, but it didn't get back. So we're gonna wait till we get to a better spot because right now you're breaking up, Venus. Go ahead, Aaron. Tell me why we gotta use.
So
I don't even think she not even hearing us tomorrow. I think she got that New York internet. So I think y'all are confusing the two. If y'all are going to say that it has nothing to do with Megan Thee Stallion, it has nothing to do with Cardi B influencing people, right? Because the influence don't work.
It's her husband.
Then when individual men do bad things, we don't have to speak about it. Hey, look, that don't matter. It don't matter because that don't influence people.
No,
influences matter.
It does matter because so those women, especially Cardi B, especially Beyonce, they chose men, right? And those men, the problem is men would justify their bad behavior by saying, hey, he's a man that has all these women. He has all the options. He has all the money, then all the cars, and all the girls are just trying. You know how difficult it is to keep turning down vagina every single day of the week, all these DMs. That is the problem. These men need to step up and say, hey, I appreciate my wife. I don't give a fuck if I get a million DMs. I'm not going to step on my wife just because I'm horny and I missed out on 2 days of not having sex with my wife. Like he can have sex with his wife anytime. This is ridiculous.
So he could be whoever he want to be. He can sleep with women outside of his wife if he chooses to. It's his life. We don't get to dictate other people's lives.
So now, if that was the case, then he needs to be pushing that with his own wife, so this way she is not mad at it. If that was the case, and he could do whatever he wants because he got all this power, I have no problem with it. But the problem is that he told his wife that he was going to be monogamous with her. And so he's a fucking liar, and we need men to stop being degenerates and liars.
No, he didn't.
Oh, yes, he did.
No, I don't believe for a second that women have those conversations. I just got a text message from him. He said, yeah, I told. Look. We found that women don't even tend to have those conversations. What they say is, I don't want to play games.
What conversations? What do you mean?
About not cheating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't have those conversations.
Yeah, but that's the whole point is most people don't have those conversations. It's an expectation. If you put a ring on my finger, I expect you to be faithful. I expect that is what marriage means, that you will keep yourself for me, not be out in the street. That's an expectation that most people, many people, all people think when they get married. He's going to be for me. I'm going to be for him. We don't have to have that kind of conversation. That's a given. So
now, so here's the thing, Aaron. So now we got to shift it to the men. The men got to step up their game, be honest, and keep their dick in their pants. It ain't Cardi B's fault. Because everybody was looking at Cardi B, and I believe his name is Offset. They was looking at him like, yo, those people are couple goals. We want to be like them. They get on to eat McDonald's together and married, and they making money together. They want to be like that. They wanted to be like Jay-Z and Beyonce until they say, see, ladies, even if you fucking Beyonce, you could get cheated on. That is a huge problem.
I get it. Derek Jackson has
dictates the market. And Sharon, Dick dictates the market. So the market will respond to what is asked for.
Wait, hold on first, Koja. Shit.
I just really came to ask why I ain't got no damn wrench and I've been a member for 4 months. That's what I really came to ask.
Okay.
Derek Jackson.
I came to ask why I don't have a wrench and I've been a member for 4 months.
So you came to change the conversation?
No, I really came to ask that. But Dick dictates the market. So a man want what Dick demanded, the market would respond to. The market is responding to what Dick demands. Dick dictates the market. So if men wanted submissive, nice wives, they would dictate that and the market would respond. It is responding to what they request. And some women, because they don't have to comply with the market, are removing themselves from the market. But I just really came to ask about my wrench. So that's what I came to ask about.
Are we saying the majority of women are complying with this fit, feminine, submissive garbage?
Now, if that's really what men wanted, the market would respond to it, but their mouths and their actions are showing otherwise. And so the market is responding to what their actions are showing.
Which is the Cardi B
the
and
women
Megan Thee
learn that.
Stallions is what she's saying.
All right, so let me read some of these.
I done paid $25 over my 4 months, so I should be having a wrench because I know $4.99 times 5 is $25.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
About to get beat up now.
And if I continue to be a member, it will be more than $25. So I need my wrench because after this month, I will be more than $25 and I will have paid for my wrench. So give me my wrench. Thank you. And y'all men continue to circle jerk each other. And without women, y'all would be Lord of the Flies and Aaron. Oh, you would not be at the top of that.
Okay. Well, okay. The super mayor, Miss Venus.
Pay for smoke for both of us. God damn.
All right, the super mayor, Miss Venus. We sound good, but then on another conversation, we contradict that depending on the topic. Majority of the content creators are contributing to the gender war and think they are not. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. As long as women are willing to cheat and get pregnant by a man who isn't her husband, this community will always be behind the curve. No one has answers. Maybe if the men stop cheating. The super mayor, Mr. 16 in the chat is in the building. Hashtag bum ass nigga.
Damn.
Tezzy K, shaking my head. The lovers of men accepted the reality of now because they are benefiting from sleeping with women that probably don't know them self-health. What? Y'all proofread these super chats before you send them. Ed Unchained, why can't we just let black women love degenerates? I'm sure you would love that, Ed Unchained. Then you might actually get a woman, right?
Oh, damn.
Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Oh, almost forgot. Hey, Venus, you're awesome. Zero tolerance. The male nature cannot be changed. Ladies, you are wasting your time. Be the change you want to see.
God damn.
Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. G2G.
Got to go.
As he pop up on the thing. Child. GBGville, Sharon getting pressed for wrenches by these hoes.
Goddamn.
The super mayor, PH Diva, women are helping men cheat.
Shit.
Men are cheat with each other if all the women said no. Stop it.
Yes.
Ugh.
Wow. Actually, it's more likely that women would be with each other. But
women are more open about it, but y'all be doing it probably even more. Probably even more. So stop it. Absolutely not.
Okay, that's what you believe. I cannot. You
Aaron,
are the
you
supreme
got a
guy.
friend right now who be, oh yeah, Aaron, I really admire you. I look up to you, and he cool with you, but he really want to suck your dick.
Oh shit!
I know you got a friend right now, Aaron, who secretly want to suck your dick, right? So no, I'm telling you.
No, I don't know nobody that exists.
Of course, you're not gonna know until y'all get drunk enough. Well, see, you don't drink. See, that's why you holding them at bay. But he might drug you one time, put some in your water. I'm telling you, you got one.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Jack might be him.
That was mean, PhD.
If I could drop you, PhD, I would. That was the most fucking homophobic, whatever, dislike of homo people or something. Jabba, get her. Fuck this. I'm not about to be defending y'all. Jabba, get her.
I'm serious.
Aaron, what did you do this weekend for you to get to smoke today? And yes, what's going on?
But back to the Tonga, Aaron. Y'all see you had a thought. Hopefully you didn't lose it.
No, it's just listening. The truthful answer is I think men are not lying to women. I think that I've heard countless fathers in particular tell daughters, nieces, whatever, all these men out here just want one thing. It's very rare. It's very rare you're going to find a guy like this, that. Stay away from the large majority of these men. Stay away from them. And women don't listen. They want to do what they want to do. So men are very, I think Otis was up here. He was like, the majority of men are not good men. They are bad men. I think he said that. I don't know if it was here or I probably caught a glimpse of his show. That's what he said. So men have been telling women for years, these guys is dirty dogs, all the things. And you know what women won't do? Say, fine, we will leave them alone. You know what actually happened? Women said, I'm going to get some money. I'm going to do what men do, and then I can pick the men that I want. And you know what actually occurred? Men said, look, we going our own way. We don't want to talk with y'all. We don't want to deal with y'all at all. We playing video games and going online and creating communities, and we don't even talk to y'all. And then women say, oh, well, that's why y'all don't have communication skills. So the men are actually the ones that have walked away and said, we're not dealing with y'all. They are the actual ones that women have said, y'all don't even want to work no more. Y'all just quit. So their actions are more believable because they're willing to not play at all. While y'all keep saying, no, let's just, come on, man, just change so I can be with you. Leave them all alone. Be by yourself and be happy and see if you can get it done.
No, all lies was just told just now. What happens, truthfully, is that these men, they cannot keep to themselves and they fall victim to this whole machismo. And I got to put my peen inside of everything that's goddamn moved, especially when I get some kind of a stylist. And so therefore, they are just out there putting peen in things. They are lying to these women saying they're going to be faithful when they get married. They're not having honest conversation, say, hey, every once in a while, I want to do this, that, and the third on the secret vacation. These men are getting caught cheating. We got people that's in these spaces like Red Pill Ranger. He says he's in a 20-year marriage, but guess what? He was cheating for 19 of them. Your marriage, those other 19 doesn't fucking count, sir. I'm sorry, but he tried to change over his life because he didn't want to lose his family. We have other people that's in these spaces. All they did was cheat on their wife, and then they got caught. And then they say, hey, they changed their life when the woman got serious and said, I'm going to leave your ass.
That's why.
The real issue at hand is that these men are lying and put on this pound their chest when they in these goddamn squares, acting like they the fucking man, and no, you was a liar degenerate that was out there just fucking anything moving.
I think you're not accurate.
Hold on. Let me ask you this, Sharon. Do people lie to you? Just on a day-to-day basis, do people lie to you?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea. So do you know how to deal with liars?
Yes.
Yes. So if you know how to deal with liars, women can know how to deal with liars, unless you're just supremely smarter than them, right?
So what happens is you got to catch a liar in a lie.
Mm-hmm.
So when they catch them in a lie, and then that's when the women say, "Hey, I'm leaving you," and then that's when men are saying, "Oh, the woman is willing to destroy their family because I put my dick inside somebody else." It's way deeper than you just putting your dick inside somebody else.
So if I say, Sharon, look, I got this plan, right? I'm gonna turn your $200,000 to $70 million. All you gotta do is just transfer it into my account, and then I'm gonna do this deal and make it happen. Would you say, yeah, that's a good idea?
Yes.
Plenty of people do. Watch American Greed. Plenty of people.
It's the whole reason why they got Ponzi schemes. People do it every day.
Hey Sharon, you trying to turn $10 into $100? I got a program for you, man.
Exactly.
No, I mean, but even a couple years
So-
ago.
so what I'm saying-
those,
the reason why I
blessing
say-
circles.
Go ahead, Diva.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, those blessing circles that Black people were doing, right? Somebody invited me to one. Oh, it's doctors and lawyers. I don't give a damn. This sounds like a pyramid scheme, but a lot of people got taken advantage of because people will fall for it.
Yes. Grown people will absolutely fall. We talking about people that invest money, people that got millions of dollars. The fucking New York Mets got caught up in a Ponzi scheme. All those brilliant minds, billions of dollars that team is worth, they got caught up in a Ponzi scheme and lost hundreds of millions of dollars.
Agreed. Here's the difference, right? The Ponzi schemes are illegal. It's illegal. Me lying to my wife saying I ain't gonna cheat on her, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
In the court of law, it is. That's
No,
why
it's
we
not.
can. That's why
No,
we can.
no, it's not. It's not illegal.
And that's why I can legally take. That's why she can legally take half. Because
These are
Legal
bad
means you can be
arguments,
pressed.
actually,
You can be
right?
pressed. You
It is
can have
not
charges
illegal.
pressed
Yeah,
against you.
if you are in the state of Georgia, you could possibly get arrested. You could do jail time in Georgia for cheating on your wife. Yes, absolutely, it's possible.
Okay, so pull up the case. Pull it up. Because it's possible that if a woman say, "Oh, their guy did something to me," and then she recants and say, "I made it up and lied," that she could go to jail for that. It's possible. Pull up the cases.
All I'm saying that it is possible. That's all I'm saying. That
No.
most people just don't pursue it. It's just like jaywalking. You could go to jail for jaywalking, but
Y'all are bad at listening, and I'm just having fun today because I'm trying to be in a good mood, right? It is not illegal to lie and tell your wife that you wouldn't cheat on her. It's not illegal. You can say that as much as you want.
Right. However, but that shows his character and it shows he's a horrible human being. And that is the problem that we are really having, is that even when men have these women that are exceptional, they still willing to do degenerate behavior. That is the real problem. And then it trickles down into the lower level human beings, and they feel like they could do it as well. And this is why people are scared at younger ages to get involved in women, even though we know for a fact that the quicker you get into with a woman and you find a woman of values and y'all both have very minimal sex partners, y'all relationship is tending to last longer. If y'all both all have the same general values of how much money y'all want to make and y'all get to that and y'all reach that, y'all going to stay together at an 80% clip. We know these things, but nobody want to talk about that. All they want to talk about is degenerate as men, like the Red Pill Ranger that cheated on his wife for the majority of his fucking relationship and say he is the truth. No, he's not. He's a fucking liar.
Hold on, Sharon. You said a lot. You said a lot there. Hold on, Aaron. Sharon, you said a lot right there. And one of the things y'all do not talk about, because y'all like to just point the narrative. All right. If most men are incels, most men throughout history have never procreated. If most men are walking away, if most men are either in monogamous relationships or long-term relationships, if most men are these, how is it that these women are running into degenerate men unless they're all fucking the same men? That doesn't make sense. How is it that only 40% of men reproduce throughout history? It's because they're all fucking with the same small percentage of men, and then they want to project that on all men. They're the ones choosing the degenerate sons of bitches. What are you talking about?
Not true at all. Not even close to true that it is a small percentage of men just pregnate the world. That is not true.
Oh, okay. So, Sharon, let's just ask you this question. Are the majority of men good men?
I believe so.
Oh, so you believe so. So let me ask you this, okay? Do you think that if women were to come to you or Brownsville, because y'all need to be stopped. Okay, if they were come to you guys for this guidance and you were to select the men for them, we would solve these problems.
There's a good chance, yes.
I
think yes. I think my percentage would be much better than what they got currently. Yes,
I got you now.
Not 100% though.
No, I get it. Nobody can do 100. Let me ask you this: do you think that's something that women would want to do to go to the men that can find the men that can solve these problems for them at a high rate, or do you think they want to make their own decisions?
Both. I think they want to have. Yeah, I think they want to have the time to choose.
They want their time to choose, right? And what we found is the time to choose is when they young, vibrant, and they're at having their time of life, and they want to experience life without being tied down, right? I don't know. No,
I don't think the tied down part is what they worry about. I think the part that is scary is that there's more men. The loud majority of men that are screaming out loud, they are the ones that make it seem like relationships is not good. And so it makes women afraid of the man that they are dealing with. And this is why the boring man is not considered the good man. It's kind of what PG was saying. So we hear men are the biggest promoters of degenerate men. They say, oh, you need a man with swag. You need a man that's a little bit violent. You need a man they are the ones that's promoting all the degenerate behavior. Because most men would say, they look at me, I'm not the exciting dude. I'm not the violent dude. I'm not the list will go on and on. I will be complete opposite of what they say, everything that a man should be. But clearly, my relationship status shows that I am the right person to choose.
Now,
men are the main ones that are promoting degenerate behavior, not women.
What kind of men? It's usually the men who can't get women because they have brains or anything worth of value. The only people who will support men who all they have to do is show up with some vibes and it's niggas who can't do shit.
Jack, no
niggas
lie.
Who got something worth to bring to the world. They're not going to support just showing up and giving dick. Only people who would support that are motherfuckers who don't have nothing to offer anybody.
That's
correct.
They're the only ones who would support. Hey, look, that guy who gets women just from existing and not providing anything in the world, he should be what you want. Those guys are only being supported by motherfuckers who have nothing to offer women. Most men who have something to offer will not support that message.
So Sharon, what we're trying to get down to is this: women will say, if I want to sleep with Sharon and I don't want to make him my husband, or I don't have no requirements for him to take me out and get some lobster and shrimp, I should be able to do that. Now, if I want to mess with Otis, he got to marry me, get me lobster and shrimp for me to sleep with him. And you will say she should have that right to do both those options?
Yeah, she should have the autonomy to do it, yeah.
Okay, and men should have the right to cheat on women if they want to cheat, and not cheat on women if they don't want to.
No,
you can't have it both ways. See, you're saying that she can mess with all different types of men. It's her choice, and she can have standards for this one and lower the standards for this one. So a man can say this: when I run into the right wife, I won't cheat on her. That's what you're saying.
That is not what I'm saying, because what you're confusing this is that you're confusing dating and marriage, right? Okay, so yes, the women should be able to have options to say, hey, I dated these 3 dudes. I'm not having sex with these 3 dudes, but I'm dating these 3 dudes, and I'm going to choose the one with the best character. That's how it should go. And the men problem is that they are marrying their woman, the one that they think is good. They say, I'm going to marry her, keep her at home, keep her pregnant, and do all the things, but I'm going to put my dick in other places. That is the issue. So now if the woman is marrying her husband and still keeping the Red Lobster dude, that is a problem. But that's not what women are doing.
Oh, I see. So that's how you set the standard up. Like how women are doing things in life is the correct way.
Are we talking about this one's specific?
No, what I'm saying is she should not do that. She should not say, look, I'm going to tell this guy he need to take me to get lobster and shrimp, marry me in order for me to sleep with him. But I'm going to tell the other guy 3 months ago, he don't have to do none of that, and say, yeah, that's fine. That's her choice. Right. But then tell a man, if he says, look, all wives ain't the same. Some wives are better than other wives. Okay. And when I meet the right wife, maybe I won't cheat on her. He had that right to say that based on the logic in which you're giving to the first scenario.
So, but the problem is that he don't want to leave that wife. when he found out that that wife is not good, he want to keep her in that bad relationship. Hey, you shouldn't want to break up your family because you are a bad wife. I gotta go find good pussy other way, because when they say they have a bad wife, it's never about because she ain't cooking, clean, or taking care of the kids. It's usually about they not getting enough sex. That's what they usually complain about. Most men on these places, they complain about not getting the beautiful viscous innards, and it don't got shit to do with her being a bad wife.
I don't know about that.
And Aaron, no.
Yes,
the
sir.
important distinction as well is commitment, right? Because men or women, if you're in a dating situation, you're not committed to that person yet, right? So you do have the autonomy to choose and continue to vet and continue to play the field to get that person worthy of commitment, right? But you can't go and flip it and say, well, once a man commits to a woman, now he has the autonomy to use and abuse this woman he committed to. Those are two totally different things. One is just a natural order of dating, and the second is just an atrocity, right? A man committing an atrocity towards a woman that he committed to. Those are not the same thing, so you can't conflate those two.
Okay, I won't conflate them. I understand the difference. So you're saying that as a woman, if she's not married, then a guy sleeping with another person while sleeping with her, there's no problems with that, correct?
If they're not committed to one another, there's no problem with it.
I'll rephrase it. You're saying specifically, because I don't want to conflate dating and marriage, right? If a woman is not married and she's sleeping with a guy and he's sleeping with a bunch of other women, she should have no problem with it because she's not married. There is no commitment, correct?
Well, no. If she's committed to, see, that's the thing. Commitment is not just through marriage, right?
It's not.
You can commit to someone that you're intending to marry, right? So we gotta understand the nuances, right? If you're dating, if you're playing the field, which is what you were suggesting that the women were doing when they would lower the standards for the Pookie and Ray Way, but then they'll higher the standard for Aaron O. That to me is not the same thing. She's not committed to the Pookie or Ray or the Aaron O, and so she's just playing the field. She's just still in her vetting process. But once the vetting process is over and you find that person that you're willing to commit to, that's when all of those kind of degenerate ideologies should be thrown out the window, and you're just focusing on being good to that person that you're committed to.
Yeah, so marriage has multiple purposes, right? So for example, some people just want to get married on paper for tax reasons, right? Some people want the capital gains advantage that comes with it. They don't want the commitment of monogamy. Some, not all, right? So if people are using the vehicle of marriage to say, look, we married on paper and all that, and we have a relationship, but I'm still going to do these things that I wanted to do because the reason why I got married was for this reason, right? Y'all have no problem with that. That's what y'all saying.
Nope.
Well, what I'm saying is,
level.
What I'm saying is, to me, that's just an illogical way to find success, right? You shouldn't use marriage as a vehicle for finances. You know what I'm saying? Why is that logical? How is it logical? You should be using marriage as a vehicle to find a successful relationship. And if you're not doing that, then you're not being serious about finding someone worthy of commitment.
I would agree with you, Brownsville, but tell that to the rich folks who do the same exact thing and stay married at a 20% rate, that they don't get married for all the things you're saying, that they only get married for tax purposes or for to show up at a business meeting looking good. They only married a chick who looks good on paper, but they don't really like her like that. But they stay married for like 20%, at a 20% rate. So, and not to mention the arranged marriage rates, they're the highest too, because they don't get married for all the things that most people say you should get married for.
Right.
So how do you square that circle? How do you square that? Ones who get married for love and all that?
No,
out the window.
So what happened is that, like, I do agree that some people get married for their different reasons, but you got to stay truthful to whatever that it is. So the people that are getting married for love and commitment and non-cheating is one of the biggest things, and we all know it. Cheating is one of the biggest things we have a conversation about. Once you say, I'm not going to be fucking anybody else, and it's for better or worse, not worse with a T, is for worse, meaning that you can go down doesn't mean that you gotta be homeless, right? So that's what worse means. It doesn't mean, it just means that you started here. We start off as a 2-bedroom, we could go down to 1-bedroom. That's worse than the position that you was in. It didn't say worst. That's saying that we went from a 2-bedroom to on the street, and I gotta stay with you for that. That's not what for better or worse mean.
So just to make sure I understand and follow that analogy, right? Are you saying that there is no cheating and then cheating, right? You're saying that the for better is no cheating and the for worse is the cheating.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So once you break that, whoever those people are, if your commitment says that we are not going to be cheating on each other, that is your commitment. The better or worse part doesn't have anything to do with the cheating at all. The better or worse is more about who are y'all as human beings. So we start off in a 5-bedroom house. What is worse is that we went to a 3-bedroom house. It doesn't have anything to do with cheating. People try to conflate it and bring it into cheating, but it has nothing to do with that at all.
So it's a reference to lifestyle, or is that what you're trying to say? It's a reference to look, we was in a 5-bedroom home, now we're in a 1-bedroom home. You can't leave. It's for better
or worse, right?
A reference to lifestyle.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if you I don't know. I could be wrong, but you do know part of lifestyle is also sleeping with people. That's part of the lifestyle. Yeah, it is.
No.
It is.
No.
So no,
it's not. Absolutely not.
I have a situation that I want y'all to consider, and I'm gonna take it out the Black community because everybody know Black people business, but we assume everybody else relationships is on par. Mexican friend, her husband was the older man when she married him. He did his thing when he was younger. Fast forward, she now his age when he met her, she did her thing. She moved out the house. Would you have divorced her? Now they back together. She moved out the house for 2 years. She had her time. Would you have forgiven her like she forgave him? And we assume all these other races' marriages are these, they met when they was young and they married and they submissive. You never know what go on behind the scenes. And would y'all have stayed with her after she did what she did in that marriage? They back together now, living together again, and I'm happy for them.
Hey, to each his own. If they could get past it, they could get past it. I'm, that is what it is.
Can I ask you a question, Sharon? Sharon, my bad. Fuck.
Yeah.
Would you consider it a man not being committed if he leaves his wife if she comes home pregnant from another man's kid? Would that be considered him not being able to commit?
No, that's his wife not being able to commit. He should absolutely, in my opinion, leave that woman. I ain't Joseph. My wife ain't the Virgin Mary, so no, I'm gone.
I'm glad you cleared it up. I had no idea for better or worse mean if y'all go down the standard of living. Like now that I know that, we need to get this message out to everybody because they've been operating under the sense of, look, if people get sick, they lose a limb or things like this.
That's a part of the worst.
Oh, that's a part of it too.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's not part about it is cheating. That part, that's not part of it.
Yeah, that's not part of it. No.
Okay. All right. So now, okay. So everything but that is a part of it. Okay. Now it's starting to make sense. Okay, I got you. So if someone does cheat and then their husband decides to stay with her, because we know women do a lot of cheating, and the husband say, we're gonna stay together, you support that as well, or do you say, nah, you need to walk away so we can hold a standard that's wrong?
Yeah,
But remember, he did it first. He did it years ago.
Yeah,
in the marriage.
No, we have a Christian woman. I played her video.
Me personally, I don't believe that's something that I would be able to deal with. Me personally, no.
But remember, we going to you. We going to you to help these women find the right men, and so your standard is if it does happen, you do agree. Hey, look, I know we talked about this. This is one of the bad guys. I'm not 100% hitting from the gym. Y'all need to leave him. That's what the advice you're going to give.
I would have to. That is a very nuanced question.
It's not nuanced. It's very
it is nuanced. It's absolutely nuanced. For me, most likely cheating is I can't deal with somebody that's going to keep lying to my face. If you are willing to somebody that I'm I got your life in my hands every day we go to sleep, and you willing to backstab me? Absolutely. I cannot deal with that. I'm sorry, Koja, but I could not deal with a cheating woman, and I would not advise
Oh, she didn't backstab him. She let it be known up front.
to be with a cheating man. So go ahead,
She
Koja.
didn't
What's your thoughts? I can
backstab
hear you.
him. She was very transparent.
Fucked up in 2024. You sound
Yo, they done got her. Go ahead.
Sharon,
Hold
Sharon,
on.
you are promoting degeneracy.
Hold on. Go ahead, PH Diva. You there? So get that Miss
Hold on.
Know-It-All.
All right. Who is this? Oh, Queen Bomb Cherry, the P Bomber. All right. Get that Miss Know-It-All country backwoods barefoot static mic woman out of here. Koja gotta go. Damn. Hey, Bomb.
Hey, well, whoever that Bomb Cherry, the who peep pop, that ain't me, y'all. So
Oh,
I
okay.
yeah, I don't know who that is.
Bomb, that's you. Stop lying to us. You admit it now.
Yeah,
Dang.
I don't
Barrett-
know who that is. How y'all doing? Good. Happy Memorial Day to everybody.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Beretta Scott King. Ao is rolling his neck and popping his lips. You go, Queen. Find your king.
Goddamn.
Who you made mad, Aaron?
Ouch.
Ed Unchanged. Sharon is lying. He's a reformed, dread-headed Pookie.
Whatever.
The super mayor, the guys that pander are the most questionable.
Correct, Superman.
I agree with that 100%.
And we know who the panderers are.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Back to my assault on Sharon. You are promoting degeneracy.
No, what I promote is that people be good character and not cheat on a person that they say they would
No.
never do.
That is exactly degeneracy. You're supposed to be promoting. When you find this out, we sit down, we have a talk, we come to terms, we figure out what the other person went wrong. No, you basically going if you did a clip as soon as you find out she cheated on you. Ain't that promoting degeneracy? Ain't that how women end up in situations where they get their ass beat when they husband or dude find out?
So here's the difference, because what I'm going to advise myself to do is different from what somebody else can. So I would try to find out what's the psyche of the human being that I'm talking
So do as
to.
I say, not as I do?
Because not everybody is willing to be able to leave they said human being or stay with that said human being. Because some people, they would, if you convince them to stay with that person, they're going to wind up doing some foul shit to that person anyway. So you need to have the conversation. So that is a very nuanced conversation where you should stay or go with somebody that cheated. Because a lot of people cannot get over the fact that you did them dirty like that. And some people,
yeah, but based on the conversations we have, you're saying that these are two individuals who are mature and communicate and have effective, all that shit that y'all say that people should have when they get married. And y'all should be able to talk through this. You should be able to say, my wife is human, I'm human, I understand you had a need, you wanted to have a baby from another dude, I get it, I understand, I'm gonna raise that baby like my own because I'm a man who's committed to this woman who I love and who will never do anything wrong to me because women are perfect. You should be that guy. Why are you saying, nah, as soon as she do some fucked up shit that most women apparently never do, I'm gonna leave her ass? What if it's just a one-time mistake? Why are you putting all that? I don't get it. Isn't that promoting degeneracy? Ain't she supposed to be saying we're gonna stick this out for better to worse?
So what I'm promoting is that it is nuances to this thing of called life. So it got people that are absolutely, they are like the one that Koja brought up. Both of them cheated and they was able to move past forward. They split up for 2 years. They wasn't with each other for 2 years, never got divorced, and they was able to come back and be back in the house. So those two people, yes, they made it through, and they could be a testament of that. And we could use that as an example that, hey, she cheated, he cheated, they got back together and it worked out fine. But that is not for majority of cases. It got to be case by case scenario. Not everybody is able to do that. We just got I just was talking about the TikToker that walked inside his goddamn apartment, even though they wasn't together, they was on a separation. He walked inside his apartment, seen her and the new boyfriend hugged up on the couch. He shot both of them dead. So therefore, if I was having a conversation with him, knowing that he's on drugs and he's unstable, I would say you need to leave and never go over there again, because I see what he would be willing to do. So it depends. It's a very nuanced conversation when we talk about cheating. Not everybody will be able to go back.
I'm just saying, not having an outlet for how to deal with these fucking situations as they come up. Isn't that how people end up going down the wrong route? They don't have any actual solutions other than just leave, especially when they got their livelihood and everything tied into this person.
No, so
you
that's
can't
not
just
what
leave.
I didn't say just leave. The problem is that people want to have human beings as a monolith, and you cannot do that. But one thing I do know,
I'll accept that answer.
If both parties would not cheat, it'd be a lot easier for you to stay.
So the reason for divorce is cheating, or it's not that?
That's one of the reasons for sure. Because you are putting a danger to my life. I cannot trust you. I cannot trust a woman that's willing to sleep with another man. I cannot trust you. That man could convince you to keep putting bleach in my coffee for the next 10 years so I could die. This way you can't detect it. You poison me, and now you get my insurance money. Absolutely not. I cannot trust you, ma'am.
Well,
yes, ladies.
Give me an example of when people leave marriages incorrectly, meaning like they confuse that is a good reason to leave.
Something that is a wrong reason to leave their marriage is when if a man is leading everything in the right direction, he doesn't cheat, he doesn't verbally abuse you, he doesn't physically abuse you, he doesn't do any of those things, and the only reason why you left because you was bored. That is a horrible reason to leave.
Isn't that a good reason to leave, though?
No, being bored is not a good reason to leave.
But being bored might cause me to cheat, and so she divorced him before she cheated on him, and therefore that's an excellent reason to divorce him.
Absolutely
so
not.
She won't cheat on him, so she won't cheat on him.
No, absolutely not. That's why you need to go on a goddamn.
That's an excellent reason not to get.
Baum has a point. So, Sharon, as you've been the leader in this, I have a question for you, sir. Do you recommend people divorce first or cheat and then divorce after?
I would advise people to marry for character, so this way you don't have to worry about getting nobody.
No. Sidestep that question. Go for it.
I'm not. So what I would say, I always tell men like, hey, I'll tell men and women the best partner you can have is the one that you could be bored with. If I could sit on the couch with you and do absolutely nothing, that is a person that you need to fucking marry. If you need a roller coaster lifestyle to be with said human being, that is gonna.
No, that's not what Baum said, sir.
80% click. Get divorced,
sir. Do we divorce prior to the engagement of messing with other people, or mess with other people and then divorce? Which one do you want to happen, sir? Which one do you think is more respectable?
I think it's more respectable to be with somebody that you could be bored with.
Yeah, see, so Baum got you. She got you.
Absolutely not, because Baum is trying to promote that happiness is something that you got to strive for with your partner, and you cannot do that. That person either going to be happy on their own or they ain't. I cannot make my wife happy, and I'm not going to attempt to make my wife happy.
Yeah,
if
but
my ass can't figure out her own fucking happiness, you better get the fuck on.
There you go. She getting the fuck up on, like you just said that she getting divorced.
No, but
right?
you said, but that's just her. But what I'm saying is that I cannot make her happy. That's what I'm saying. You talking about two different things.
You're right about that. No, you're right.
I cannot make her happy. So there's nothing I can do to make her happy. So therefore, I'm gonna marry somebody that me and her have the same core values. So I'm not attempting to make her happy.
So let me ask, well, this is actually a good question. So you can't make somebody happy. I will accept. I've heard that a lot. Can you make somebody bored?
Wait, can I ask a question?
This is a good question for Sharon. Don't let him dodge.
No, because I'm just wondering how we went from a conversation about how men aid, abet, and make excuses for other men's degeneracy to women and, all of the stuff that we're talking about now, right? Me too. I don't even know how we got here.
That's a good question. Blame the moderator. That's what I would say.
Oh. That's right. Blame.
You can still answer that question before you jump back to what PhD was trying to get you on.
Don't start stuttering now, God damn it. So I would say, hey, being bored in a relationship is a beautiful thing. God damn it. Let's read a book together. Let's watch some corny ass TV show together. Let's figure out a new recipe. Figure out a way to be bored with your goddamn person. I don't need to be doing something every minute of the goddamn day. If you need to be doing something, sign up on every minute of the goddamn day. It's a you problem. You have a problem. Stay away from Sagittarius. That's all I'm saying.
Or fake Scorpios like myself.
Scorpios too. They crazy as hell too.
I think we got distracted, PhD, but when I think Venus came up here and she was trying to shift it a little bit, and then she was trying to show that women are accountable for their actions without throwing them under the bus. And so when you say things like, oh yeah, the men need to do this, but the women also need to raise their standards and stuff like that, it shifts the conversation a tad bit. So I think that's kind of where it starts shifting a little bit.
I think the issue is the fact that
of cheating. That's why it's shit. It's because of cheating. Men don't want to hold themselves accountable and keep their penis inside their pants, even when they have a successful woman like Beyonce or a successful woman like Cardi B. They still want to go out there and cheat, even on a successful woman, a beautiful woman, fat ass woman, dance, could strip, dance, sing, cook, clean, all those things.
In a self-reported criminal. You heard what she said she did to those men? All right. I had to drug them. And then you heard what she said. It's documented. So isn't she a degenerate, or can you come back from your degenerate
But
status?
she was never a degenerate to her man.
Oh, so it's about who you. Oh, okay. I got you. It's about who you enact.
Did anybody ever come forth on that, or was she just telling her stories because that's how she made her money on Instagram and Twitter?
I just want clarification, Bomb. Are you saying if nobody comes forward and says anything that it didn't happen?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm kind of saying that there's a lot of storytellers who are on the internet, making videos, and yes.
Oh well, I'm good with that logic because it's somewhat reasonable unless they died, obviously, and I don't think that's the case. That's how most people should feel about Charleston White, then.
Yeah, we do. I think there's a lot of people who say the white women would have came forth. Those who are reasonable understand that Charleston White is just saying things.
Wow. No, I do not agree with
Bob
that.
is
No.
undefeated, 3 for 3.
Isn't that so? Y'all disagree that Charleston White, who's known now, saying now, unless I'm confused about what we're saying, because I remember him saying he did something to some white women.
Right. So what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if the story is truthful or not. Once you saying this remedial rhetoric, we got to hold you accountable, and you cannot be promoting this type of talk because
absolutely matters if the story is true. However, you can have that second part. It absolutely matters if the story is true, sir. Absolutely.
What I'm saying is that because Mom's saying that just because they're a storyteller, it doesn't matter. So for me, it doesn't matter if the story is true or not. If you out there promoting this type of degeneracy, no, I have an issue with that. Whether it's true, because you are going to promote somebody else, even though you physically never did it, you want to promote somebody else that never did it to do it. That's the issue I have with the story.
No, I see your point, but I thought Aaron's point was something else. So I was just saying, if it's not true, then you can't hold him accountable for something he didn't do.
No, so what Aaron always trying to do was saying that once a degenerate, always a degenerate. And what I'm saying is that you can be a reformed degenerate is what I'm saying. So if Offset and Cardi B, they get past it, they say, hey, we both used to eat McDonald's and now we don't eat it no more because it's going to be bad for health. I don't see nothing wrong with that. So if they both was doing something wrong once upon a time and now they move forward, they got grown, let's move forward. We're not going to cheat on each other because we're married, then move forward in that existence. Stop getting with a woman. And then now we are saying that somebody like Cardi B is a bad example for women to follow, but as far as we understand, she cooks, she cleans, she's have a family, and she's making money, and she's paying half the bills.
So you are advocating
that woman
to be more like Cardi B.
Yes, in that sense of a wife, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, what she do, what you willing to accept for a woman to dress like and dance like, that is up to you.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I think it's fun. I think she's a fun wife. I don't see her husband doesn't have no problem with it. That's why he married her. And millions of other men wouldn't have a problem with it neither. They
Right, because we know it's a lot of men out there that don't want a boring. They don't want a boring ass woman. They don't want the woman that could play chess. They don't want a woman that's going to sit there and crochet or whatever. They want a woman that's excited.
Y'all
and curse them out.
Y'all was promoting Megan Thee Stallion too. I heard y'all up here supporting Megan Thee Stallion, right?
Yeah.
All right, so all the guys that she was messing with her best friend, man, all that stuff. Y'all like, it's cool.
Right.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
that's not true.
that's the problem. He cheated on Megan Thee Stallion with her friend.
No,
that's a problem.
She was doing. Come on now, this is crazy. That was Megan Thee Stallion's friend's man first.
No, that was her get back.
No.
She said, "Oh, you want to fuck my man? I got you. I'm gonna one up you." They was playing tit for tat. That's what happened.
Y'all didn't know that's what happens in real life?
It was a tit for tat.
No, I know what happens in real life, but I think that you cannot hold a standard and then deviate from it to prove a point. So like you can't say, hey, don't cheat on me or I'm gonna cheat on you to prove I cheat better. You have to say, if you cheat on me, I don't do those things because it's wrong. And then you don't do the action.
Well, some women and men, that's what they do. And there's other men and women who don't do that. You know, there's some of us, like if my husband cheated on me and I may decide to get his ass back and one up him, or I may decide to kick his ass out, or I may decide to forgive him. It just depends. Different people do different things. And that's my point, that, you know, there's no one way of doing anything or being married. And as we mature and get older, it may even change. In the beginning, I may be a conniving type of person, then I may mature and get a little better. You know?
Yeah, I hear that. That's why I was telling Sharon earlier that people make different decisions and what they would have done when they were younger, life experience. I mean, I hear a lot of women say, I was married before, I'm not getting married again. That I hear that more consistently than I was married and I want to get remarried again. So I don't know. Maybe
it depends on the generation.
Yeah, of course. I agree with that. Depends on the generation. But older people are typically married out. If you're 60, you're married, been married for 40 years, you probably, minus the guy that divorced his wife when it was like 97 because she cheated 45 years ago, minus that guy, most of them gonna die married together. So we really are analyzing the younger generation that are just getting into marriages or bypassing them. And most times when a woman's getting a divorce, they're not looking to remarry. They tell you, I don't want to get married again.
But I just want to say this. I think we shouldn't be using these industry people as examples, right? Because they're outliers. You know what I'm saying? They're not living a life that we're living on this panel, right? And a lot of times their behaviors is always going to be on the extreme side of the spectrum. So to use the Cardi B's, the Meg Thee Stallions, and those people, it isn't really realistic in my opinion.
It's kind of realistic in my opinion, because they're not the outliers. If one of us on this panel can say that, yeah, we basically done all those things, right? So it's how many is this? 5 of us? 1 out of 5. I can say that you can't name anything Cardi B have done or Megan Thee Stallion have done that I haven't done.
Yes, we can.
Well, I mean, I didn't grate no men or shit like that.
I did. Thank you, Bob. Come on now.
But then we don't know it that she did that. But I tell stories. I may sit back and tell a story about me doing some shit like that, though.
Okay, fair enough.
What? Absolutely not. No, if somebody's gonna say the story, we could say that they did it. That's it. You say the story that you did it. You did it.
Wait. So Sharon. If somebody say, Sharon, I'm an astronaut and a billionaire, that's what you gonna go with?
If they got proof of it, yes.
Now you asking for proof. You're defeating yourself. You're defeating yourself right now.
Absolutely not.
This is insanity.
Absolutely not. Because look, if somebody say they are astronaut, then you need to have proof. Cardi B, she has proof that she has been drug abused because she was in an industry where she could possibly be drugging people and she could use the scene. So now if this man or woman that tell me that they are astronaut, they better be in some kind of program. They better be in a school where they are astrophysicists. They better have some kind of proof to prove that they are in the field that they're in. So Cardi B, she has the proof that she's in the field.
There's an industry where you put like stuff in people's drinks. There's an industry for that.
Absolutely.
That is wow.
Yeah,
that is wow.
I know. That's what I'm asking. I'm still saying.
Yes, I believe Rick Ross. I think what's the name of the song? UENO. You ain't even know it. So absolutely.
Now you want to use my point. This is ridiculous.
It's absolutely a place for human beings to be doing some degenerate behavior. Absolutely. So if I know a man that he was grown in a certain neighborhood and he's around certain group of men. He hang around King Von, and he talking about he shot somebody. I'm going to.
Wait. Now you open up the whole door. So the difference is Cardi B was not being an artist when she was speaking. She was just talking about what she did. She didn't put out music. Artistry in the music, what Ross did, is a little different. You can actually understand that he probably didn't even write that song. It's reasonable.
Nope. I'm not going to give that to Rick Ross. No. So Rick Ross, he was in the jail trying to pop off girls, and they ain't even know it. He's like, "Hey, you want a cigarette? I'll get you a cigarette, baby girl. Just put it up on the cell real quick."
Nobody holding that against Rick Ross, are they? Rick Ross still out.
It's going to come out eventually.
Eventually, how you know about it? If you mean eventually,
I promise you, it's going to start. As he being involved in all this other bullshit, it's gonna come out with a story. It's gonna be some lady that was in that jail cell. Give me 1 second. It's gonna be somebody within that jail cell say, "Hey, Rick Ross, he tried to entice me and use his power to get some of this good old criminal vagina." Absolutely, in jail.
I thought that information about him working there been out for many, many years. By now, somebody would have came forward by now, right?
It's gonna come out. Watch. I'm telling you.
I can't rely on that.
Watch is gonna come out that Rick Ross was trying to solicit some goddamn correction officer peen up in the criminal system.
No. You know, when Cardi B put out her information, she wasn't known yet. She wasn't even a rapper. You know, she was no.
Okay.
I used to watch her on here. She was on YouTube, Instagram. And she wasn't even on Love and Hip Hop yet. And so she used to just be on there telling stories about her being a stripper.
But I want to get back to us, man. We got to stop justifying bad behavior. These men are acting bad on the highest level, and then it trickles down to these men on the lower level, and then they think that they could do the same thing as Puffy, Rick Ross, so forth and so forth. They believe that shit. They believe that they would sell one nickel bag and they still like they are the Nino Brown of their building all of a sudden. They think that shit is the Carter. And they will act just like Nino Brown. And all they sold was a dime bag, $10.
That's true. That is 100%.
That is true.
Now let me ask you this. Would you much rather that they fake like they did that stuff or actually do that stuff?
Oh, reframe that. What you mean?
So, like, for example, right? Music is art, and it has some levels of protection under the First Amendment and things like that, right? Because they went to court. I think in California, our governor had tried to say he's gonna protect it or whatever the case is. We don't know why he did that, right? But if it's in a song, we don't know if they wrote it. They could be capping, but then let's just say, I tell you, Sharon, yo, I got a plan. I'm about to tell everybody I was a #1 drug dealer in all the world, and I wasn't. I didn't do none of that stuff. But I'm going to make a lot of money and I'm going to change our family's life. Would you tell me not to do it, or I should at least try it? Because remember, we dead broke. We ain't getting no money right now. We like, you know, some of these content creators struggling.
I would say, I would say if you go into on the fact that you're just storytelling in music, then yeah, I think that's fine. If you just storytelling music, but once you try to make it as that's your lifestyle outside of the music realm, that's when I would have a problem with it.
I gotta sell it to y'all.
So Cardi B?
No, not Cardi B. We talking about a new scenario. Yeah, we're talking about a new scenario.
Okay, but
we talking about Aaron O. We talking about Aaron O. He is from the Bay Area. I believe that's where Rick Ross, the original Rick Ross, is from. Somewhere around there. At least he's on the coast where Rick Ross is from. So he said, if he said, "Hey, I know all the stories. Rick Ross is my uncle. I know every story they told me. I could produce it. I could rap good. I could promote it. I could sound exactly like how a drug dealer is supposed to sound because I know all the stories." But he possibly never sold a drug in his life. Is that okay?
Right, but isn't that what he was saying about? Isn't that what Cardi B was talking about, popping the pussy and doing things with the guys? Isn't that the same?
No, Cardi B said she absolutely drugged people in the goddamn strip club. She was stripping.
Do you believe her, Sharon? Do you believe?
Absolutely, I believe her.
Wait, you believe she did that? Hold on, Bob. You believe she did that?
Mm-hmm.
And you just came up here and said women should be like Cardi B.
No, that's not. I said they should be like the wife version of Cardi because she never drugged her husband. So she could move forward and she could absolutely change her life. So the white version of Cardi B, this new beautiful woman that cooks, she cleans, she doesn't cheat on her man, she ride or die with him. She bought him a goddamn Rolls Royce, she bought him a Bentley, she bought him watches. That woman right there, this new version of her, that is who women should try to be. But the other one that was living in the Bronx, that I may or may have not tipped her $20 before because she was working in the club, that one I would say no. Before the butterfly tattoo, Cardi, no. Don't ask me how I knew.
Look,
But she might have got $20 from
this. Wow, this is wild. So you like the new Cardi B, not the old one?
Correct.
Okay, I got so people have a right to reinvent themselves.
Correct. There we go.
Almost, because look, you agree what she said is despicable, right? You agree that's really bad, right?
Yeah, depends on who she drugged, but yes.
It depends on who it was.
Yes. Like I'm just saying, like if she drugged Hitler, I wouldn't be so mad.
Damn, you shouldn't say that name. Okay. I understand that. But we don't think that she had. I don't know if she did that, but fair enough.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Let me ask this. So, what made Cardi change? Because all she did was make some money.
Ooh, get him, Bomb.
So, what made Cardi change? She believed in this beautiful man by the name of Offset. She said, "Yes, I'm going to change because I finally found somebody that's going to guide me in the right direction. He's going to build up my career. He's going to put more money in my pocket. I'm going to take Hennessy out of the projects." And yes, she was named after Bacardi, but it was okay. And she said, "We are going to move forward. I'm going to marry this man and I'm going to be faithful to him. I'm going to raise his children. I'm going to cook and I'm going to clean for this man because that's what we do as a good woman." So that's why she done changed her life.
Wasn't she still whipping women's asses in clubs? She's still in the clubs fighting and shit, getting drunk, and she's still doing that? Still claiming gangs and shit?
Well, you can't get out of a gang. You know, that's part of the music part. You know what I'm saying? You can't really, no.
Well, damn. Okay.
So you can't. So wait. You can't get out of a gang, but you can get out of a marriage?
Damn. That sucks.
That's wild.
That's wild.
Gangs.
Damn, when you put it like that, that's crazy.
Married couples. Wow.
Well, then again, Lil Wayne did switch his gang, so I guess you can divorce your gang as well. So Lil Wayne went from blue to
was
red.
never in the game. That's why. But Cardi B still claim a gang and she's still fighting, even though she's a mother. People saying motherhood changed her, but she's still in the club fighting. Just last year, she threw a bottle. She asked people to throw water on her. And when a lady threw water on her, she took that mic and threw that shit at that woman.
No, you conflated two different situations. That wasn't, both of those wasn't Cardi B. Only one of them was Cardi B. Hold on.
What? About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
You there, Diva?
I'm here. Queen Bomb Cherry, the P bomber. This is Bomb when she P bombed the Black House.
Goddamn.
Queen Bomb Cherry, the P bomber. What about married couples who bring in other people?
Shit.
Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. My bad. Took a phone call. G2G, great show, yo. Queen Bomb Cherry, the P bomber. Then bring Otis back because his wife never came on here and said it. We can just say that he was just saying stuff for the internet. What twin? The super mayor, Sharon, stop it. Aaron is cooking your pandering.
I told you you're getting cooked.
Hey, so I got a question, man. What does pandering mean on YouTube? Because I thought I knew what pandering meant, but it's not aligning with the YouTube definition. So what does it mean on YouTube, Aaron? What does pandering mean?
It's been used quite a bunch of different times depending on the person that says it, but typically what it means is it's usually indicative of men or women saying things to the opposite sex to make them feel good but don't have any actual intentions of, like making it their lives actually better. We're just saying what we want to say to make you feel good and to agree with us and be on our side. But we know that it really ain't gonna change it, and we don't really believe half the stuff that we saying. So it's like Derek Jack said, if that man cheat on you, you leave him, and then he go home and say, "Wife, don't leave me. Don't you leave me." But he get online, tell women, "You be a strong woman. You don't let no man walk over you," and all this thing. He get home, "I'm gonna walk all over you, and you better not do nothing about it." But online, he operates differently, and he talks down on men. And he's actually the men that he talks down on, and it does that to make women feel better, and they are the ones that flock. Women are the easiest, as y'all will say, to manipulate. It seems they be jumping to these people.
It's absolutely the men. The men are the easiest to manipulate with those things, because they will believe a man saying all the bullshit. I would never date a single woman that is over the age of 35, and then they go ahead and marry one. And it's bullshit.
No, that is cap. Men are not doing that. No, absolutely not. You got to
So it doesn't mean.
Hold on. Before I let Brownsville go, no, the men are absolutely the biggest panderer to other men. Go ahead, Brownsville. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brownsville.
No, they not.
Wait, so you don't know who Donovan is? What's his name? Donovan Sharp? Is that his name? Oh, you should marry single mothers. You should marry women over a certain age. He married an old ass single mother.
Right. Go ahead, Brownsville.
That's a fact.
So if you make it a point,
Yo, damn, they done got him.
All right, the super mayor. This is pandering by Brownsville.
Goddamn.
Oh, damn, you got it.
Lord have mercy. They be tripping. Goddamn. But I believe do we have another one?
I probably don't give the best example for pandering. Some people are better at explaining it. I tell you this, we know it when we see it. That's one thing that's clear.
Men do not.
Okay, so listen, what I'm saying is that, and I think for the most part, people might agree. If all your followers are women, for you as a man, the large majority of them, we know it's something going on over there. There's just no reason why you don't have a bunch of men around saying, "Yo, he the real deal. He official." I'm not saying that that's always true, but most of the times, if guys ain't rocking with you, like, "Nah, we ain't rocking with that," it's something about you that we know that's fraudulent. That's all I'm saying. And Derek Jackson didn't have a bunch of male supporters. Let's just be honest, because the guys was like, "We know he lying to y'all. We know these guys ain't really doing these things, and stop this." And they fell for it because women want to feel better sometimes, and that's just what happened.
So now on the other side, if you got a show and is 90% men, we could say that you're a panderer as well.
No, because men are supposed to. If you were to say that men have a show in all women, listen to what I said, in all women,
90% women. Mm-hmm.
So then that would be interesting. I don't know.
That's me. That's me. It's my channel.
Yeah, so and that might be Taz. So I don't know.
So is Taz a panderer?
Well,
I've been accused of it for years.
So
are you? Is the question. Being accused and being it?
No. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, whether people like it or not. Pandering is when you gonna bite your tongue and let motherfuckers do whatever they want to do. In this case, it would be women, right? So I think when you said, do men pander to men? Absolutely. I can show you more men pandering to men over the years than even pandering to women.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm in agreement with that kind of newer now. So I've kind of spoken about it. Men have now been able to monetize men's pain and things like this. We don't normally contribute our monies to these situations. Keisha Cole get to singing, and he's like, "Oh yes, I change. Oh, get my money, Keisha." Guys ain't throwing our money at other like rappers and things like that. This is a new phenomenon, right? And so this is why you see an abundance of content creators that you could say bash women, whatever the case is, because they've been able to monetize that now. Before they couldn't monetize those men. This is a new thing. They couldn't do it before.
You say in the past 5-10 years?
Yeah. It's relatively new. Men had no way of getting a bag doing like this type of stuff prior.
Right.
Hell yeah,
I
they
agree
been doing this
100%.
shit. Well, that's false. The manosphere been here for a while. Y'all just knew.
Well, that's why I said. That's why.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
Shout out to he is back. Shout out to Brownsville, New York. You are back. Go ahead, Pierce Diva. Rimbro, Red Pill Mail, Incel, Manosphere. Man, I don't know if the BRO supports those no good suckers. Supports the #1 ambassador and unofficial spokesperson, Brownsville. Revive our brethren. Courtesy of Red Pill, Incel, Manosphere, Brotherhood's remedial organization. Oh, bro, I get
But look, I think.
Shout out to the Superman with the 2-bar. Daryl, did you get a job yet? Goddamn.
So I think when
they just white dust on Drax soft guy era with the 2-bar. I'm broke. Gosh darn it. Don't at me. Ask PH Diva for money.
All right, so you asked Aaron the definition. I don't even disagree with his definition of pandering. I actually thought that was a decent definition. I don't know why he went against his own definition, but I thought that was a decent definition. But the part of it that I think is left out is the part of it where, okay, so what, for example, when I'm called a pander, it's because I'm standing on the positions I have that quote unquote support a woman. So a lot of what seems to be pandering seems to not be about the actual topic or any intellectual debate. It's gender specific. If the women don't like it, it must be for men. If the men don't like it, it must be for, you know what I'm saying? It's that type of deal. It's not actually what you said or standing on business. It's literally which side picks your argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Too. That too.
Yeah, I can definitely see that one for sure. But I'm not a panderer because I talk about the women all the goddamn time. All the time, Aaron.
Okay, definitely Brownsville is definitely a panderer. I might give you a slight Brownsville. Nope, definitely is. He come up here. I'm here to let all the queens know, you know, that I'm here for you to tell these men that they need to do right. And he do this for 2 hours and 45 minutes. So like his soliloquy is extremely long. So he really goes into this process. Now, I don't actually have a problem with the men pandering to women. If it works, go ahead and do it. It's just when the other man call y'all to say, we know what y'all doing, don't look at us like we crazy, like we making this up. Just say, look, I know what I'm doing too, player. I like to pander to the women. They deserve it. And we like, all right, cool. We ain't rocking with that. We gonna call you out and we gonna say that's what we see going on. And that's what the battle gonna be. I already know there are gonna be guys that are going to do that. We enjoy it. Go ahead and keep trying this craziness.
Well, first of all, let me address the super mayor because every time I forget to uplift her and shout her out, she gets upset. So peace and love to you, Queen Super Mayor. And I apologize for not giving you your shout out originally. Now, let's get to the pandering part because I think y'all are just misinterpreting my message. You see, I'm not necessarily speaking to the woman with my talking points. I'm calling for men to recalibrate their value system, to remove sex and lust from the top of their value system and replace it back with God, right? To come back to being a true leader, right? Because in my opinion, if men decide to raise their standards and become true leaders, the woman will naturally acquiesce under that leadership. And that's how we can build
and that's where you're wrong at. And that's where you start pandering.
Right? So I'm not, so what I'm saying is
these hoes ain't acquiescing to shit, nigga. You can't get these bitches to
I'm not
acquiesce
speaking
to
to women. I'm not speaking to women at all. Can you utilize a little bit, just a little bit of self-control, my brother? I know you got a lot to say, but have some okay, there you go. Appreciate it. So what I'm saying is this, right? When it comes to women, I'm not even addressing them, right? My talking points are geared to the men, right? Because I'm a man. And I believe that men should do some self-reflecting and take accountability and responsibility and carry the heavier burdens when it comes to building our community, building a better society, right?
Why
the
do you want men
problem
to do
is
it?
because I believe that men are supposed to be the leaders when it comes to community building and when it comes to propelling our society forward. See, the problem is this, Aaron O. The reason why the men are rejecting that message and calling me a pander, the only reason why they're doing that is because the women agree with my message. They're saying, yeah, Brownsville is correct. If men decided to do some self-reflecting and decided to take more accountability and responsibility and decided to really examine themselves, fix themselves, and really become a true leader, then the woman, they've already shown that they'll naturally acquiesce to how a real man is moving, right? And we gotta just have an honest conversation and understand that. But the problem is men aren't willing to do that. Men want to continue under this red pill men, incel men, manosphere men ideology, these rim brothers, these no good suckers, right? Who don't like accountability, don't like responsibility, and they built their foundation upon hatred towards women, and they have a corrupted value system which has sex and lust at the top. So as long as you're willing to engage in those conversations with those men, Aaron O, and you're willing to encourage these men to continue to maintain lower standards and continue to get fat and chubby and not work out, not do anything productive in life, not be a father, not wanting to pay child support. You know, the typical weak men, soft guy era talking points. As long as you're willing to encourage that and engage in that, Aaron O, then they won't call you a panderer. They'll say, well, yeah, we like Aaron O because he is pretty much giving us a lot of false credibility for our degenerate ways. So that's the difference. I'm not pandering to women. My beck and call is for real men to identify their own self-worth, to identify that they have the capabilities to become a real leader if they just do some self-reflecting and fix their own issues inside. Once they do that, once they get out there, and it can start easily. It can start right now. Get off the internet, man. Touch some grass. Go run for about 2 miles. Because, you know, before I came on this internet, me and my wife together, we ran 3 miles, right? So I want men, get out there, run 3 miles. I did 80 push-ups as soon as I got up after I prayed. So I'm calling for men, get up, do some push-ups, get in some type of physical shape, pray, read the word of God, do these things. It's not hard. I don't feel like that's pandering to women. Do you?
All right. And I also want to welcome into the show the #1 male panderer supporter.
Definitely not a panderer. What's good, everybody? What's popping?
What up, AL? I heard what Brownsville said. I would say this. If the real man that y'all claim that exists, and y'all might even claim to be them, if y'all want to put together the infrastructure in place so that you can supply these women with those options, all the power to you. But to expense y'all energy to come on the internet to tell other men to not be on the internet is interesting, to say the least. Go out there. To me, I like to couple it just like the women that say all these pay inequities that exist. They go out and get $16 to $30 billion of divorce money, and they don't create no businesses and put women in CEO positions and go, more, I got $16 billion. I could start $1 billion business right now. Let me put a woman in charge. Let me put another one. Let me put another one. And do these things. They don't do those actions. And it's just like the men that come on the internet to talk about the men that come on the internet. If y'all want to put systems in place and go, ladies, I'm the guy that y'all need to be. I model the behaviors. I know where those real men are. I got systems in place because I ain't just talking. Like I say, those other men on the internet just talking. Come holler at me. I got the systems in place. I want to be responsible for those actions because I'm a real man. When we start seeing that occur and y'all actually get those women who are not bad apples and all that to believe in y'all because y'all the real man, they can see y'all and come to y'all side and do those things, y'all might garner a higher level of reverence. But until those actions start to occur, we not agreeing with that. We think it's cap.
And let me welcome somebody that absolutely needs to go and walk 3 miles. Welcome to the show, JX. Good day, sir. How you feeling?
I'm kind of tired. You know, I'm sleepy and everything. But I gotta say, well, Aaron O. Well,
yes, sir.
What's going on with you?
What's
So I'm not going to pander. You know, I ain't one of these panda bears who want that blue pill of foolishness. But at the same time, you red pill niggas, you know, how come Anton didn't help y'all asses out? How come Anton did not create no future for you, Aaron?
Everybody in this space, he created a way for pretty much. Everybody that's making money on YouTube in particular, he puts a lane for. He's created a whole community of people for people to have access and audiences to. Now, he ain't saved the whole world yet, but he put a lot of people on.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing with this. So by that logic, so me, you know, I believe in activism, right? So by that logic, shouldn't Anton gave y'all a political, social platform to remedy the problems in said society? If he's so great?
So I think he's probably modeled behaviors that people have said, and he has a lot of testimony that, yo, this is what I do. Y'all want to do this? And people have said, yo, I did exactly what you said, and this is how it's going. Now, if the people don't decide to do those things, he can't make them do it. So I don't know what the comparison is to him.
Well, the thing is, though, the man showed up on Dr. Phil. He was buck dancing and shining for Dr. Phil, and with a Rollo Tomasi. So why didn't he use the ability when he was on Dr. Phil to help you come up in the world, to help Simp God to get up in the world? How come he didn't help y'all asses out? Explain that.
That's not his job. His job.
Wait a minute. I thought those brothers were supposed to help brothers out.
Yeah, if you ask him for help and you go seek the help from him, that's a different conversation.
But I thought Anton was supposed to help his fellow black man out, right?
Like I said, have you went to him and said, "Hey, I really want your guidance on this, that," and then I'm going to actually follow it?
What I'm hearing is shame, blame, and explain matters more than helping your own fellow black man out.
No, dude, what are you talking about?
They don't know.
Stay out of this cool. Stay out of this cool nerd.
I already destroyed you last week.
Hold on. Grown people talking right now. The kiddie table is across the hall.
Don't make me do it.
All right,
again.
the kiddie table is across the hall, nigga.
You sound crazy right now.
Because I am crazy. Next, now, how come Anton didn't help you out, Aaron? How come he didn't help you or help Jay Prince when Jay Prince was in trouble? How come though he didn't help that? How come he wasn't the big bro to help your asses out?
Help us with what, sir?
With the guidance and giving y'all guidance and direction.
Hold on, JX. So here's the problem. So he already answered. He said, if you are looking for his guidance, then you need to go ahead and pay the man his money for his time so you can get the guidance that you are looking for. That's the part I'm guessing you're missing.
No, and what he's missing is.
So you saying that he should do it for free is what you saying?
Well, if your goal is to help black men and help the black community to rise itself above like the phoenix from its ashes.
Yeah, but when have you heard Anton say he's only here to help the black community?
Never. He said he would hear about that money.
That's a bad example. A better example would be using one of these women who claim they're here for all these women and ain't built Nan Woman's platform, though. Yep. That would be your better example. So if I were you, I'd stand down.
Yeah, because what you said right now, I'm
not standing down.
Get a moment, but AJ, you got to understand, people on this show, we actually listen to words, and so therefore you cannot just bait us into a bullshit conversation. We listen to words. So, but it was a good attempt, I guess.
No. It was a great attempt. You see,
Right, but it's a failed attempt nonetheless.
No. What I just did, no. What he just did is that he willing to pander for another man. That's what Aaron was doing.
Hell no.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
You there, Diva?
I'm here. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Pandering is removing accountability from the audience, directing their vitriol towards an outgroup, and positioning yourself as the better alternative. Jack Soft Guy era. In other words, everyone who is a capitalist is a panderer. Politicians, feminists, red pill, they all pander for money, votes, or support. Jack Soft Guy era. Also pandering is give me your money and I'll push your propaganda, make you look good, highlight how you're a victim, and benefits need to be compensated. Deborah Leonelli, I just want to say hello to Aaron.
Hey, Deborah.
Last one, that was really good. That was really good. Go ahead, you got some thoughts? We'll go
real quick.
and then we go Cool Nerd.
So my thoughts are this, right? Because Aaron O did the normal Rim Brother deflection tactic, which is to say, hey, if you can get the woman on board with your program and you can mentor them, and then you're finding some good outcomes under that program, then the men are willing to follow behind the woman. So my question to Aaron O is this, since he suggested that, do you yourself concede leadership in a relationship to a woman?
Define leadership.
Define leadership. Okay, you are the head of the household. You're the final decision maker. You are the one who's willing to walk on the outside of the street to protect your woman from a oncoming car, or you're sitting in a restaurant by the exit making sure your family is safe, or you're leading by example. So everything that you're doing, you're willing to make an example of how other people should be moving. When it comes to a relationship, Aaron O, my question is this: are you the leader in that relationship, or, as you suggested, are you willing to follow behind a woman who is leading you?
Me personally, I don't follow behind no woman. However, there are women that might not want to follow people and they want to partner and they might want to negotiate. I don't want to just allow you to do every single thing and be at risk. I want to have influence. I want to have say so, because this is my life as well. So I see, well, what you said that I said I actually didn't say, but I don't need to go back and forth about that. We're in a different society now. The things that used to be required are no longer required for us to have relationships. Relationships have evolved. It's changed. The dynamics are different. Whether y'all like it or not, it's been proven. Yeah, y'all can go out and try to use the old relationship methods and they will not work for whatever reason, but it's not going to happen. So I don't actually believe this so-called leadership thing that men just love to, I'm the leader. Who cares? That y'all may think that's important or it means something, but it really, really don't. It don't. Women are not necessarily looking for leaders. They're looking for partners. So being a leader is irrelevant when women are looking for partners.
So you're not willing to provide, protect, to be the one to go into the house if a fire break out to save your family. So you're saying that if you get with the woman, you're not able or willing to do those things?
Yeah, I can do all of those things, but that's not pertaining just because I'm a leader. There are non-leaders that do those things as well. So you'd want the woman to also save the family, especially if you're not present. But even if you are present, you want her assisting with saving the family, not just waiting on you to only be the savior.
Right. And I've said that countless times. Yes, my wife is also a leader. You know what I'm saying? But in this relationship, the relationship that I have with my wife, the successful over 20-year relationship, I carry the heavier burdens as the man, right? I lighten her load.
What's the example of a heavier burden?
The example of heavy burden is this. When it comes to paying the bills and the responsibilities of the house, I take on that myself. Even though my wife works, my wife is very, very educated and she's very successful in her job field. But I never counted on her to provide for the family because that's my job. That's my responsibility as her husband to be that provider. And I give her the space to pursue her dreams and passions as every queen, every lady, every woman should have the ability and capabilities to do so, right? So that's one of the ways that I say I carry the heavier burden within a relationship.
So you saying that you paying the bills at a place that you stay that you probably have to pay the bills at if you were single or not, that's you taking the heavier burden?
Well, yes, because me and her are together. So what I'm saying is this: in the house that we own together, she doesn't have the responsibilities to make sure that the lights stay on, that the mortgage gets paid, that the water stay on, right? All of those responsibilities fall on me, right? And all the stress and all of those things when something goes wrong, that also fall on me because I believe as her husband, it's my responsibility to carry those burdens. She shouldn't have to worry about any stressing out on different situations. She knows she can call on me if there's a problem and I'm going to fix the problem, right? Hey, babe, don't worry. I got this. You just continue doing what you're doing. I'm going to figure out how to get it done.
So wait a minute. Hold on, Brownsville. So are you telling me you and her have the same checking account?
I didn't hear. He cut out.
Do you and her have the same checking account?
We have joint accounts, yes.
Then how come? Then therefore that logic defeats the purpose that you are having a heavier load.
No,
because
it doesn't.
Her money, if you have a joint account, that means her money is being paid for whatever you do in that house.
We have joint accounts, which means more than one, Big J.
So Brownsville, I guess his question is your money, or is your
right?
Money?
Thank you. That's the point.
Money,
that's the point.
I got it. You're not really good at articulating that. So he's saying calm your emotions down. He's saying that
you're not good enough at being a jackass, though. By the way, I'm just saying. But carry on, though. Carry on. I'm sorry. Carry on. Carry on.
So Brownsville, the money that you generate and you bring to the family, it's also your wife's money, correct?
That's correct.
So there's no distinction between your money and her money, correct?
No, her money goes into an account that doesn't support the household.
So I'm going to rephrase the question. Is there a distinction with the money that you bring into the family and what her money brings to the family? Is it her money is hers and your money is y'all's? Is that what your indication is?
Yes, that's
okay.
Correct.
So
like a real man.
So you're saying that since your money is your wife's money, then that she is in fact actually paying the bills because that's her money.
What?
That's not a comprehension problem, sir. You're not gonna get away with this. It's not gonna work. You guys got to stop coming on here saying that y'all the real man and y'all pay all the bills. We have many conversations that have had these arguments delivered to us before. We know how to respond to them. You can't then be the upstanding man and hold that position and say, but no, the money that I make is actually my money. I use that to provide for the family. So it's y'all money or it's not y'all money. You have to identify the distinction there. And I think it's going to be hard for you to try to make your wife look good and your marriage look good and say, yeah, but that ain't her money. That ain't her money. I'm paying. It's y'all money.
So let me give you the distinction,
Give me the game.
so you can comprehend it, right?
Yes, sir.
So my wife works because she wanted to pursue a career, right? And she's been in this career over 20 years, very, very successful, right? We never counted, or I never counted on her money to sustain our lifestyle, right? My wife has always had the freedom to pursue her passions and do whatever she felt necessary to do She never had the stress of, well, how is the mortgage going to get paid? How the light bill going to get paid? How the water bill going to get paid? Because since I've known her, when I decided to take her under my umbrella has always been big enough to sustain us and our children when we added on to our family, right? Because I believe that's when I talk about the burden. You see what I'm saying? Because a man should be willing to carry the heavier burdens within a relationship at all times. And part of that is dealing with bills and finances, right? So a man shouldn't have to rely on his woman to say, hey, we got to pay this car note. We got to pay this mortgage. We got to make sure these lights are on. A man's supposed to get on his 2 feet and get it done and provide, be a true provider. The same way with being a protector, right? Now, I teach my wife how to protect herself, how to protect the family when I'm not around, like going to the range, teaching her how to clean a gun, how to load a gun, how to shoot a gun, defense tactics on how to disarm people, all of those different kind of things, right? But when I'm walking with her, when we go on our daily walks and runs, you know who's walking on the outside closest to the street? Me, as the man. Because I'm going to always be in a protective mindset and have situational awareness in every situation. So my wife don't have to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? You know what my wife is worrying about? She's worrying about, hey, when we go on vacation, what
Let him get a
clothes
chance to
we gonna get
respond.
for the kids and all of those things. While I'm worried about situational awareness, okay, this car's coming, boom, I'm gonna make sure that I'm in perfect position to push my wife out the way, those kind of things. When we go to the restaurant, my wife worrying about, hey, what am I gonna order today? You know what I'm worried about? Hey, I need to be watching the exit to make sure none of these rim brothers, no good suckers, are trying to come in here and disturb our peace by shooting up the place or sticking up the place. So there's a greater burden when it comes to leadership. That's what I'm talking about.
Let
And
him respond.
a lot of men aren't willing to be true leaders.
So let me just make sure I understand. When I assume you have a job. I don't care about what you do. That's none of my business. But I presume you have a job because you're finding a way to put money in your family and make sure they're provided for. So you have a time when you are not around your wife. When she walks down the street without you present, is she protected?
Yes, absolutely. Because I taught her how to protect herself. I trained her. I gave her the teaching and the knowledge of how to protect herself in His word. Not only protect herself, but protect our children, right? Which is some of the things I've already displayed on a panel. I told you, I take my wife to the gun range. I've taught her how to load a weapon, how to shoot a weapon, how to clean a weapon, et cetera, et cetera. I've taught her defense tactics, how to disarm somebody with a weapon, how to maintain proper distance from people. All of those type of self-defense tactics, I taught my wife, right?
So
I teach
now
my
you're
children
saying
the same thing.
So now you're saying she don't need you for protection anymore because you've already taught her how to protect herself, correct?
Well, when she's not in my presence, she knows how to protect herself. But when she's in my presence, she doesn't have the burden of worrying about protecting herself, right? She doesn't have that stress because she know I got it. That's the difference. See, you're conflating. You're conflating. Yes, you are, because you're not understanding when I mean the burden, right? See, because a lot of y'all men, y'all feel like your woman should maintain the same burden as you. I'm saying that's not how a real man.
I'm not conflating, sir. I'm actually being a good listener. You might learn something from this. What I heard you say is, when I'm with her, I take the burden away from those responsibilities. When I'm not with her, I put the burden back on her. Agreed?
No, because it's not me. It's not me putting the burden on her.
Yes,
because
it is.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's me equipping her. I'm equipping her with the ability to take care of herself. Right? That's the difference. A lot of y'all men aren't willing to do that. When you ask a man, oh, how often do you train your wife or teach your wife how to protect herself? And they'll probably tell, oh, I did it 5-6 years ago, right? Or I gave her a gun, and the gun been sitting under a pillow for 5 years, never been cleaned, right? Got rust all on it, or those kind of things. So what I'm saying is, there's a certain way a man should move, especially when you're being intentional in a relationship and you have a woman that you want to come up under your umbrella. There's a certain burden that comes with that you should then remove from the woman, right? Obviously, you're not going to be present with anybody 100% of the time. But when you are present, she should have the freedom to not have to worry or not have anxiety or stress about anything, because she's following behind a true leader. She's protected by a true leader. She's provided for by a true leader who gives her that freedom.
I heard what you said. When you are in her presence, she shouldn't have to have that stress. But when you leave her presence, she should have that stress. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, that's natural. That's natural for everybody, right?
So
what are we talking about? What's your point, Aaron? Oh, I'm kind of confused.
You ain't confused. What I'm showing you is that you're talking about a burden, right? I get the burden aspect. Okay, you want to take a duty from her that she would have if you were not present, right? But then when you remove yourself from presence, you then want to put that burden back on her.
No, it's a natural thing that every person, because if she was with me or if she was not with me, she was going to have those burdens, right? But I believe that once a man marries a woman, she should no longer have those normal burdens that she had before she got with you. But see, men, those rim brothers, those no good suckers, that's why they rebel against the teaching that I'm giving them, because they don't want to do what's necessary to provide that umbrella, because they want to provide small umbrellas. So when the hell is coming down, they want to protect themselves and not their woman.
Okay, so
that's the issue.
I don't want to get stuck on going around and around. So I want to ask you this question. You do all of those things for your wife. Cool. Can you tell the men for doing all those actions what they should get in return if they desire reciprocity or something from the opposite or their wife? Or what would they be getting it? So that way you can tell the man, by the way, this is what y'all turning down by not doing these actions.
What I get is the most beautiful thing any man can imagine in the world. Love, peace, happiness, respect, right? That's unquestioned and unquestioned loyalty, right? I'm talking about if I call my wife and soon as she answers, hey babe, what can I do? What do you need from me? Right? Because she's free. She does not have the burdens that most women have in life, right? So when it comes time for me getting some reciprocity, I don't have to beg for it. I don't even have to ask for it. It's just things that come natural. That's what you men can expect. That's what you men can yearn for. If you're willing to put your 2 feet on a pavement and provide that type of an umbrella, and you'll never have to question being loved, being supported, and all of those things, right? I'm very happy. And see, and that's another thing. A lot of these men feel like I'm parenting to women. You'll never find a woman on this internet that can come and tell you, hey, Brownsville tried to send me a DM, or Brownsville tried to ask me for my number, or Brownsville, none of that stuff, right? Because I'm a happily married man. My wife provides everything that I need from a woman. So I don't need no other woman for anything, right? So what I'm saying is, if you're willing to put in the work, lay that kind of a foundation of being a true leader, recalibrate your value system, you too can get these type of outcomes, right? To where you don't have to be easily triggered emotionally. You can have some stoicism. You can have some proper decorum. And you know what? It wouldn't hurt you to lift up other women every day, right? Tell them, hey, you're a queen. Hey, you deserve respect. You deserve your flowers, right? That wouldn't hurt a real man, right? Because a real man already understands that he already has that validation. So he doesn't need it. Peace and love.
I don't have a disagreement with the last.
Flowers for what though, fam? What we giving them flowers for though? You think every woman deserves flowers?
Hold on, before we answer that.
About to be a situation.
You there, Diva?
I'm here. Deborah Leonelli. I love how Aaron exposes these frauds. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Let women be the leaders. They smarter, better cheaters, more educated, stronger, have higher EQ, and would create world peace if they became president. Jack Soft Guy era. Brownsville versus Red Pill. Let's go. Sean Lovelace. A real man would hire 24/7 security. You know what? Robin drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Let women be the leaders. Hold on, did we read this one? Oh, okay. Let women be the leaders. They make more money. They more empathetic. They don't discriminate against the opposite sex. They love all people. Let me lead.
So should I be giving
Jack
flowers
Soft
to?
Guy era. We're reading super chats, man.
My bad.
Calm down. Oh, okay. Jack Soft Guy era. Oh, I'm telling. Brownsville out here training women. The misogyny is strong in him. Women aren't dogs. They don't need no man to train them. Yo. Reaper Rails 9876. Brownsville, you paid for her loyalty. She's a conscript soldier. If you cheat on her while still paying for everything, I didn't even finish reading it. For everything, that unquestioned loyalty ends.
Hey,
Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Child. Let women lead. If women led, there wouldn't be gender pay gaps, sexism, or great. Women intuitively have the answers if men stopped oppressing them.
hey, Sharon, my son heard the song. He wanted to hear it one more time.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Cute. All right, the super mayor, Brownsville versus Princella debate. Let's set it up. Wow. AL, how old is your son?
4.
Oh, that's very cute.
So what I was asking though, so you think every woman deserves flowers regardless?
Absolutely. It doesn't hurt a man. It doesn't hurt a man at all to give every woman flowers.
Okay, so here would be my question, right? So I cover news, right? So I see women taking advantage of children. I see women unaliving other women. How can you give both parties flowers? Sometimes a woman is a victim of a woman. How do you give both women flowers?
Well, in those specific situations, so women who are committing these atrocities that you speak of, obviously they deserve the consequences of their actions. Nobody's taking that part away. See, that's the thing. Y'all got to understand how to distinguish two things, right?
There's no distinguishing all. The question was all. You said, yeah, all. So now I'm just digging into what you said by all.
Right. But what you're doing is you're creating a situation to where, well, this woman committed these atrocities. So are you going to get up and give her flowers for committing those atrocities? The quick answer to that is no.
But the problem is though.
That means you're not pandering. That means you're not pandering.
Yeah,
right.
I just need 15 seconds. I'll be quick, Taz. What Taz is saying, Brownsville, is that you should have been alerted and realized, no, I'm not going to say all women because that's pandering. And we know that's not true. The majority of women deserve their flowers, and he would have never had that response. But since we know you like to pander from time to time, you're going to say, oh, my queens. And he's highlighting that he's aware enough to identify when people do that. That's all you saw.
Right. But what I'm saying is we're on the internet, right? So how do I know this Queen Aries is this serial murderer? I don't know that, right? But all I can do is recognize the fact that she's a woman in a man's world, in a world in which majority of men, such as some of the men on this panel, are devaluing women every day. So since I'm consciously aware that women are being devalued at an alarming rate, whether in real life or on the internet, where men are not willing to remove burdens from women, simple burdens, even the woman that they love, they're not willing to create that type of a platform for these women. So yes, I feel it necessary to come up and simply uplift these women. Tell them, hey, you have value. Give women their flowers.
It gets difficult, right, when you say shit like that, because that bitch had a platform like that, right? That hoe had to go. See what I'm saying? So like you prefer to say this shit because you don't know these bitches. These bitches ain't did shit to you. These bitches don't troll you. They don't bother you. Okay, so when Aries Queen has crossed somebody like me, I can't say the same things you can say. So I understand why you say them, because that bitch ain't crossed you. But once she crossed me, then you're telling me I'm supposed to want to get a bitch flowers? I'm supposed to respect her the same way you do because she ain't crossed you?
Well,
crossed me.
I'll say this, Taz. A lot of women, and none of the women here have ever crossed me. The reason why probably is because I don't cross them.
No, because you never put a platform out here for them. You ain't put no platform out here for them, my nigga. No, bro, no.
I'm not doing that. I'm not out here calling them B's and H's and all of those things. No, that's not in my character to do that. So if they recognize that, then obviously, yes, they're going to respect someone who's willing to treat them with a certain type of value. That I mean, that's just commonplace.
But it's not though, because so you would have to create a platform and do it for years to understand my point, because their points change. The same way they was running around here pushing Prince Ellis 6 months ago, they're not pushing that now. So because their points change, sometimes why they support change. And if you ain't created no platform to actually try to daily and give them what you're claiming no one else is, you would understand. Some of us have gave them a platform, and they use that platform for nothing but to benefit themselves.
So I understand what you're saying, right? And so I got a question for you, Taz. So did you start off your platform calling these women B's and H's?
The ones that did shit to me, yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is, what you're articulating is, you never had a problem disrespecting women and calling them out of their name.
Articulating is don't change my words. What I'm articulating is, I'm going to give you the same energy you give me.
Right. And see, and that's not what I'm articulating. I'm articulating that women don't affect my energy in a way to get me emotionally triggered to the point that I'm gonna disrespect them. Why? Because as I've articulated several times, I've never found a woman to be competitive to me. I've never found a woman to be in a situation to where she's a threat to me, right? So I handle them accordingly, right? Which is, yes, I'm gonna always treat you with respect. I realize even if you treat me with disrespect, your words is not going to control my actions or my emotions, right? That's when I talk about real manhood. Real manhood is understanding that you don't have to be emotionally triggered by a woman's words. You can show and utilize emotional intelligence and stoicism, and as Otis would say, stand on your square as a man, right? And you continue to utilize your words and actions by your standard that you set up for yourself. Now, as a man, if you set up a standard that you're just going to give everybody, man, woman, children, the same energy they give you, then how can you call yourself a true leader?
So when I started this platform, right, I was invested in calling out what men do, right? So I didn't have women cross me for the first 2.5 years. By the time a woman crossed me, it was enough time had passed that people know who I am. So I get your point, but you'd have to understand mine. My point is that when you have women threatening your children, threatening your mother, doxing your family members and the whole nine, for you to say that that woman deserves a pass because she's a woman, it's almost giving them carte blanche to do whatever it is that they want to do to you. And so what happens is a lot of the conversations, like especially on social media, like me, I'll say women, right? But I'm not even talking about a majority. I'm not like, you know what I'm saying? It's not even nowhere near a majority, but there's a select group of women that use social media to only push what benefits them. And so even if you support them, if your support isn't in alignment with what they want and the way they want to possibly see it done, they'll go against it. You can be telling the truth, it can be righteous, you can be standing on business, but if they don't like the way you said it, they won't support it. And so with that, understand that me pushing back against women threatening my mom, them bitches didn't like it, and I don't give a fuck how them hoes feel. I don't give a fuck. because didn't none of them bitches come on here and say shit about a woman threatening my mother, right? So that's where the problem comes in. If a woman can come on here and threaten a fucking woman and it just gets forgotten, well, I'm not gonna forget it. The same way motherfuckers had so much to say about Daryl and all of that shit, y'all should have been talking about them bitches like that. Because bitches come on here threatening people too, but nobody seems to hear it or care about it. And I don't diminish the threat just because it's coming from a woman. That doesn't make the threat less, right? So that's all I'm saying is we're not supposed to look at it like just because it's a woman, you give her flowers. Nah, you give flowers to people who respect you, fam. You give flowers to people who walking right. We don't just give flowers to you because you're a woman.
Right. And I understand those isolated situations, right? So in those isolated situations, you're absolutely correct. But those are isolated personal situations that you have with people that you have personal problems with, right? Me, as it pertains to myself, I don't desire or I don't put myself in position to have personal problems with any woman, right? Because I don't, like you said, I don't have a channel, right? And I don't desire to have a YouTube channel, right? I don't desire to engage with a woman online in any type of way which will compromise my integrity. So what I'm saying,
you're not invested in the platform, bro. You're just talking. You're not invested enough to even understand.
It's not about a platform. I'm invested in my community and in my society. So if I see something wrong, I'm going to speak out on it as any real man should. It doesn't matter if it's on YouTube or Instagram or in real life, in church, wherever. If you see something going on wrong, then you should speak on it and attempt to correct it. But what I'm calling for men to do is be willing to carry those heavier burdens, not be so easily triggered or easily moved by a woman's words that you might find disrespectful towards you to get you to move out of your own standards. See, that's the issue that I have with men. They're not willing.
Why do you want men to take that burden?
A certain standard?
Because I feel,
because I feel like that was ordained by God.
Okay, where in the Bible did that say that at?
Yeah,
where in the Bible did it say what at?
We're not going to the Bible.
Oh wait, hold on. Why is it though? I ask a good question, I keep on getting muted. Because that was a great. No. He said all day by God. So as soon as I brought the Bible up, you want to mute me
because it's not a good question.
No, you're over there protecting him. That's what you're doing.
I didn't protect him yet.
No, you are. You are protecting him. And that's what the fuck your ass is doing.
The reason why it's a bad question because the reason why it's a bad question because the reason why it's a bad question because you don't need religion to believe in God.
We're not talking about. He brought religion. Said ordained, which means religion. Ordained by God. That is a religion, right? Is that religion, right?
So
again, I think so. I thought so. Go on.
The reason is because you are distracting. We are on topic. Let's stick on topic.
Oh, distracted by what? He the one that brought it up.
Okay, thank you.
He the one that brought it up. You see how that works? He the one that brought it up. He said, ordained by God. So by that logic, the follow question is, okay, where in the Bible did it says ordained by God?
You don't need. So again,
you see how that works? You're over there protecting him.
You the one that's glad him up. If you want to say protection, you the one that's protecting him because you stopping us from having a conversation for him to approve and substantiate his point.
Hey, yo,
if somebody
real quick, can I say something real quick?
Okay, hold on. Before you say it, let me get into the super chats and then we just have it open.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Those are dumb.
These bitches
All right.
crazy.
They're publicly saying that shit.
Yeah.
The super. Can y'all go on mute? Can y'all go on mute?
Oh,
so I
I thought I was on mute.
Not on mute. Well, fuck you.
All right. The super mayor, Brownsville versus Princella debate. Let's set it up. The super mayor, she killing men in the chat.
Damn.
Coretta Scott King, Brownsville is cooking without even raising his voice.
Go ahead. We'll go Unlikely, Cool
Hello.
Nerd, and Sexy Red TV, so we can just have everybody
Thank
happy for this
you.
dude out there. Go ahead.
Jerron, you better
Thanks, I
than me,
appreciate
because these men be over here, they'll get mad at you, go on somebody else's platform, talk shit about you, say they ain't never coming back, and then bring their
And then
asses
come
back
back.
a few weeks later.
Man.
What kind of shit is that?
Every
Thank you,
time.
thank you for bringing that up, because I wanted to make a point of how Black women love to see Black men beef, right?
No,
'Cause me
it's
and
not
Sharon
about beef. We
pieced it-
want to see
That's
you
not-
stick to your
that's
me and
not
guns,
Sharon
true.
nigga.
pieced it
That's
up.
not
What the
true.
fuck we
Hold
want to
on.
That's stop,
We
stop
want to
spreading
see you
lies.
stick
That's
to
not
your
true.
guns. When you
That
say
is not
something, we want
true.
you to put the action behind it. You
We
was
like
the
to
one
see
who
rim bros get checked. That's
no,
what we
because
like.
it didn't even have to be a beef. You could have said, this isn't consistent with what I got going on, and I'm not coming back, and left and never said nothing. You chose to make the declaration that I ain't never coming back and go somewhere else and talk shit about the man. And now you brought your stinking ass back over here.
Okay, so again,
The bum
thank
is
you.
on.
I mean, you're kind
She
of
ran
making my
away?
point.
I know she didn't run away.
Kind of
Go
making my
ahead,
point
Ran
already.
away?
This is
Oh,
what
she
you know.
probably gonna come back. She'll come right back.
The
Okay.
bums, baby.
So the first thing I want to do is say what's up to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Me and Sharon already had our conversation. I already chose to decide after seeing what has been going on around this space and seeing what is creating this type of crazy beef and drama where people are getting doxxed and people are calling people pedos when they have no allegations. I thought that beef was whack. And I don't want to be in a place where I'm going to be able to consistently try to create that beef. So what I chose to do is to be a man and be like the same thing me and Brownsville did when me and Brownsville went back to back. And Brownsville chose to go, yo, let me apologize for what I felt made you mad. I did the same thing with Brother Bracy here, and we was able to have that dialogue. And again, Black women show me.
No, because
Black
you
women
could
show
have
me.
apologized to him.
Man,
you could
why you
have had a
gotta cut me
dialogue,
off,
and
man?
you could have stuck to your word and still stayed your ass from off his platform.
Okay,
Y'all
look,
could
I
have
get
squashed
it.
the beef, and you
Listen,
don't have to
I
be
get
here.
that you want to
right?
see Black
Oh
men.
no, 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 no!
I
It
get
has
that you
nothing
want
to do
no,
with
no,
that. So
that
you can
is
try
what
to
it
spin a
is
narrative
because
when
we
really
trying to
your
have a
ass just didn't have
conversation
nowhere
and you
else to
want
go.
beef to
Right?
continue.
You
That's what
wanted
it
to be on
sounds
this
like.
platform for a
It
reason,
sounds like,
nigga.
man,
Right?
I'm a
Exactly.
look,
So
you're a nigga
stop
too.
making
So
these
like,
bold
stop.
declarations
Anyway,
because you the second nigga who done the same exact thing. Y'all need to stop doing that shit because you know you're gonna bring your lonely, sorry asses right
I'm
back
not
and
lonely.
be in this motherfucking man
I'm not
face.
lonely.
Right? So
I'm
stop
not
making
lonely.
the grand pronunciations and the grand declarations on
Okay.
your way out the door. Just let the doorknob hit your ass where the good
Yeah,
Lord
but
split your ass, nigga.
Okay, this is not
And
your
then when you
panel,
ready to put
so
your dick between your legs and come crawling back, then you can
this
do
ain't
that
your
with a
panel.
little bit of fucking dignity.
This ain't your panel, man.
I'm aware of that, but I'm here every day and I do help Sharon. And so he knows that I'm gonna act a fool whenever I feel like it. Right, Sharon? Right.
that's
And he ain't
beautiful.
saying shit. So
So,
you ain't gonna
so
say shit
PhD, but
either,
let's have a
nigga.
conversation then.
Right.
Let's have okay, you're a nigga too. Let's have a conversation though, right?
The
What's wrong with me and
conversation
Sharon
is
piecing it up? Hold on.
there's nothing wrong
What's
with
wrong?
that. I'm talking
Okay,
about
so
you
what's
being
the
here after
problem?
saying that you wasn't coming back. I piece it up all you want to, but that don't mean
It's
you got to
because
come
you
back
hate
here.
Black men
No,
and you
no,
want to see
no.
Black men
Okay,
kill
well, you can
themselves,
say
right?
whatever you want, but the
No,
point
because that's
is
what you
that y'all
prove.
make these
You prove
grand
it.
gestures about leaving, and then you come right
Okay,
back. You
people
can't
could
even
be
stay away
emotional.
for a month.
Haven't you ever been
You can't
emotional?
even
Do
stay
you not
away.
have
Okay,
feelings
so
too?
you niggas are overly emotional, and
I
you
never
act
said
out of your
overly. I said
emotions, right? Yeah,
humans have
clearly you are.
emotion
If you're
just
gonna
like
make
you
a
do.
grand
So
announcement
what are
that
you
you can't
saying? Are
stick
you
to,
saying Black men
right? What
shouldn't
did
have
you say,
emotions? Are you saying
Brownsville?
Black
A
men should be
double-minded
emotionless?
man is unstable in all
PhD, but
his
what is
ways,
your argument here,
right?
PhD?
A
But do you
double-minded
you
man
want
is
Black men to
unstable in
go to war
all
with
his
each other?
ways. I said you can
Is
be
that your
friends, you
argument,
can piece it
PhD,
up,
for
whatever,
Black
but you
men
didn't have to
for
come
Black
back.
men to fight,
And
for
so
Black men to
why
go to
did you
war
do
with each
that
other?
when you knew that
Like,
you ain't
let me
have
know.
nowhere to go, right? You knew you was gonna be back over here when you said it. And so y'all need to stop doing that.
Okay, so we pieced it up, and you
You can
want us to
piece it up.
keep
That don't mean you
go
got to
ahead.
come back though. You could have
Go
stuck to
ahead.
your
You want us
guns
to
and
keep
still
beefing?
not been
Go
here.
ahead. Go ahead.
Right.
And then later on,
Right.
she's going to talk about how Black men ain't shit and all this other stuff. But the Black men that come together and try to
You
piece it
can
up and
come
say,
together and still be a
and
man
then say
of
stuff
your
like this,
word.
Sharon.
So
They
what
say
you're
stuff like
showing is that your word
they
don't
say
mean
stuff like
shit.
this, Sharon.
Your
They
word
say,
means
yo, you know what?
nothing
I made a
because
mistake,
you'll
right?
tuck your dick
Like,
between
she
your
don't like
legs
those
and
Black men.
drag your ass back
Those
over over
black
here,
men?
right?
Those are the
And I'm
black men she
always
don't
gonna
like,
be the one to
right?
point the shit
Because
out.
you know what?
Right?
Because women
you
like
shouldn't
you
have
want
done
to
it in the first
perpetuate
place,
black men
right?
being bad.
No,
That's
because
what it
I
is.
knew
You
when
act
your
like a
ass
bitch,
made the
nigga. You
statement
getting
and
bitch
left
right
that you
now.
was gonna bring your ass back.
I'm not.
That's
I'm
why.
not.
You
I'm not.
bitch.
You know what? You women, you get to run. I
I
realize
like
the
you
women that
too.
are
What
in.
ain't gonna
I
happen, brother?
realize that the women that come on these panels, not all of them,
Right.
but some of them,
Right.
they hate black men, and that's
Uh-huh.
okay. And that's
Well,
why I came back on your
apparently you
panel
hated them too. This is why you
because
made
what
that
happened
grand
between me and
announcement
Sharon
and
was
then
over
went on
women
somebody
talking
else's
about me, not
platform and talk
Sharon
shit
talking
about the
about me.
man. Just because
So again,
Sharon cool,
man.
y'all think that
you
y'all
know,
can
at the end of the
catch
day, I'm
it
not
because
going to
you'll get
entertain
pissed
this.
again and you'll do the same thing again. Stop it. And
I
then
doubt I
you'll
will.
tuck your dick
I doubt
between
I
your
will.
legs again and drag your ass back over here when you ain't got
For
nowhere else
someone
to
with a
go.
PhD, you
You
have
had
a
me
very
over here
Right, and
filled
y'all
supporting
mouth.
niggas are obsessed with my degree. My degree don't have shit to do with what I'm doing on YouTube, nigga. I come here and
I
act
mean,
a
you
fool
just
with you
sound so
stupid
crazy. You
niggas
sound so
so I can
ghetto
go
that
to
it's
work
crazy.
and be civilized with the other PhD holders, right? Y'all ain't no PhD
The
holders, so
level
why
of
the fuck do I
ghetto
need to
that
talk to you
you
like
like
one,
that
right?
you produce is
Why the
crazy.
fuck do I
I
need
don't
to talk to
understand.
you like one? It'll be wasted on you,
Okay,
nigga.
that's
You can't
beautiful,
even
right?
afford for
Cool.
me to talk to you like a PhD holder. So stop it.
Okay.
Nevertheless, you could have stuck to your guns.
Nevertheless,
You could have
whatever
had
you
that
have to do to make your
conversation.
day
You
better,
and
because
him
mine
could
is already
have
good.
feasted
I don't
up
have to
and you
argue
could have
with people
stayed your
online to
ass
feel better
wherever
on
you at.
about myself and my day.
Uh-huh.
Sorry that you don't live in Miami no more. You live wherever the fuck you at.
Nigga, I'm in
But
Miami
I'm
all the
happy
time.
every
I'm
day,
probably
baby
there
bird.
more than you are. Right. And you live in the
Happy
fucking
every
hood,
day.
nigga. How about that?
This is not
In
the
a
hood.
house that somebody else owned. How about that?
This is not the hood.
Right. Okay. A house that somebody else owned. How about that?
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Stop it.
You act like I've heard about it. Like I'm
Well, then
Hakuna
don't
Can
try
I,
to
Matata,
hold
baby
can I
back on
girl.
say
that some
something
shit
to him real quick?
that somebody
Hakuna
else. I don't want
Matata,
to
you
live in
think you're
nobody
hurting
else's
my
house.
feelings?
I
You
don't
think I'm
rent
hurt?
anymore. My renting days
That's
are behind me,
beautiful.
sweetie pie.
Great. Good for you, Aim.
Right. So then what the fuck are you talking about?
Why do you
Right?
think you're hurting me by
Right.
bringing up your financials?
I
I've
didn't
never
bring up
cared about stuff
anything.
like that.
I brought up your finances.
Nah, you was like, I don't rent no more. I'm a
Somebody else
mortgage
owned your
owner.
house, baby. That ain't got
That's
nothing to do with me. You talking about
That's
you in
dope.
Miami every day? Yes, in a house that somebody else owns, and that they could tell you any day they get ready to. Hey, nigga, pack your shit and get the fuck out. They just changed the laws down
That's
there to
not
be
true.
more friendly to landlords over
That's not
tenants,
true.
right? Because it was so many people squatting and stuff. Absolutely, absolutely. But you probably
Absolutely
don't
not
know
true,
that
but
because as
whatever.
a tenant, you don't keep up with the landlord tenant laws.
Oh
I do
man, come
though
on, the broke
because I'm a
conversation. Here we
landlord.
go. Okay,
Right.
I'm broke.
All
I got
right,
a
all
fire.
right,
I
all
didn't
right,
say it.
Be
You
rapping.
all
did.
right,
All
all
right,
right,
all
all
right.
right.
Y'all got it.
Y'all
All
got it
right,
out.
Moving
enough.
on.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All right.
All right.
Let's.
Aaron, you ain't at home though, sir. The super mayor, don't all right me. The super mayor. If you don't if you don't do content, you aren't qualified to talk about what happens here. Sir, you are trying to do what so many others have failed. These people are not your people. This is ugly work here. Drop Sexy Red, please. You know what? The super mayor is wild. All right, the super mayor. I didn't always agree with Mr. Taz, but he put in work for women. You can't take that away. When he was going at men, everyone loved it.
That's why I'm eating goddamn
Yeah, I'm
focus
still
right
go
now.
at these niggas though. That ain't
So-
nothing changed with that though. I still go at these
So,
niggas. Ain't
Sharon, it's all your fault because PhD Diva just said, I'm not at home. Why would you crazy, right? And so she gonna act up like that because she here with you. This is the proof that everybody talking about. That I'm just showing you. This is what it is.
But like the thing about it, right? Taz, you're kind of right.
It's spicy over here.
Hey man, look,
No,
a bitch in the chat said I was compensated for some work. Hold on, we go see how much hope.
I actually had something to say. I mean, after
this broke ass
PhD
bitch
lost her mind because she missed me. I miss you too, PhD. But it's okay. Anyway,
go ahead.
Just real quick. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I just wanted to say real quick. Both of y'all had good points with that conversation. Brownsville is speaking of a higher level of man. Now, I got to admit that a man that's willing to take shots like Taz took and still be like, since you are, I guess, because I would be like more on his side if he said he's not going to do this with men or women. He's not going to allow them, a man or a woman, to, get him out of his zone and make him emotional. But he didn't. He just said, he'll do it with men, but he won't do it with women. And I think that right there is where there's like a chink in that conversation. Because me, I usually say I wouldn't do it with neither one, because both situations could lead to the proverbial ill spot, which I to Jersey. You know, yeah, I ain't from Jersey. I don't know about the ill spot, but both situations could put you in that situation. So I think that's where his conversation is flawed, because women are gonna talk shit, yeah, right? I feel like if you at a higher level, you know, you're gonna sit there, you're gonna like just like what just happened just now, the conversation with me and PhD. But yeah, she talked shit. She called me a nigga. I said, you a nigga too. Congratulations, right? We could both say it online and nobody attacks us, whatever, right? Right. So I think that's what he was speaking of, is where you don't allow anyone to come to get you out of your frame. And I think that's what I would want him to kind of answer. Is it just women or is it men too? And I don't really think nobody asked that question. What's good, Brownsville?
What's good, my brother? Peace and love. So yeah, that's a good question. And as you can see, you know, it's very difficult to get me to come out of character, period, man or woman, right? That's very hard because, you know, I have emotional intelligence and I have stoicism. Now, in regards to where the distinction becomes between a man and a woman, right? I'm not even willing to engage in an argument with the woman, right? I wouldn't even take it that far, right? I'll let the woman get whatever she has to get off her chest, and then I just smile at her and say, hey, you know, listen, I'm sorry you feel that way, sweetheart, but your hair look beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I like to handle situations when it comes to a woman, right? I'm going to always give her that self-assurance and that self-confidence because I understand the plight of a woman, right? I understand that a woman is always being devalued by men. We live in that type of society. So why am I going to be the type of man to add to that type of conjecture? No, I'm choosing not to do that.
Hey, can I say something to that? No, can I say something to that? Because here's the thing, right? This is the problem of never doing it.
I just want to say that.
But this is the problem in never having had a platform. Once women confront the issue, you have to push back on, because every situation when you become a content creator, not when you're just the guy popping in saying, I love the queens, but when you're doing it every day and you're laying out an argument that you know you're right on, and women are saying, nah, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah, blah. When that time comes and they come and they disrespect you, until you've met that moment, you can't speak on that moment. You have your heart hasn't been dedicated to doing content, and then somebody just comes up against you for no goddamn reason. Somebody starts to attack your family for no reason. The people you support the most become your biggest end. Until you deal with that, I don't know how you can speak on it.
Well, I'm just speaking on the communication that's happening between a man and a woman, right? Now, I've been on other people's platform. I've been on Bomb Cherry's platform. I've been on Aaron O's platform. I've been on other people's platform. And, you know, there have been women who've attempted to engage me in the argument. I just wouldn't let it happen because it's just not in my nature to argue with the woman, right? I'd rather concede and then lift her up and then move forward because it won't hurt me to do that. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm just calling men to do, is just have a higher level of standard when it comes to communicating and handling women.
Okay, but then I have a question.
Okay.
So wait. I got a question too about that. What you said.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question then. So you said though you've been on all these channels, right? Have you been on one of these BWE divestor channels, the pink pill channels? Have you been on those type of channels?
Okay, we get it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
He's just talking about there's harsher women that say harsher things, you know, divestor channels where they say black men should be. Okay, we get that, right? Okay, all right, we get the bullshit, right? What I got a question, okay, and it's fuck, you made me forget my question. God damn, you know what? I'm gonna mute up.
So I have a question based off of what you just said, and this is actually to Lee's point earlier. So are you saying that, because you said that nothing that a woman's gonna say is gonna hurt you. So are you saying that the things that the man can say are hurting you, or could hurt you?
No, what I'm saying is that naturally, right, I'm willing to engage in a debate with a man because I view men as competition, right? So it's just like on a playground. You playing basketball or you playing skelly or whatever you doing, right? If we're debating, having a debate when it comes to intellect, right? I'm more than willing to engage in that type of debate with a man, right? Because I feel like, yes, I'm competitive against men, right? But not when it comes to women, right? I don't view women as
Or you saying women are less than? So you're saying women are less
I'm
than
not saying
intellectually?
women are less than. No. See, and that's the
No,
thing.
but you are.
The-
You are.
what-
You are
You are.
saying that. You are saying
You
that.
just said that. You just said that.
Yeah, you
saying
said
they're
intellectually.
No, women aren't less.
Oh, hold on,
You said
guys.
intellectually they're not your equal, basically.
Let's not bypass
He
this
ain't
moment
saying
here.
that thing.
You said intellectually, like you use
Right.
that word, and
Facts.
then remove
said-
women. See, if you would have said, "I'm not willing to have this argument with women," but you use the word debate, you should respect women enough to go, "What you have to say is worthy of this debate." The problem is you're struggling because you're creating this as you go, and because you're creating this as you go, you're going to fumble over your words, which is perfectly acceptable.
But that's not true what you're saying. Listen,
Okay, go
y'all
ahead.
heard. So men back in the day did not argue with women.
Mhm.
See, y'all just like to argue, and since y'all scared to argue with other men, y'all will have no problem arguing with women. And what he is saying is that he is not going to take his time and energy to argue with a woman. He's not saying that she's less than, he's not educated. He's just saying, look, I'm not even going to do that. And so, what are y'all talking about? What's the problem?
But the key is he said that they're not competition within a debate and intellectually. That means
Oh,
that he views y'all as less intellectually.
Okay.
That's
You believe that?
literally what that means.
So you, by that saying, you saying that if you're not in competition with somebody, you automatically assume that they are less than if you're not in competition.
If you say that somebody is not, if you say that if I'm debating you, right, and that means
No,
I
hold on.
feel that you have to be.
Before you give me an example, when I'm actually, if I say I'm not in competition with you, me and you, I'm not in competition with you, Aaron, cool nerd, and I'm saying to you now that you are less than me.
Yes.
What?
Especially if I say to you, me and you about to have an intellectual debate, and I say I don't view you as competition. I'm just gonna let you say what you got to say. I'm gonna go, and because I don't view you as competition, therefore I am saying that I feel behind you intellectually inferior to me.
Whoa, that's
but that's
That's
not
exactly
even
what I'm saying.
He says he don't debate with women. You just said, well, if me and him are about to debate, and he says that, that's one thing. He says, I'm not debating with women because that's not what I, as a man,
No,
stoicism,
no.
that's not what we do.
Wait, but that
Hey,
makes it a
Sharon,
problem. That makes it a problem, though.
all right. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to get everybody in. We're gonna go. We Unlock Nation. Aaron O. Unlikely. Go.
Hey, Sharon, I need a favor from you. Could you put me and Bomb Cherry side by side, please?
Well, we gotta be talking somewhere.
You don't want no
Man, I'm finna call Mr. Bomb, man. What the hell going on here, man?
Yeah, they side by side. Go ahead. What's your thoughts?
No, I just wanted to issue an apology for my actions the other day. It was inexcusable. There was no cause for all the name calling that I've done. I know who I am. I know what I've been through, but that doesn't justify me calling you out your name like that. And I just want to give you my apologies.
Oh, okay. I apologize to you as well.
PhD won't like this.
We was fighting at each other without knowing each other because we was on different sides. So I apologize to you as well, my brother. We good?
No problem.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. We're getting down to we getting down to solutions. Let it go. Let it pass, Lee. Let it pass. We get to solution. Let it pass.
Nah, that's beautiful, yo. That's dope.
Go ahead, Aaron O. Unlikely. Go.
No, go ahead, Lee, because Lee been trying to speak his mind for a minute. Lee, you're up making a good point with the seeing black men to fight each other, but you gotta land it, sir. You gotta land it.
Nah, land it for me. Go ahead. Hey, now let AO go because AO a little you know what I mean?
So,
When it comes
Aaron,
to this type
are
of
you
stuff,
saying
he's
that if
smarter
I
than me
don't
on
look at you as competition, I'm looking at you as less than me?
So no. So Lee's point was previous with the PhD point, but we're leading up to this point. That's not a outright statement saying you're less than because you don't look at them as competition. No, not necessarily, because there could be many reasons why. It may have nothing to do with gender. He's distinguishing gender in his statement though, so it actually includes it. Your reason, like I ain't gonna even debate with you, could be because I don't like to debate with people that's under 5'5", and it had nothing to do with gender. So it's pertaining to the content, like the context of the reason why you said it. Now, I get what Brownsville is trying to say, and that's why he's not as polished on these panels, no matter how much he tried to perceive himself to be. And that's why he messed up. He used intellectually in debating. He was like, I didn't mean it like that, brothers. I'm trying to raise and elevate the decimal levels here with your brothers, okay? So I actually get what he said. I'm not actually really too mad at what he's trying to do. It's heavily entertaining, by the way, heavily entertaining. And he says a lot of things right. And then at the end, he kind of veer off a little bit. So we're going to work on his execution at finishing. That's it. That's all we got to work on.
All right. So first of
Aaron, I've
all,
been a long time. How you doing?
What up?
First of all, Big J, so that scripture you was looking for is 1 Peter 3:7. All right. Second of all, Aaron O. So what it's really about is this, right? When it comes to competition, right? We know men, right? We have a difficult time conceding, period, right? We're very competitive in nature, right? But me, I'm the type of man to where I'm only that way towards other men. So when it comes to a woman, I have no issue conceding, right? Because I don't view women as my competition, and I never have. Just like on a basketball court, right? It was one time where I was playing a guy and I beat him one-on-one, 10-2, right? And then his sister, who was actually a better player than him, she said, okay, now I'm a play you, right? And then I played her and I just let her beat me 10-0, right? And then she walked off happy and saying, oh yeah, I beat you. And I walked off smiling too, because I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't really see her as my competition. And what I'm calling for men to do is to not see women as their competition. See them as their intellectual equal. See them as their partner. But as a man, you're willing to hold a higher level of burden and do what you need to do to lift them up, because we need each other, the man and the woman. I don't like the gender war thing. I never participated in it. Don't have any interest in it, because I believe the man needs the woman and the woman needs the man. So when it comes to these issues, right, I'm always going to call for men to raise their standards and have a higher level of accountability and responsibility in terms of how they moving and in terms of how they speaking. That's never going to change. In regards to the woman, right? Listen, I don't view it as a competitive thing. So a woman could come on a panel right now and cuss me out and call me whatever. I'm still going to smile at them. And guess what? Tomorrow, I'm still going to call them a queen.
Oh, really? So there is two things you had said that, okay, if you did not care about if she beat you, why played in the first place? And then on the second thing you said, oh, you see these women equally intellectually, but then 15 minutes ago you said though they was not intellectually comparison to you. Make up your mind up, Brownsville.
Okay. So on your first point, right? I think you just have a bad comprehension problem.
No.
Right?
I don't like pandering. I don't like pandering.
When it came to the reason why I played the girl in the first place, right, is because I knew I was gonna let her win, and I knew that me letting her win would be me lifting her up as well, right? And I don't mind lifting a woman up. I don't mind a woman to walk around with more confidence. I don't mind a woman to walk around happier. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all men got an issue with that, but I'm not that type of a dude.
So,
So
question,
y'all
brother.
gotta check yourselves.
Isn't that
Stay out
putting
the
that
way.
down?
I got this. I got an issue with your disingenuous statements. That's what I got an issue with. You being disingenuous because one day, because 20 minutes ago, you downplay a woman's intelligence and intellect, and now though you want to see women treated the same intellectually. You see how that works? See, you're being disingenuous in your argument.
No.
So I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna say Big J is red pill. Big J is rim brother. No, I'm not. The problem is you are being disingenuous with your argument. That's why I have a problem.
So
Well, the problem is
the issue is this, right? Big J, you just have a difficult time understanding what I'm saying, and maybe I'm just speaking too fast. And maybe my words I'm using.
No, do not even try to disrespect me. I'm not built to be disrespected by any goddamn body, white, black, female, gay, or straight. Don't even try to pander or patronize me. You understand that? Do we understand that? And CP, hold on, and CBP, shut the fuck up, sit your bitch ass down somewhere, and have a cold glass and shut the fuck up. Now back to you to the conversation.
Big J, what do you want him to do? What is it that you want him to do exactly? What does he want?
To be honest, no. To be honest, because what he said 15 minutes ago doesn't match up what he's saying now.
So
and then also one more thing I got to throw in. One more thing I got to throw into that, because you're saying that you want to uplift somebody, but you're patronizing them by letting them win. That's not building somebody up. That's giving somebody false confidence.
Oh my God, here we go with this bullshit.
It actually doesn't mean he's giving them false confidence.
No,
what he's saying is okay. So the thing is,
Hold on. If I'm playing you, right? Let's say if I'm playing you, right, and you're not giving me your all, that is giving me false. And I beat you. That's giving me false confidence.
You mean like women faking orgasms with you niggas in bed?
Yep, that's giving niggas false confidence too. Yep.
So
oh, that's false confidence.
Hold on, that's wild. So AL, what Brownsville is saying is that unless she specifically tells him, hey, give me everything you got and don't hold back just because I'm a woman, and he goes, okay, I will do that, then you're right. But if he never told her that I'm gonna do that, and he's like, naturally, this how I am, I'm like, I'm not one of those guys that need to prove that I'm this or that. Y'all can have that. What he's saying makes sense. I want to forward to the process for Brownsville. I'm interested in knowing.
I don't agree with you, but okay. I don't agree with you at all.
Okay, fair enough. Brownsville, are you saying that?
Because that's that way. Hold on. One thing. In fact, women who I know who are quite competitive, they hate it when men do that to them. They hate it when men do that to them.
So
whatever happened is just having fun.
Yeah,
right. You can just have fun. That's cool. But they hate it when you say, "Oh, I just let you win because you're a girl."
Well, he didn't say he said that, and this is what I'm saying. Like, y'all, be really listening, and when we're adding what we believe or how we see things to what he's saying, you're going to allow him to wiggle out this. Y'all have to get sharp on this, and that's why I'm telling you what he's saying is not wrong. It's not. You just don't. You just saying I wouldn't do that, and he's saying, well, we different type of guys. I don't do that. You can't argue that. And that's why I'm trying to move us to an arena that makes more sense, right? So watch and work. So Brownsville, when it comes to how you conduct yourself amongst competition with men and women, I think a lot of women, kind of like AO said, they want you to respect them and just as if they were a man. Are you telling men do not do that?
So respect,
for those ones.
So respect and deference is two different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I feel like every man and every woman should respect each other, but I feel like men should have the burden of deference when it comes to women, right? You give them more rope, you give them more space to move, you give them more room to exercise their emotions, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Because women are emotional, correct?
But but this is the thing. Are we telling young men, hey, listen, you're a man, she's a woman. Even if she requests that you respect her the same way you would respect a man, you have to tell her, I'm unable to do that. You are a woman. I respect you as a woman, and I respect men as men. It's different. Is that the advice you would give them?
So I'm gonna give you an example, right? So I coach my son's soccer team. I'm an assistant coach, right? And there was a girl who was playing against them that was really, 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 really good, right? She's probably gonna be one of the next stars in soccer, right? And I told my son, and my son, he came to me, he said, well, how am I supposed to compete against this girl? I said, son, you just gonna have to go out and compete, period. Because this girl, no matter what you do, you ain't gonna be able to stop her. You know what I'm saying? So you go out there and you just compete, right? The same way you would compete against the guys, because she's on a higher level anyway. So it don't matter what you do, right? So what I'm saying is, when you realize that you're overmatched as a man, or in your specific example, when you say, well, hey, this woman is telling me she wants me to give my all against her, right? Then you go and you do that. But what I'm talking about is respect. And a lot of men like to bring it into a general terms of just competition, right? So right now, when it comes to respect, I just view it totally different. I think men owe women deference in that arena, right? Because we live in a world to where women are often devalued and disrespected in a lot of different manners and sectors. So I don't want to add to that, right? Now, as far as competition with myself, yes, I've never felt the need to be competitive against a woman, right? I don't compare myself to women. I don't compete against women, right? Now, I've played chess against a woman who beat me, and I tried my best and couldn't beat her, right? But that's just a aptitude level, a skill level. I was overmatched, right? I understand that. So it's different.
I
It's
get
nuanced.
that, Brownsville, and I supported your statement saying that. So my question is this. Naturally, we have to compete in this world for resources. You provide for your family. You do that in the way in which you generate money. I'm not asking you what you do for a living. It's none of my business. My question to you is, one thing that I do know, jobs are limited. There's not an unlimited amount of jobs, right? So if a woman is going for a job and you going for a job and y'all both sitting in the waiting room and you look at her and they tell you, oh, we only have 2 available spots for this job, right? And it's 4 women, 4 guys. Are you going to look at those women and go, I can't be competing with y'all women. I got to walk up out of this room and let the women have it. Or are you going to say, hey, I'm sorry. This is a man's world. In that position, what action do you take?
So I mean, that's just like a question of, well, if it becomes self-preservation, right, over somebody you don't know, then obviously you're going to choose self-preservation, right? But in my line of work, it's not a lot of women, you know what I'm saying, that I'm competing with. And the women that are in my line of work, she'll overmatch 99% of these men that are getting on these panels physically.
See, so, you know what you did? You belittled men to uplift a woman. You shouldn't have done that, right? Because you're proving you're okay with those actions to belittle men to uplift women, right? This is why I'm telling you, like, you're going to struggle.
So how did I belittle? How did
he do that?
Yeah, like he did. Thank you.
No. I need to know. I need to know from Aaron. How did he do that? So I'll know.
Aaron Otis season, he got this. Let them have the conversation. Go ahead.
So the women that are in his field, right? In order for them to be there, he's saying, well, look, they had to be better than these men, right? I'm assuming that's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? Right. So maybe that's true. So you're saying those women competed against those men, or those men didn't care enough to compete. You're telling those men they shouldn't compete, but then when they don't compete, you basically highlight that they ain't on these women's level if they don't compete with them. It's conflicting.
So because we're conflating two different things, right?
Okay.
So what I'm talking about is when you viewing a woman, right, in a manner of showing deference to her in regards to respecting her. So let's say a woman is unhappy with you, right? And she's emotionally triggered by you, right? You choosing not to respond in a disrespectful way is showing deference to her. And I feel like all men should practice that. And it doesn't hurt the man to practice that, right? Because as Taz articulated earlier, he says, well, hey, I give everybody the same energy, right? I totally disagree with that. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I believe that there should be distinctions made with children and with women in regards to a man. You shouldn't give everybody the same energy. You should have deference to certain groups that deserve protection, right? And that's all I'm saying, right? Yes, there's in a lot of situations you're going to be overmatched by a woman, but that doesn't mean that you should still look at her as someone who doesn't deserve deference.
Overmatched by a woman. Why you're using that phraseology? What do you mean by overmatched by a woman? Because I'm presuming, or can you give an example of when you've been overmatched by a woman?
Well, I can give a better example than that. I can give an example of the beautiful queen, the supreme goddess, PH Diva. 99% of the men who come on this platform are completely overmatched intellectually and educationally by her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of just conceding that and saying, well, hey, this woman is just in a different level, in a debate world, right? They like to challenge and buck up against that and then get easily emotionally triggered by her just because they're overmatched and they don't know how to deal with that, right?
So
because these men, unlike myself, I'm willing to concede to a woman easily concede. Like, even if the woman is wrong, I say, okay, queen, you got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to concede the point, even if I know I'm right, because
I get
it
that
won't
part.
hurt me.
I get that part.
But
right.
So
but by you saying that, ultimately you're saying that there's no way you'd be able to identify that PH Diva is actually like that if all the men would concede from the beginning. You would not be able to highlight that she has those capabilities if you were not to be able to compare that against those men who are supposed to concede from the jump. You will not be able to distinguish that. Don't you understand that?
No, because once you lose a debate, I mean, you can, they attempt to debate her every single day. And then they don't understand when they've lost the debate, right? And then these men won't concede, right? So then they'll interject, they'll interrupt, and then they'll attempt to emotionally trigger her in a disrespectful way to get her to disrespect them. And then the conversation goes haywire from there. Because these men, these weaker type of men, they don't like to concede to a woman just because she's a woman, just because they have a penis and they feel like they shouldn't have to concede. These are the type of men, these red pill men, these incel men, these manosphere men, these rim brothers, these no good suckers. They don't view women in a way that they should have value, that they should be looked at as an intellectual champion, that their opinions should be accepted and verified and validated. No, they see these women, as Big J tried to articulate with me, that they see them as in a weaker state, or they see them not being worthy, right? I don't view women that way. What I'm saying is, yes, I see her overmatching these guys 99% of the time. I look at it and laugh, right? And these men, because they don't view women in the way I view women, they're failing to concede, and they'll rather disrespect her in order to try to prove their point.
That does happen. It does happen. I didn't really want you to lean on PH Diva, but I'm going to go back and read. Can you give me an example of you being overmatched by a woman? Because you're quick to say about how other men are overmatched. Can you give us an example of when you've been overmatched by a woman?
Yeah. So when I was playing chess against this woman, I was in Iraq. We was in Iraq together, and we busted out the chessboard, And I consider myself decent in chess, and I played her, and she whooped me. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't, she overmatched me, and I realized I was overmatched. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't get upset. I didn't get, triggered. I said, hey man, she got it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I need to step my game up.
So do you get, if you lose to a man, you don't get triggered or anything, like it's the same reaction?
No. So if I lose to a man, right, then I'm gonna be determined to beat that man the next time we play. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I'm gonna have more vigor to wanna, get better and improve and do better when I engage in that activity.
So you're saying sparring with women is not beneficial for you. So basically what you're saying is, if a woman beat you in chess, I was overmatched. That woman, she overmatched me. A guy beats you in chess, I gotta find a way to beat him. So women don't necessarily, if they beat you, it's just, you're a woman.
Yeah, because I give them a certain level of deference, right? So I don't view them as like having a competitive nature as far as wanting to beat them, wanting to overpower them, wanting to, put them in their place. I've never been that type of man, right? But I realize a lot of men are those type of men where they want to put women in their place. They want to devalue them. They want to overmatch them, right? I just never had that motivation to want to do so. Like, even in the sense of competition, like, you know what I'm saying? Like in the military, when I was in the military and doing different drills and different things like that, when I was competing, right, I always put myself in a position to help women. Even then, even in the midst of a competition, right? If a woman was having a difficult time breaking a weapon apart, putting it back together in a certain time, and I was able to do it in a faster time, I would do mine and then quit to help her get hers done. You know what I'm saying? That's always been the type of man that I was. I've always shown woman deference in that way.
Nope. We're gonna go to the goddamn super chats.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
I think we were right here.
All right. Reaper Rails, 9876, Brownsville. You said society marginalizes women, but you would rather get into a debate with a man versus a woman. Isn't that marginalizing women below men? These men don't be debating. They just be arguing and raging. The super mayor. Brownsville, you are out of your norm. People come here one way and leave another. You're no different. The real work happens when you pop off a channel. Reaper Rails, 9876. So women can't compete with men? Got you, Brownsville. The super mayor, Pookie, we heard your story. Please don't mention competition because obviously you failed at competing. Isn't that why you cook at soup kitchens now? You know what? Jesus Christ, super mayor. The super mayor, niggas got degrees and track scholarships but can only run their mouths to people that don't give a F. Hashtag Pookies will destroy women's career. Yikes. The one and only verbal assassin. Hey, girl. Wrong, Aaron. Women don't want to be respected as men. We want to be respected as human beings. Y'all are really clueless. Harambe drizzled white dust on Okay, can somebody go on mute? Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. On vacay. Feed me fuckery. Sup, Bombsy. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. If women are equal, let them fight for opinions.
Wow. I think that was great between Aaron. Both of them are very sharp. I'm not sure who actually won that battle. I thought Aaron got him on the ropes a couple of times, and he Ali'd them, and he got himself up off the ropes. It was a great back and forth. I enjoyed that. Cool Nerd was on Aaron's side. We on Lock was on Brownsville side. It was just really good. So what did you get from it, Cool Nerd, and what did you get from it? We on Lock. Go ahead.
Hey, all the women that I know are very competitive. So I can't sit there and say that women don't deserve to be competed with. PhD, for example, on this panel, PhD has a PhD. That's competition on its highest level. So you can't sit there and belittle women, because when you sit there and say that women aren't to be competed with, then you take away their autonomy by saying that. You take away their ability to grow and to be their best helpmate, they can be for you, right? And we got to understand there's a difference between competition to be able to say, hey, I want you to be at your best, versus competition to say I'm your adversary. You don't have to. Not all competition is adversarial. You need to understand that.
Great point. Go ahead. We unlock.
I gotta take my glasses off for this one. I really get irritated.
Yo, they done gotcha. Lord have mercy.
He was taking too long anyway. All right. Queen Bomb Cherry the P Bomber. Please get We On Lock off the panel. His pandering cost him $12,000 for someone who exposed and contacted his family. We have enough of that on the panel. Why would anybody contact his family? Some of y'all need to get a life.
So I want to respond briefly to that. From what I've noticed, and other men can say, I don't necessarily want to know if women believe this. I've seen when women beat other women, they are not as excited when they beat men at the same action. If it's a sport, if it's a job, whatever the competition is, if they beat another woman, they're like, yeah. But if they beat a man, that they find that more gratifying. And that's them distinguishing the difference, not me. So I'm going by what I've seen and what clearly the statements are. You a man, ain't you? You supposed to do these things. If I'm a woman and I can do it, then I'm better than you. So it's their actions, their statements, and what they're doing. It's not me saying that women don't want to be respected like men. It's what they actually say. They don't say it's a human being thing. They say men, men, men. They don't say human, human, human. So it's just going by what we see and what's going on. It's not me.
Go ahead, Sexy Red. Do you be in competition with men, Sexy Red?
I wanted to say.
Fucked up in 2024.
Yo, next time you let it happen, you don't try to run away. No, you cannot hide from it. Go ahead, read it again.
The super mayor. If you don't do content, you aren't qualified to talk about what happens here. Sir, you are trying to do what so many others have failed. These people are not your people. This is ugly work here. Drop Sexy Red, please.
Next time, let it happen.
Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. Brownsville is a benevolent sexist.
That's kind of funny, though.
Do you disagree with what I said, Mr. Sharon? Like, is that not what you've also seen? I know you have family members. You don't have to pick anybody in particular. Have you seen when there's competition with women, they stomp on them or they beat them, and then they do the same type of, into a guy and they feel like, yeah. Have you not seen that, or am I just making this up?
I think if it's a physical competition, yes, they're going to be more excited because men are naturally stronger. So if we are in a race and I'm going against Flojo and Flojo busts my ass and I was talking shit, she's like, yeah. She's going to be a little bit more excited than if she beat Sha'Carri Richardson. She's like, hey, girl, don't worry about it. You need to work a little bit harder. You need to work on your form. But she beat my ass. She got bragging rights. So I think that's the difference. It's the same thing if I was to play somebody LeBron age son, like Bronny age, and I will bust his ass, I will be more teaching him. But if I beat Bronny James ass, I'm gonna talk shit. Yeah, I beat the GOAT son. I don't give a fuck how old he is. So I think that's what it is at those junctures.
You didn't say if you agreed or disagreed, but I'm watching you.
I got you, Super Mayor.
That's how I know you Brownville's cousin. That's how I know.
The Super Mayor. Thank you. You saved me $20.
God damn, Super Mayor be crazy. Go ahead, Browse. I know you wanted to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, and I feel like there's nothing wrong with women viewing situations like that because they're coming from a place of, like I said, and I think y'all men, this always goes above your head. We live in a world to where a majority of men devalue women, denigrate women, disrespect women, control women, and stomp all over them, right? So That's how they're being treated in this world. So yes, when they get the opportunity to overpower a man in any way, it's going to bring them some type of happiness, right? And that's okay, right? And what I'm saying is this: I'm willing to be defeated by a woman and give them that confidence, right? And because it won't hurt me. You know what I'm saying? It won't. That's what I'm saying. I don't view it in competition in that way, because I understand the world that we live in, right? They not giving a fair hand and a fair shot that men are getting. That's what y'all don't understand.
Well, give us this example of a fair. So, like, what do you mean by they're not given a fair shot? Like they don't get jobs, they don't get to go to school, they don't get to pay their own bills. Like, what do you mean they're not given a fair shot? Give me something.
Well, because men rule the world and men control all of these companies that we view as having success, right? And we know subconsciously a man is always going to rely on a woman before he relies on a man, right? That's just in a man's nature to do so, right? So women have to work harder to break down those boundaries that they're up against, right? And any man that try to deny that's the truth ain't in them. They're not, given a true sense of the world we live in, right? It doesn't matter the job field. They have a harder plight as far as women excelling in those levels. A case in point, when that kicker decided to go and give that speech when they was graduating, right? He was telling those women that, hey, the truest sense of you being a woman is being in the kitchen, taking care of the kids and all of those things. He was devaluing those women who worked hard. They worked hard, some 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, that was graduating, various levels of degrees. He was pretty much devaluing their hard work and telling them, well, in order for you to be a true woman, you need to forget all of that about getting promotions and all of those things and focus on being a wife and a mother. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of men see that's cool nerd.
No, I didn't listen to the speech. I know what y'all talking about.
I didn't. That's not what he said. I didn't. That's not what he said.
I didn't listen to it.
So
you have that. You have poor listening comprehension.
No, the man said, y'all want to chase down careers and promotions, but if you be like my wife and do the same thing my wife did, and choose a man that is like me and be at home, because her life didn't truly start until she became a homemaker.
It sounds like the same thing Sharon and Brownsville said. My wife ain't got to work. So it sounds like he said the same thing y'all saying.
So here's the difference. Brownsville said it, but he also said, hey, babe, you want to go ahead and chase your career? I'm not going to tell you that you are less than a woman for going down and chasing down a career and becoming this substantial, phenomenal, career-driven, promoting, getting money, getting woman
y'all are binary
home and still love me the way I need to be loved, because I'm not going to say because you're chasing a career, you cannot love me the way how I need to be loved, because those two things are separate.
Right. See, most men view women as the only way they have any type of validation is if it comes from a man, right? So that's why they're willing to say that type of remedial rhetoric as that kicker said at that speech. You know what I'm saying? And as cool nerd, he agrees with that type of rhetoric, right? And I don't know, most of those men brothers do.
But
what I'm saying is I'm making a distinction, right? I view women in very, very high regard, right? Because I have a daughter and I'm teaching and training her to pursue her passions and to be very successful, right? All I'm calling for men to do is to have a mindset to show women deference, right? Because we have to understand that it is way more difficult for women in this world than it is for men, period.
Well, if that's the case, then according to Dr. Helen A. Smith, Dr. Helen Smith from the book War on Men on Strike, well, the education system rewards girls more than boys. So can you please elaborate on that, please? Thank you.
Wait, the education system does what? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What was
See, I'm talking to him.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
but what did you say?
When Susan Hoff Summers wrote the book called War on Boys, and Dr. Helen Smith wrote the book Men on Strike, well, it says that the education system is more geared towards girls than it is boys. Now, can you explain that one, Brownsville?
And what context?
Education system that men created and that for a long time
Because so here is no, okay, but with that
right?
book
Because men were being educated just fine in the same education system.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Up until very
No, it wasn't.
recently. And so yes, because men were the only ones who were educated at one point, right? Stop it.
Between
And so what was the switch? And when did it
1978,
happen?
What are you talking about?
between
What happened in
1978, between 1978 and 1982, the education between men and women was completely equal until after 1985. Men's education dropped, steadily dropping.
So
And
what
women's education
happened?
was
Like, what
going
was the change in the system that caused men's education
Now,
to drop?
I'm asking Brownsville. I don't know why. I don't know why you want to answer, because I'm asking. I'm
not
talking to
answering. I'm
Brownsville.
actually trying to get you to clarify what you're talking about, right?
It's not
And
true.
so-
I'm talking to Brownsville.
What was the okay, bitch? I can drop you now. Look, I'm trying to be cordial with your stupid, stuttering, fat ass. Now, either
Oh,
you gonna
shit.
get down or fucking lay down, nigga. Absolutely.
I got
Absolutely.
nothing to tell you, because I
Okay,
ain't answering
stay
all
right
the
there.
goddamn thing you got to say. Thank you very much.
I guess he learning how to concede.
No, I'm not conceding a goddamn thing, because I ain't talking to her. I'm talking to him.
Yeah, but it's also
See, hold on. I'm competing against a man. You see that? I'm competing against a man. So why this woman is
And
in
it
the way?
don't matter, nigga.
You see
Don't
how
matter.
that work? You see how that work? I'm
No, we
competing
don't
against a
see-
man.
So no, we're not seeing
Why
how
is she
it works
trying to
because-
get up in the middle between what two men are doing?
Well, you better off moving on, bro. She already stepped on you, my nigga. Keep it
No,
moving.
nobody steps on Big J2 ass. Nobody
Keep it
steps
moving,
on
bro.
me.
Okay, all right.
Now, I, as a man, is challenging a man intellectually. Why is Brownsville refused to address what I said?
I mean,
What are you saying?
He might not be there,
What are
bro.
you?
Okay, hold
What
on.
are you saying? I'm trying to better understand what he's saying.
He might not
Hold
be
on.
there.
So let me.
I'm talking to Brownsville. I ain't
Alright, hold
talking
on,
to
JX.
nobody
So
else
this way,
except for
JX.
Brownsville.
JX.
He muted.
Okay, hold on, JX.
That
So this
doesn't
way-
make sense. There's
hold
other
on,
people
hold
on
on.
the panel.
Hold on. So just so because he just want Brownsville to say it. So just so we can get Brownsville to answer the question, then we can open back up. What is the question that you are trying to say, JX? Please, JX, ask the question one more time.
How are y'all going to talk about gender politics and y'all don't do y'all research?
Fuck up in 2024. You sound
Adios, amigos.
Got him. Said, drop Big J snoring ass.
Yikes.
That's how they wrote it too. So it wasn't me.
Hey, I don't have any discrimination. I think women are just as capable and men in most areas. Yeah, there's obviously some physical things that are different, but other than that, in most areas, I think women are just as capable.
But cool nerd, the question is this though: because of that capability, because of that physicality, where you have an advantage, don't you think that women, in situations where you get into an altercation or argument, deserve grace? You know, based off the fact that they have to give birth to every human being that has come onto the earth, right? And the fact that they are the weaker vessel. Don't you think that they deserve grace to where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna let you talk, just like you would give a grace to
Depends
a
on the
man that's
situation.
6? Yeah, what'd you say?
Depends on the situation. Both of them, it depends on the situation.
Okay. What situation where they don't deserve grace? Where and don't give me a situation where they're trying to harm you, but give me a situation where a woman doesn't deserve grace just based off of the fact that she's a woman.
I mean, it depends. Like, so for example, give you an example of exactly the situation that Aaron described earlier. We trying to get a job. Hey, ain't no grace for you. I'm getting this job. I got to feed my family. I'm not worried about you just because you're a woman.
You can say math. right? To give a simplified answer to
Yeah,
what
man.
he's trying to do, right? But let's fixate on that a little bit because y'all keep pushing this narrative of the weaker vessel, right? And y'all basing that
Say
on
what?
physicality, right? So if that is the case, don't you think men that are smaller than the next man, those bigger men, should kind of look at them as the weaker vessel and give grace to them? Because we're talking about physicality in weaker vessel. So in order for you to be consistent, it would have to be a yes.
No. That's not the same. No, just because a man is short, you underestimate him.
No,
You're a fool.
sir, that's okay.
I'm not doing that.
I said physically, a 6'3" man,
right?
Physically,
versus a 5'10" man, he could get knocked out.
Man.
I.e., Mike Tyson. He fought people in the ring that was 6'4". He's only 5'10".
Okay. What about 5'8"?
Yeah, person that he knocked out was 240.
Listen,
So
you guys are not understanding.
What about dude
You
is
guys are
5'6"?
not understanding how this works. Okay, first off, just because he's 5'8", he can still provide enough mass through this fist to knock your ass out. A woman cannot do that. She just can't.
A woman
You don't think Ronda Rousey will knock you out?
No, a woman can't knock you out.
You don't think Ronda Rousey will knock you out?
Okay.
No, I don't think she'll
You
knock
don't think
me
Layla
out.
Ali will
Square
knock
off
you
the
out?
punch. No, I don't think
Layla
Ronda
Ali will
Rousey
knock
will
you
knock.
out.
No, I
Ali
don't
will
think
knock
she'll
you
knock
out.
you out. I know you're
No.
saying that, but I don't think she'll knock you out either. Anyway,
I know
my point is
wait, hold on. I know it. She's not even professional. I know a professional taekwondo. I would say she's not professional. I'm sorry. I know a
What
woman who's a
percentage of
taekwondo.
women do you think are
Who
knocking men
regularly
out,
choke
bro?
people out.
Yeah, it's like this is
She's
a
choking people
this
out
is
at
like
higher
a
level.
redundant
What
argument.
percentage
Like
of women do
women
you
are
think can do
women
that?
can't even
Like,
knock
no.
women out. Women
Yeah,
can't
I
even
don't
knock
think
women
so,
out
man.
off of
Apparently,
power.
men don't know how to knock each other out neither, because you know how simple it is to knock a motherfucker out. You just have to know where to hit them. That's it.
And let's also
I know a
like
woman who will
I
choke
do
you
not
out.
advise that.
I think the biggest example is Clarissa Shields. Like, yes, she could probably outbox a lot of people, but she ain't knocking.
Exactly. She
no
can't knock
man
nobody out.
Yeah,
And
so,
she
you
got
know,
power. But for some
How
reason,
did-
she can't get a knockout.
How did physical competition come up? Because I don't know why. Like
I know-
I
I-
heard competing, but I don't know how we got to fighting.
Yeah, I don't know how we got to do. You brought that up.
All
You brought
right,
that
one
up.
at a time. All right, let's go one at a time. Let Aaron justify what he's saying. Let's go.
I'm not justifying nothing. I asked a question. There's a distinction there. So Taz, the way it got brought up is that Lee said the weaker vessel physically, right? And so for me, if we're just talking about somebody being weaker than you physically, is the distinction that you want to have. There are men that are weaker than other men. Why not give them that same deference if it's solely based upon they are the weaker vessel physically? Because we're not making a claim that they're weaker intellectually, although Brownsville slipped around that earlier. I'm going to give him grace because I don't think he meant it that way, okay? How does that make sense? Why don't we give grace to the weaker men that are weaker vessels?
And Taz, that's why I made the argument that a man that's 5'8" has the power to punch a man and knock him out. That's what we started to get to this.
Okay, so that's what
And also hold on. We got women on the panel. Let's go with PhD.
Oh, just drop me.
What you mean?
I'm tired of this.
What the hell you
Just
talking
drop
about?
me already. Sick of it.
Sexy Red, go ahead. What you
I
got
just
to
wanted to say thank you, Brownsville. And you can drop me now.
Fucked up in 2024. Yo.
That's tough.
Oh, y'all are insane sometimes. Y'all be trying to jump the gun. Go ahead, PhD, bro.
All right. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack's soft guy era. If men move like Brownsville suggests, how can you know a woman is qualified and not an affirmative action hire, since men are supposed to defer to women? Well, if there are large numbers of Black males in that organization, then you know that they're not an affirmative action hire because they don't have very high standards at all, right? Because we know Black men score the lowest on
not how affirmative
cognitive
action works.
tests. Yes, cognitive tests. So if they got Black men in there, ain't no affirmative action, right? All right, the super mayor.
PhD.
Y'all don't even know how affirmative actually works.
He knows that she's trolling.
Shut up, cool nerd. Okay, the super mayor. As an adult, if you compete or start something, expect something back. Sexy Red is competing to stay on the panel. Bye. Damn, Super Mayor.
Wow.
All right, Sexy Red TV. Super Mayor, are you mad I have you blocked?
Little beef.
Yeah, clearly. So, listen, me personally, I don't know. I don't really argue with women. I don't find myself. I did. If we on the basketball court, I'm gonna treat you like a basketball player. I don't really try to distinguish that from playing basketball. However, I'm not gonna. If I'm running in the lane, I'm gonna treat you as if you're a smaller person. If you are that, I'm not gonna put my knee into your chest. But I would discern that against a smaller man as well. I wouldn't put my knee into his chest neither.
What's the problem with arguing with women if it's not a physicality thing? Because I heard give them deference to the weaker vessel. If it's just words, right? What's the problem with verbal?
So my problem with it is like, so the disagreement, me and PhD would disagree all the time, and me and her could go at it back and forth with our points of view. For me, when I hear the word argument, it's more of the disrespectful part of the argument is weird. I don't know what's a better word rather than argument at this point. But when I'm saying argument, I'm really mean more of the disagreement of I'll bust your ass, shut the fuck up, I'll do this to you, that type
Exactly,
of
Sharon. It's the escalation. It's the escalation that men can take it to. And this is why you restrain yourself from going back and forth for the women, because you know when men take it, you know we take it.
So I would say that sounds good, right? But to eliminate that 100% is not going to happen. I would say we can implement systems, which we could segregate the workforce, segregate schools, segregate young boys and girls being in the same education system. Just segregate them, right?
So me and PhD, we are working on the school for the wayward boys that's going to help these brothers out, help these rim brothers out. Just wait. So we're going to start with just 2 push-ups a day, 30 minutes of walk, and PhD is working on a curriculum for these boys so they could be better men and so they could go out in the world and be successful and don't have to worry about no goddamn, what's the word, the DEI or DIE and all these other things and bad test scores, read on the 4th grade level. We are going to cure all of these things so these men could be and find themselves in the world and be productive men and get some productive ladies right beside them.
So how many of these men are y'all gonna help? Because like I told you, scarce resources, scarce jobs.
Why we have to say? Are you saying?
Well, I got a different perspective. Why we gotta help these?
Are you saying that men are so stupid that they have to be segregated in order to make change, or to not fight women, or to not argue with women?
I've made that argument.
Yeah, because that's what it sounds like, right?
I think
he said,
I think that you know what? Sorry, Bob Cherry.
You're correct.
Isn't that what he said? He said in order to have men not fight women or not do certain things with women, that you have to segregate them.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that,
I don't think that's pretty good.
Man, it's clear rhetoric right there. Hey, my first time. It just sounds crazy to hear it still today. But
I don't think that's what you meant by that.
My bad. What'd you say, bro? Go ahead.
I don't think that's what you meant by that.
Well, I think maybe it might be helpful in order, if for no other reason, to help y'all gain the patience to not speak over other people and to wait your turn in a conversation, right? So the women done been sitting here for over an hour just letting y'all go back and forth and do y'all thing. But then when somebody else start talking, y'all just start talking over them like you don't even hear them. Cool nerd.
Well, actually, we started talking at the same time.
Oh, okay. Maybe you got a delay then.
Okay, so I missed that part. I had to run outside real quick, but let's do this and then let's figure out what's going on.
All right. Just my 4 cents. So female correctional officers are weak. You know, I actually had a female family member who was a correctional officer, and she told me that because she would be dealing with male inmates. that the women have to employ a different tactic than the men. Now the men can go in there and be like, do what I tell you, I'm gonna bust your ass. But she said the women had to be more psychologically savvy, right? And in order to get the men to comply with what it is they needed, because it was one of them in a floor on the floor with, you know, dozens of men, right? And so at any moment, those men, I mean, they could try to overpower the male guards, right? But they certainly could do so with the female officers. And so, yeah, I think the women take a different tact when they are, you know, in those situations. So there's multiple ways to do one job, right? And oftentimes what we see is that women approach jobs and think about jobs in different ways than men do. And they can be equally effective.
Yeah, I think they are physically backed up by men, though. I think that would be a bad example, because they, like, I think you could probably get something, but you're gonna get fucked up if you fuck with a woman correctional officer. Them correctional officers gonna beat the fuck out of you for real. So you might get it off for a second, but she has a level of back.
Absolutely.
But I think even the prisoners within those facilities, the crazy part of it is they show deference to those female correctional officers as well, right? They don't handle those female correctional officers as they handle the male correctional officers. You know what I'm saying? It's a distinction. It's a clear difference on how they respond to the females versus the males, right? And then vice versa. You know, even I can give an anecdotal example of my line of work, to where, hey, there's a certain, you know, decorum, you know, like females that's in my line of work, they can go to certain levels quicker than men can, right? Had a situation where there was a big subject who was violent, who needed to come under control and be arrested, and a female, because of his mere size and he wasn't following verbal commands, she was able to quickly escalate into using her weapons. And before you know it, because the taser didn't respond, she had him at gunpoint, right? She had him at gunpoint, and then it was a code 3 situation. So when I got there, I was able to, while she had him at gunpoint, he was still approaching her, she was moving backwards, I jumped out of my car fast as I can, and I tackled him as if he was a football player, just to get him on the ground and get him under control. Now, if he would have aggressively pursued her while she had him at gunpoint, then she was able to use lethal force against him, just based on the deference that's applied to a woman versus a man.
Right.
Right. But I also think, you know, so in the correctional officer example, you know, the men are going to, you know, have you end up in the infirmary for a minute. The women are going to put pen to paper and extend your sentence, and then you still gonna end up in the infirmary because they're gonna call them in, right? So, okay, so that would lead one to say, let me give them some deference. Nevertheless, the super mayor. No, I'm mad that you show your chest all the time and still don't have no knickers. You figure 8 hamburglar, cookie smuggler. What? Okay.
Wow. Don't you think that in some cases women take advantage of knowing that, right? So, example, you're arguing, a man and woman are arguing, and she knows she can get away with a little more physicality than you can, so she smacks the shit out of him.
I'm telling you now, you better call the cops on her.
That's DV, bro.
Yeah,
you better call the cops on her.
Yeah. Let's go. We'll start with Cool Nerd since he started. Go ahead. What's your final thoughts? Cool Nerd, Taz, go ahead.
I just have to take an example. I used to work at clubs. So working at one point working at a club, this dude, he gotta be 6'5", 6 whatever. He looked like he played for the in the NFL. A woman can be more than 5'6". He was like at the end of the club. He's looking around, you know, at these chicks. You see a little chick with a nice butt. She looked at him, smacked the shit out of him, said, "Don't you ever look at another chick in front of me again." Right? Now, if he responds, You can't respond in that moment, right? But she took advantage of the fact that she knows she can smack him in public and no one's gonna do anything about that.
That's the thing. The only response available to him wasn't to smack the shit out of her back, right? He still could have called the
No, I didn't
authorities
say that.
and had her
That's
dealt
not what
with.
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that sometimes women take advantage of the fact that they know they can get away with that.
Right, but so that's the thing. She didn't have to get away with it. I'm saying so her not getting away with it could mean more than just him slapping the shit out of her back, right?
No, what I'm saying is the police officers who were looking at him, they didn't care.
And so you mean to tell me if he would have walked up to the police officer and said, "You just saw her assault me. I want to press charges and I want you to write up a report," that they would have said, "No, that's just a woman. Go on ahead and let she okay.
Yep.
She could slap you."
Yes.
Shut up, cool nerd. And see, this is why you be irking me.
Trust me, I went through the same situation before. I went through the same situation.
Yeah, okay. And so she slapped the stutter into your ass. Is that what happened?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so let me do my final thoughts.
At you again. She'll slap it out of you.
Okay, so yeah.
Wait. At the end of the day, I'm just saying my final thought is, end of the day, I don't think we should underestimate anyone. I think we should to give true respect. You treat everybody equally within the realm in which you guys are competing.
Bruh, you done? Right. So my final thoughts are
That
these.
was my turn. Silence.
These lame ass niggas, like, dude, they're not going away, right? And so I understand why Brownsville says what the fuck he says. It's gonna always be a need to push back on niggas like that. He just came up with another fucking scenario of physically fighting a woman unnecessarily. And I mean, I just think we can intellectualize, bro. You just did it again, bro. And we don't like
shut the fuck up, nigga. Keep talking, man.
Who's saying that? Wait.
I said it.
Too? What you gonna do?
Didn't you just? Well, what do you want me to do, bro? We can talk
No, I'm
about
not
it.
talking about that. I'm talking about we unlock. Because he talking like he, yeah.
I'm telling you, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Ted.
And I'm telling you, I'm not going to now. Now that you said that, now I'm not going to shut the fuck up.
Bro, come on, man.
Yeah,
Serious
like,
talk.
stop doing that.
What you did was gave a scenario of a woman hitting a man, bro. And so for me, a lot of that is what regard to the conversation. Yeah, some of it do come off as pandering, but the overall topic of needing to discuss the shit, it needs to be held because of shit like that, what you just said, bro. So this is why I come to this motherfucker SBG shit, solution-based shit. That was some bullshit. I think we can make better points than I saw a woman hit a man. I just think we can make better points.
That totally went over your head. It's okay.
Bitch ass nigga, motherfuckers been on here saying that shit for years, bro. Come on.
The better point should be argument would be Juanetta Gibson should have went to jail for falsely accusing Brian Banks. Now that would have been a better argument.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
That's cool. That's cool too. All fits in a row.
Y'all niggas want to blame
Jay Prince, if you're there, you can hit the link. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry. We unlock.
Well, I just want to say these niggas want to blame. Oh, you can hear me? I don't know what's going on with blaming women for everything. I thought the conversation was about the men today, because when we want to get on the women, we get on the women. So I don't know, but anyway, that's all I have to say for now.
Okay. We unlock JX.
It's my money and I can do whatever the fuck I want to do with it. Other than that, you got a smooth channel, Sharon. I'll see you. Peace out. See you later.
Go ahead, JX.
What I got to say? Okay, I'm gonna say this.
That is a very good statement. You had never say something more profound than that in my life. I never heard nothing more profound than that. Shout out
May I say thank you to Brownsville? We appreciate you, Brownsville. Thank you so much. Your positive words mean so much to us, and we really appreciate the time that you take. And I know you get a lot of pushback for it, but you are definitely respected in this space. And thank you, Sharon, for having this platform. We appreciate you for giving a place to speak back against these rim bros with their extreme ideologies against women. We appreciate the men who appreciate women. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you. So
Can I
we'll
say
go.
something right quick?
Sharon, I'm gonna holler at you later, bro. I appreciate you having me on. I'm gonna check y'all later. Brownsville, you have got to be stopped.
Bye, Aaron.
All right, bro.
Bye, Aaron.
Guess we'll go. Jay Prince, Brownsville, Supreme Goddess. Let's go.
Okay, my thing is, it's not about being against a woman. It seems like, because my question was like, if men got into a woman's space and dominate women, should the women give men some type of grace? I'm almost 100% sure it's going to be a problem. I think that you can still value a woman without a woman always want to compete all up into stuff that's naturally delegated to men for. And then if
Fucked up in 2024. You sound
Yo. God damn, that was quick, fast, in a hurry.
All right, the super mayor. Nope, JP, don't hit the link. Go cook some glizzies. You dirty bandit. Sexy Red is safe now because of JP.
God damn, that is insane. Super Mayor is crazy. Oh man. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York.
So yeah, peace and love, man. Great show. Keep doing your thing, cuzzo. Peace and love to all the kings and the queens. And to the queens, yes, I believe y'all deserve deference. Y'all deserve to be lifted up. Y'all deserve y'all flowers. Y'all deserve to be told that y'all have great value in our communities, in our societies, right? And the men should respect you in such a way that you regard it as them respecting you, right? So I'm going to call for the men once again. Recalibrate your value system. Remove sex and lust from the top. Replace it with God, and then add some other great values underneath that, like honor, integrity, loyalty, confidence, self correction, accountability, responsibility, all of those things, and lead by example. Set the example, right? And treat women with respect. Listen, it's not going to hurt you to lift a woman up. It's not going to hurt you to tell a woman, hey, you're very smart. You're very educated. You're very intelligent. And I appreciate listening to you. It won't hurt you one bit to say, hey, yeah, I respect your opinion on this matter. And your opinion needs to be heard. But a lot of these red pill men, incel men, manosphere men, these rim brothers, these no good suckers, they want to devalue women. They want to push women down to just sex. And it's not okay. It's not right. And I need these rim brother sympathizers to come to their senses and understand that by you providing a safe space for these men to share that type of remedial rhetoric, you're just as culpable to their bad characteristics. So real men need to step up, stand up, raise your standards, and treat women the way they want to be treated. And I believe that the overwhelming majority of women want to be respected, want to be heard, and want to be treated fairly. Peace and love to everybody, man. SBG, we on the move, man. Peace and love.
All right. You no good suckers. Okay.
No good suckers.
All right. Harambe drizzled white dust on Jack Soft Guy era. One last super chat. Super Mayor the op. Always. Thank you, Jack. Okay. Joey 85 SS. Are there rim sisters in the space?
Goddamn.
Rogue C. Funding for Brownsville's emoji. All right. The super mayor, shout out to Jack for the support. Laugh out loud. I appreciate you.
Go ahead, Diva.
Okay. You know what? I honestly, the conversation ended very differently than it started. So I guess the only thing that I would want to address is, several people have questioned me and my role on this show, why I get an intro and all of that type of thing. And so I am deferring to Sharon to explain to y'all who exactly I am.